उधर की आवाज क्यों नहीं आ रही है?
अभी तो शुरू नहीं किए हैं सर। यहाँ पे थे अभी, ये जो है।
मेरा नाम भी लिखना उसमें।
हाँ हाँ, देखो वो डेली। हाँ, चालू करते हैं।
कोई जवाब देने वाला नहीं चाहिए। यहाँ से देखिए तो माइक, यहाँ से माइक सेटिंग नहीं,
ना ना यहीं से हो सर, वहां से मैं
हेलो
अब कर रहा है सर, अब कर रहा है।
हेलो सर, ऑडियो वीडियो क्लियर है सर?
अब तो हो रहा है सर वो
एक मिनट। सर हाँ चालू हो गई ना, ऑडियो वीडियो क्लियर है, ये एक बार चेक कर लेते हैं ना, बस इतना ही था। ऑडियो आ रहा है मेरा? ऑडियो आ रहा है? हाँ जी सर, नमस्कार सर, मैं एचयू से बोल रहा हूँ और यहाँ वीसी सर बैठेंगे। उससे पहले मैं चेक करना चाह रहा था कि ऑडियो और वीडियो दोनों क्लियर है। हाँ जी सर, वॉइस आ रही है ना? बस वीडियो तो दिख रहा है, इसलिए मैं चेक करना चाह रहा था। ओके, थैंक यू सो मच सर। चलिए
वो मेरे को कभी पूछे।
गुड मॉर्निंग। कौन विजयन जी हैं? गुड मॉर्निंग। होस्ट में कौन है? कैन यू हियर मी? कैन यू हियर मी?
यस सर, सुनाई दे रहा है?
सुनाई दे रहा है।
जी।
बहुत अच्छा है ये हॉल। कितनी कैपेसिटी का हॉल है ये? कितनी कैपेसिटी का हॉल है ये?
सर नमस्कार।
हाँ नमस्कार। नमस्कार।
मैं ग्वालियर से हूँ, राजा मान सिंह तोमर संगीत विश्वविद्यालय ग्वालियर से सर।
जी 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 नमस्कार, गुड मॉर्निंग, आपका वेलकम है जो है
थैंक यू।
में राजा मान सिंह दिस संगीत विश्वविद्यालय।
हाँ, राजा मान सिंह तोमर संगीत एवं कला विश्वविद्यालय ग्वालियर।
ओके ओके ओके, दिस इज स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी recently established
अंडर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ कल्चर।
ओह नहीं, इज गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया या गवर्नमेंट ऑफ यूपी?
गवर्नमेंट एमपी, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ एमपी सर।
गवर्नमेंट ऑफ एमपी।
यस।
ओके ओके, क्या नाम है आपका पूरा? इट्स गुड नेम।
प्रोफेसर साहित्य कुमार नाहर।
अरे बहुत अच्छा नाम आपका, तो आपको बहुत रेलेवेंट है इस विश्वविद्यालय के लिए।
जी,
क्योंकि ये कल्चर का विश्वविद्यालय है जिनको जो है, तो विल इन टच डेफिनेटली तौर पर जो है। बहुत अच्छा लगा जान करके। कितना टाइम हो गया विश्वविद्यालय का अभी?
विश्वविद्यालय 2008 से है सर, 14 साल हो गए।
अच्छा 14 साल हो गए। नहीं बिल्कुल जो है,
और इसमें सर म्यूजिक, डांस, फाइन आर्ट्स, थिएटर, सारी परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स की टीचिंग है।
आपका मोबाइल नंबर क्या है? आपका मोबाइल नंबर क्या है?
9415
9415
21
1
21।
121
नहीं सर, 9415 21
941521
जी 4378
214378। चलिए, तो मैं रिकॉर्ड में तुम्हारे यहाँ
आप
होगा।
सर कॉल करें तो आ जाएगा नंबर मेरे पास।
जी 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 बिल्कुल, मैं अभी जो है ना 9415214378।
एग्जैक्टली सर।
जी 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 बिल्कुल बिल्कुल जो है, तो मैं तो
और मैं
ग्वालियर
स्वयं
में
सर, मैं स्वयं सितार में परफॉर्मिंग आर्टिस्ट भी हूँ।
अच्छा 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 अच्छा।
हाँ, ऑल इंडिया
ओहो।
रेडियो दूरदर्शन में टॉप ग्रेड आर्टिस्ट भी हूँ सर सितार में।
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
और मैं बेसिकली यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ इलाहाबाद से हूँ, प्रोफेसर वहाँ रहा।
वहाँ पे किस डिपार्टमेंट में?
म्यूजिक डिपार्टमेंट में सर, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ इलाहाबाद में।
अच्छा, ओके ओके ओके। तो आपने यहाँ कब ज्वाइन किया एज ए वाइस चांसलर?
सितंबर 2020।
सितंबर 20 में ज्वाइन किया अभी?
हाँ हाँ, मोर
अच्छा
देन 2 इयर्स हो गए सर।
अच्छा। तो बेसिकली स्टिल यू आर प्रोफेसर देयर इलाहाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी ना?
नो सर, वहाँ मेरा वो सुपर एनुएशन हो गया इस जुलाई में, लास्ट जुलाई में।
अच्छा, लास्ट जुलाई में आपके यहाँ आने के बाद हो गया?
हाँ, यहाँ आने के 1.5 साल बाद करीब।
अच्छा 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 अच्छा। नहीं नहीं, और आप बिलोंग कहाँ से करते हैं?
इलाहाबाद से सर।
रहने वाले भी इलाहाबाद में?
हाँ हाँ।
ये तो बहुत अच्छा वो है। और इलाहाबाद में हमारा भी घर है, अल्लाहपुर में।
अरे वाह वाह सर।
मैडम
मैं वहाँ
हमारी वही।
वहाँ पर वो कटरा है, मनमोहन पार्क कटरा।
हाँ 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 हाँ।
हाँ, वहाँ पर साइंस फैकल्टी के सामने एक अपार्टमेंट है, उसी में हमारा निवास है।
अच्छा 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 अच्छा। नहीं,
हाँ
नहीं, बहुत बहुत अच्छा।
सर, ये
हाँ,
गुड
मतलब
नेम प्लीज।
नहीं, मैं डॉक्टर आलोक मिश्रा, मैं ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी AIU जो है।
अच्छा अच्छा
मैं
अच्छा, नाइस नाइस टू टॉक विद यू सर, नाइस टू टॉक विद।
हाँ, और बहुत अच्छा। मैं इलाहाबाद में ये कि मेरी मैडम का क्योंकि घर है वो, तो वो वहीं इलाहाबाद मेडिकल कॉलेज से पढ़ी हुई है वो।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा,
हाँ,
वाह।
वहीं से वो MD वो है, तो साथ है।
एक्चुअली मैंने सर इंदौर जाने का कार्यक्रम बनाया था।
जी जी जी।
ट्रेन के टिकट भी हो गए थे, मगर एक हफ्ता पहले थोड़ी ठंड लग गई, बहुत भीषण ठंड पड़ रही है ना इस समय।
लेकिन लेकिन बात अच्छा है कि वो ये कोविड ने इन सुविधाओं को और भी यूज टू कर दिया है, तो लोग फिजिकल मीटिंग का तो एक अलग रहता है कि कम से 1-to-1 लोगों
हाँ
से आप।
हाँ, नहीं सर, तो फिर मैं ऑनलाइन मैंने जुड़ने का निर्णय लिया। मैं
हाँ,
ऑनलाइन जुड़ रहा हूँ। और
तो
नेक्स्ट टाइम कभी दिल्ली आऊंगा तो फिर आप अपना नंबर सेंड कर दें तो हम आपसे
मैं
करेंगे बात।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मेरा नंबर वैसे उसमें होगा आपके यहाँ ऑफिशियल तौर पर। बट मैं अभी आपको एक कॉल देता हूँ, SMS
जी
करता
जी
हूँ, चाहे आप नोट भी कर ले वैसे। 9868
1 मिनट सर। 9868
748575।
748575। आई रिपीट, 9868 748575।
हाँ, 8575। हाँ जी जी
तो आलोक मिश्रा, ठीक है सर।
जी। JS AIU।
हाँ,
ठीक है।
मेरा भी नाहर उपाधि से है।
हाँ हाँ, अच्छा
मैं भी हाँ मिश्रा हूँ सर।
अच्छा 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 अच्छा। नहीं, बहुत अच्छा जो है, आप सितार में आपका मतलब जानकर अच्छा लगा। बहुत ही आई थिंक डिफिकल्ट इंस्ट्रूमेंट सितार को
हाँ हाँ,
बनाते हैं
मेरे
लोग।
मेरे परिवार में संगीत है। हमारे ब्रदर, बड़े भाई, छोटे भाई, सब लोग जितने लोग हैं सब लोग बढ़िया।
अच्छा 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 जी। तो इलाहाबाद के पास में कहीं आपका कोई मतलब नेटिव प्लेस अपना है, मतलब वो
नहीं सर, ऐसे तो जौनपुर के पास है नेटिव।
जौनपुर के पास में?
हाँ, मगर मेरी एजुकेशन एक्चुअली पटना से हुई। माय फादर वाज आल्सो प्रोफेसर ऑफ म्यूजिक एट पटना यूनिवर्सिटी।
तो ये
तो
आपका जनरेशन ज्ञान है आपके पास तो।
हाँ, तो वो पिताजी से मिला गुरु का प्रसाद पटना यूनिवर्सिटी से। वहाँ एजुकेशन के बाद तो फिर मैं इलाहाबाद में आया 1980 में, इलाहाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी में सर।
अच्छा 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 अच्छा। ओके ओके। आपके यहाँ वहाँ पर एक मैं आपके यहाँ चीफ गेस्ट रहा 2018 में, मैं आया था।
पानी पीजिए
15 अगस्त,
इसको हटाओ।
15 अगस्त का 2019 का 15 अगस्त में चीफ गेस्ट था मैं, कृष्णा त्रिपाठी जी के साथ।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा।
15 प्रोग्राम, उसमें आपके वाइस चांसलर जो है हंगलू साहब थे।
हाँ गुरु साहब, जी जी बिल्कुल।
तो मैं आपके यहाँ आया हूँ विश्वविद्यालय
हाँ,
में।
सीनेट हॉल में कार्यक्रम होता है।
हाँ, सिनाटो कार्यक्रम था और मेरा लेक्चर था, स्पेशल लेक्चर था मेरा
अच्छा अच्छा।
2019 के। उसमें जो है, अगर आप वहाँ रहे होंगे तो उसमें आपके यहाँ की कोई डिपार्टमेंट की कोई लेडी है जो वेलकम मतलब बाकी फैसिलिटी कर रही थी, वो पैरों में थोड़ी दिक्कत उनके है, आई थिंक
अच्छा अच्छा
कोई लेडी संगीत की ही जो है असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर या समथिंग,
जी जी,
तो वही कोऑर्डिनेट रिसीव से उन्होंने किया था
अच्छा अच्छा।
संगीत पे। तो बहुत अच्छा है कि आप संगीत यहाँ पर, तो विश्वविद्यालय फुल फ्लेज में मतलब आ गया है, मतलब ये
आ रहा है सर, अभी है विकासोन्मुख है, प्रोग्रेस में है। और पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में हमारे एफिलिएटेड कॉलेजेस हैं सर, 131 कॉलेजेस हैं इंक्लूडिंग SOS।
अच्छा, तो आपके यहाँ पीएचडी प्रोग्राम, मास्टर्स, बैचलर्स, ये
सब
सारे
बिल्कुल
प्रोग्राम
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल।
आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी में स्टार्ट हैं?
हाँ,
मतलब संगीत में पीएचडी और ये सारी
PhD,
चीजें।
प्रोफेशनल कोर्सेज, BPA, MPA, MFA, BFA।
अच्छा,
हाँ,
ओके, मतलब फाइन आर्ट और ये चीजें भी जो है वहाँ
फाइन
पर।
आर्ट, थिएटर, म्यूजिक, डांस। म्यूजिक में भी वोकल, इंस्ट्रूमेंटल, डांस में भी भरतनाट्यम, कथक, सारी वेराइटीज हैं सर हमारे यहाँ।
और फैकल्टीज आपकी मतलब पूरी हो गई?
अभी अभी भी कम है, हम लोग इसके
हेलो
प्रोग्रेस में लगे हुए हैं बहुत जोरों से।
हेलो हेलो हेलो
हाँ जी,
हेलो
हाँ, किसकी आवाज? जी, आवाज आ रही है आपकी? हेलो जी मैडम। हेलो
हेलो हेलो
हेलो।
आप ऑनलाइन से तो जुड़े हैं, आपको रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप अपना माइक म्यूट पर डालिए प्लीज।
हाँ, बिल्कुल जो है, मैं कौन बात कर रही है? मैं जान सकता हूँ? मैं आवाज से नहीं पहचान पा रहा हूँ। आप विश्व
Act, but also dream. Not only plan, but also believe. Good morning to all the dignitaries, guests, and delegates. With great joy and immense pleasure, I extend my warm welcome to all of you. Today we gather for the Central Zone Vice Chancellor Meet on the title, The Curriculum for a Holistic and Multidisciplinary Transformative Higher Education, been organized by Association of Indian Universities, AIU, and been proudly hosted by the Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Indore. The Association of Indian Universities, AIU, is one of the premier apex higher education institutions of the country, established in 1925. It's a research-based policy advice institution to the Government of India in the field of higher education, sports, and culture. Since its inception, it has been playing a vital role in shaping Indian higher education. Most importantly, AIU is vested with the power of according to equivalence to degrees, qualifications offered by the universities across the world with those offered in India. AIU has also been mandated by the Department of School Education, Ministry of Education, the Government of India to accord equivalent to the Indian Board for Secondary and Senior Secondary Examination by Gazette notification. AIU is the think tank body with the responsibility of undertaking academic activities such as conducting research studies in higher education, acting as Bureau of Information on Higher Education, liaising with international bodies and universities for the internationalization of higher education, among many others. Along with it, the Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Indore, was established by the government of Madhya Pradesh on June 13, 2016, to crystallize the Make in India mission of Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, and to provide the opportunities of skill development along with vertical mobility, leading to gainful employment to our youth. The Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences has been established in Indore under the able leadership of Shri Dr. S.B. Mujumdar, sir, the president and founder of Symbiosis Foundation, and Dr. Swati Mujumdar, the president and the vice president of Symbiosis Foundation, with a vision to create a world-class environment of learning where students and working professionals can obtain knowledge and skills relevant to the industry and useful for the society. It's a great honor to have with us Honorable Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, sir, the Chairman of Executive Committee, NAC. On behalf of the entire Symbiosis fraternity, I thank him for his gracious presence today. The program further, I request our chief guest, Chairman of Executive Committee, NAC, Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, Chairman AICT, Dr. T.G. Sitaraman, Vice President AIU and Vice Chancellor USTM Meghalaya, Professor G.D. Sharma, Secretary General AIU. All the dignitaries to please come forward. Calling our student Unnati Jain and Shreya Garg to kindly sit during the process. I also invite Professor Dr. Ranveer Singh, former President AIU, to please grace the occasion on lighting the lamp. Requesting all the dignitaries to kindly take their seats on the dais. Tradition in Central India to give the floral welcome to our guests. It's time for the welcome ceremony. I would request the Vice President, AIU, and Vice Chancellor, USTM Meghalaya, GD Sharma sir, to kindly present a floral welcome to our chief guest for the day, Chairman EC NAC, Professor Bhushan Patwardhan sir. I request GD Sharma sir to kindly present the floral welcome. I request the audience to please clap and welcome the guests. Continuing the tradition, I request our Pro-Chancellor, Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Indore, Dr. Swati Mujumdar ma'am, to kindly present the floral welcome to Professor Dr. Ranveer Singh, the former president of AIU. Also requesting Dr. Pankaj Mittal ma'am to kindly present the memento to the guest. Again requesting our Pro-Chancellor, Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Indore, Dr. Swati Mujumdar ma'am, to kindly present the floral welcome to Vice President, AIU, and Vice Chancellor, USTM Meghalaya, Professor GD Sharma sir. Let's welcome and follow the tradition with a lot of applause. Requesting our Vice Chancellor of Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Dr. Prithvi Yadav sir, to kindly present floral welcome to Secretary General, AIU, Dr. Pankaj Mittal ma'am. During the preparation of this AIU 2 days conference, Dr. Pankaj Mittal ma'am, along with Swati ma'am, has been a great help in guiding us on the path of organizing the same. So let's welcome ma'am. And I would like to request Secretary General AIU, Dr. Pankaj Mittal ma'am, to kindly present the floral welcome to our beloved Pro-Chancellor, Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Dr. Swati Mujumdar. Can you please welcome ma'am here? Request Pankaj ma'am to kindly present the floral welcome to Dr. Swati Mujumdar ma'am. Requesting Professor G.D. Sharma, sir, to kindly present the floral welcome to our Vice Chancellor, Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Dr. Prithvi Yadav, sir. Let's give them a round of applause, please. To introduce our dignitaries on the dais. Dr. Swati Mujumdar. She is an international TVET and higher education expert with more than 20 years of professional experience in education. She has been advising the government at national and international level on policy-related matters in higher education, blended education models, vocational education, and open distance learning. She is the key policy advisor on the skill development and self-financed universities. After years of research, Dr. Swati Mujumdar has developed a unique skill model under her able leadership. The Symbiosis established university, Symbiosis Skills and Professional University in Pune, and Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences in Indore. She has been advising the Government of India, MHRD, and Skill Ministry on the policy matters related to skills development in the country. I would request our mentor, Pro-Chancellor ma'am, to for the welcome address, ma'am. So a very pleasant morning and welcome to all the dignitaries, Vice Chancellors, the office bearers of AIU, and most important honor for today's event, Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, Professor Sharma, our AIU very own Pankaj Madam, Professor Ranveer, our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Prithvi Yadav, and all of you who have gathered here today. It is indeed a very proud and privileged moment for us to host this AIU conclave, which will go on for today and tomorrow. Once again, on behalf of Symbiosis, I welcome each one of you, and I do hope that your stay at Indore and your 2 days sessions are fruitful and enjoyable. Just a brief introduction about this particular university. This is a self-financed university, and it is India's first residential skill university
which was established under the Madhya Pradesh government state legislation in 2016. This university is different from conventional universities in many ways. And I'm happy to share with you that this university primarily offers courses which make students industry ready when they pass out of the portals of this campus. As you are all aware that industry on one hand requires a large skilled workforce, but on the other hand, the students who get educated, formally educated, many times lack the skills which the industry expects. And in order to fill this gap, Symbiosis decided to establish two new experiments, I can say, in the field of skill-based education. This is the first university, Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, and the second one at Pune called Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, which is located on the Pune-Mumbai Expressway. Being from the academic fraternity, I'm sure all of you will understand that jobs are extremely important for our youth. And with the demographic dividend that India is going through, unless we provide meaningful and gain and entrepreneurship opportunities to our students, we cannot have or leverage that demographic dividend, and it may in fact become a demographic disaster. And it is with this spirit that we decided to establish a new model of a skill university, which is this particular one that we are sitting today. This is modeled over the German Fachhochschules, which are also called University of Applied Sciences, where the focus is more on learning by doing, on experiential learning, where students actually do things with their own hands and thus are expected to master the skills. Just like any other occupation, it is extremely important for students who are undergoing education to not just gather knowledge, which today in the digital world, you will all agree, at the click of your button, billions of documents are available. So it is not just important to gather knowledge, but it is also important for students to know how to apply. What we did in this particular university is for 2 years, we were doing research with the local industry. I'm sure many of you are aware that there are large industrial belts in Pitampura and Devas in Indore, nearby to Indore. And we met with all the industry and found out what are the different job roles that may be coming into demand in the next 4, 5 years, 6 years. And based on those requirements of the industry, we designed our curriculum backward, in a way reverse engineered the programs and the curricula so that we can meet the industry requirements. Today, this university offers BTech, that is engineering programs in automobile engineering, because there is a very large auto cluster in Pitampura. We have an engineering program in mechatronics, another engineering program in CSIT. As you may have seen while coming to the campus, there is an IT cluster right opposite the university, which the Madhya Pradesh government has created, and therefore a very large requirement of manpower in these 3 areas. On the management side, we offer a BBA, banking and financial services, again a very sector specific course. Another BBA in retail and e-commerce, and I'm sure you must have all realized that after COVID, we are all buying things online, right from vegetables to groceries are all now purchased online. And therefore, a BBA and MBA in retail and e-commerce was much in demand. So this university offers that. We also have a BBA in digital media marketing. I'm also happy to share many new age courses like BSc in data science are offered by this university, and a BBA in logistics and supply chain. So as you can see that this university offers very sector specific courses, and conventional programs are purposefully stayed away from. I'm happy to share that out of the 3 batches who have passed out of this university, even during the pandemic, we were able to provide 100% placements, and about 27% of each batch of students are becoming entrepreneurs. So although I won't claim that this experiment is successful yet, but we are seeing small steps towards success when our students get good jobs, even during when they start their own companies. It is really a proud moment for us in the university. We have also constituted 2 awards. One is called the Atmanirbhar Award, which is given to a student who starts his business from scratch without taking any financial help from his parents. And the second is a Kushal Award, where the student obtains skills at the university and starts on a flourishing career. I'm happy to share that in the last 3 convocations, the students on whom these awards have been confirmed today have businesses where they're making a turnover of more than 1 crore and employing close to 120 people in a short span of 1 to 2 years. These are small markers for us as a university that we are headed in the right direction. I'm sure that the 2 days deliberations, and I saw many of the tracks are related to these outcome-based learning and other important policy matters. I'm sure these deliberations will be useful to all of us on the academic side so that we can offer more value-based education to our students. I thank AIU for giving us this opportunity and for allowing us to host all of you over the 2 days. In case any small hiccups are there, kindly excuse us. This is a new university, unlike our deemed university in Pune, where manpower, as you can understand, any small startup always goes through hiccups. So any inconveniences you may experience, kindly forgive us. The students are managing the comparing and the show today. I think it is a learning for all of them as well. So please bear with us, and we'll do our very best to make you comfortable and make your stay at Indore enjoyable. Indore is going through a lot of events over the last 2 days. I was present last week when the Chief Minister arranged the Global Investor Summit, and it was a big show with who's who of the industry who had gathered here. So it seems like all roads are coming to Indore. They are hosting a G20 as we speak. They also hosted the Pravasi Bharati Divas here yesterday. I'm happy to share with you that perhaps on your way to the airport or from the airport, do take a look at the road crossings. With the help of our students of architecture from Pune, we have done the beautification of the road crossings coming into Indore. One is the Incredible India theme, where we have captured all the major temples of India. The second is the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is also happens to be the motto of Symbiosis, where we have captured all the landmarks and the 7 wonders of the world. And the third theme, which we created in the center of the road, is Bharat Ka Dil Hamara Indore. So these 3 landmarks have become crazy selfie points for people who are visiting Indore. So do request. Excited about this beautification because the designs have been done by our students. So anything coming from the students is indeed a very proud moment for me personally. Once again, thanks to AIU, thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais and all the audience, the esteemed Vice Chancellors who gathered here today. And I wish this conclave a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Using Dr. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am, the Secretary General, AIU. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal is the Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities, AIU. Earlier, she served as Founder Vice Chancellor of Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur, Haryana for 2 terms. Chief Commissioner Guides of Bharat Scouts and Guides. She has served in the University Grant Commission of India for over 3 decades in different capacities, including the post of Additional Secretary. She is the recipient of several awards and honors, including the President of India Award and many more. She is also National Commissioner Ranger at Bharat Scouts and Guides. Ma'am, I humbly request you to kindly come forward for a welcome address.
Perhaps Pranam, the chief guest of today's inaugural program, Honorable Chairman of the EC-NAC and the former Vice Chairman in PVC, Professor Bhushan Patwardhanji. Former President of AIU, Professor Ranveer Singh Ji, he has been the Vice Chancellor of National Law University, Delhi and Nalsar, Hyderabad. Respected Vice President of AIU and Vice Chancellor of USTM University, Meghalaya, Professor G.T. Sharma Ji. Respected Pro-Chancellor, Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Dr. Swati Mujumdar Ji. Respected Vice Chancellor of Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Professor Prithvi Yadav Ji. Distinguished chairpersons and speakers of the technical sessions and representatives of apex body. We see Dr. R.C. Agarwal sitting here. He is the DG Education ICAR. Dr. T.T. Sitaram, Chairman AICT, he is about to arrive. The esteemed Vice Chancellors of various universities who have come here from far off places, thanks for coming also. Faculty members of Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, students and media persons, and ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to Indore and a very warm welcome to AIU Central Zone Vice Chancellors Conference, which is being hosted by Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, and many, many thanks to them for making excellent arrangements. I'm sure everybody is very comfortable. The stay is good and all the arrangement and this beautiful ambience of the university and the infrastructure is really very good. So thanks for hosting the conference in Symbiosis University. This is the Central Zone Conference. This is the third conference of this year. As you all know that AIU hosts one main conference, national conference, and 5 zonal conferences. So this year, the theme of the main conference is Transformative Higher Education for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And we have 5 sub-themes, and this is the third sub-theme on curriculum for a holistic and multidisciplinary higher education. I'll come to the main conference a bit later. Let me first talk to you a little bit about AIU, because AIU is really growing very, very fast. Right now, see, we have around 1,043 universities in the country. Out of that, 924 are the members of AIU. And when I say 924 are members, this is a voluntary membership. This is not a mandatory membership. So voluntarily, more than 90% of the universities are associated with AIU. And this includes all the universities, not only that state or central or private, all universities. Like if you see the distribution, 46 central universities, 374 state universities, 118 deemed universities, 316 state private universities, 56 INIs, which include IITs, ISERs, NITs. And we have 14 international members, like 14 foreign universities are also the associate members of AIU. And as you all know that we are doing a number of activities in youth affairs, we are doing many, many cultural fairs at the zonal level, and many of you have hosted our fest, and then I do get information that they were hosted accidentally, and thanks to all of you who have been hosting AIU events. And the students are so happy that we are getting such good facilities in the universities. So we do youth affairs at the zonal level, national level, and the students are really happy. And then as indicated in the national education policy, it does help in the overall holistic development of the students. We do a lot of sports activities. Again, 225 sporting championships. So 225 is a very, very large number. Again, thanks to the universities who have been hosting these sporting championships, because without you, we are nothing. So AIU is all of you. So 225 sporting championships, and last 2 years we have been holding Hello India University Games, which is really a very good level university games events. And it is really helping us in producing Olympians. So last Tokyo Olympics, around 42 students went from the university sports for the Tokyo Olympics. And the last 2 Hello India University Games, which were inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, they were held in, first was in Peach University, Bhubaneswar, and second was in Jain University, Bangalore. And my request to all of you is that please do come to these Hello India events. They are really good, and you will feel as if it is some international game going on. So it is really good. It boosts the confidence of the children who are participating. and they are really good. So please do come for those activities. Equivalence of degrees, you know that we have been doing the equivalence of foreign degrees with the Indian degrees, but now the government has also given us the mandate to do the equivalence of school boards, Indian school boards amongst themselves. So that also we are doing, and very recently we have given the equivalence to two boards. One is Patanjali, and the second is one more is there. Then I'm forgetting the name, but two boards we have been. Sandeepani, yes, Sandeepani we have done very recently. So right now we are computerizing the whole of AIU, means all the activities of AIU are being computerized. For example, equivalence certificate. Previously, there were a lot of complaints that the people are waiting, and they have to come to AIU many times. But now the equivalence is totally computerized, right from the application stage till the downloading of the equivalence certificate. And right now, 2-3 things which are happening, which I want to bring to your notice is one is AIU handbook. So AIU handbook is a handbook which is referred to by many international universities also. So whenever they want to know about the universities in India, they refer to AIU handbook, and it is very thick. I mean, this thick 3-4 volume AIU handbook is there. And in that, all the information of every university who is a member of AIU is there, including the names of the faculty members, departments, programs, facilities, everything. So this time AIU handbook, and this comes once in every 4 years. So this time in 23, we are bringing out the AIU handbook, and many universities have filled in their information online. Some have not. So if you have not filled in, please do fill in, because this is the opportunity which will come to you again after 4 years. And then you will miss out your name and your details in the AIU handbook. So please fill in that information in the AIU handbook. Then one VC seniority portal. Sometimes we don't come to know that. See, you know that AIU GC membership or presidentship or vice presidentship is based on the duration of your service as a vice chancellor. So there's a VC seniority portal. Do fill in your details that where you are right now, so that we find it easy to have you on our governing council. Otherwise, sometimes I have seen that there are vice chancellors who are senior, but they didn't fill in the VC seniority portal. So a person junior to him or her is appointed just because of the lack of information with us. So please fill in that information. So I have AIU collaboration portal and many more portals, which I will tell in detail in the AIU business section tomorrow. But in internationalization, we are doing very good thing. One is establishment of Indian Network of International Higher Educators. The main aim of this network is to help the universities who want to do internationalization, but they don't know how to go about it, whom to collaborate with, whom to contact, how to start. So this network will help you to promote internationalization on your campuses in terms of collaborations, in terms of inviting foreign students, in terms of inviting foreign faculty. So please do become a member of Indian Network of International Higher Education, which is started by the AIU very recently. One more service which we are giving to our member universities is AIU consultancy services. So sometimes this happens that some universities, they are finding it difficult to say, prepare papers for NAC accreditation or NIRF ranking or NBA or internationalization or community engagement or implementation of NEP or implementation of SDG goals. So in any of the, or even university industry collaboration. So in any of these areas, if you are finding any difficulty, do apply to AIU for consultancy. And we have made a panel of consultants to help you go through or sail through this. And this is not a commercial activity, for profit activity. So this will be there for you so that it can be helping the universities in say whatever tasks you want to accomplish your task. And then there are many more, like we prepared a policy paper on NAC, National Accreditation Council. Professor Bhutan Patwardhan, who is here, he was the chairperson of a committee constituted by the UGC to prepare a National Accreditation Council white paper. So he prepared a paper, and on the basis of that, I mean, he requested AIU, and AIU had a consultation with all the vice chancellors, and we gave input to that committee, and then they presented the paper to the UGC. Similarly, when this foreign university regulation came, so AIU held a consultation meet of all the vice chancellors, and then based on the feedback of the vice chancellors, we gave a common feedback to the UGC that this is what the university's vice chancellors are feeling, because individual vice chancellors sometimes they don't find time to give the response, and such a lengthy response typing becomes difficult also.
So we did it on behalf of all the universities, and we have shared whatever we shared with UGC, we have shared with the Vice Chancellor also. So these are some of the activities coming to the present theme. I was just referring that we have the main theme as transformative higher education for Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is the main theme running through all the 5 conferences. The North Zone conference, which was held in Galgotia, there we spoke about internationalization of higher education for transformative education. The second conference, which was the East Zone conference, which was held in ICFA University, Sikkim. The conference was on pedagogies and use of technologies for transformative higher education. The present meet, which is the Central Zone meet, the topic is transformative curriculum for a holistic and multidisciplinary higher education. 2 more zonal meets are left. One is in Visakhapatnam, which will be on January 31st and February 1st, which the topic is research and excellence in higher education. And the last zonal meet will be West Zone conference, which will be held in evaluation reforms in higher education. So with the input of all these 5 zonal meets, we'll be having the main conference, which will be held in the USTM University from 23rd to 25th March. USTM University, Meghalaya. The Vice Chancellor, Professor G.D. Sharma, is here. And this is also a request to all of you that please do make it. It is going to be a very good conference. Do make it to Meghalaya. It's a very beautiful place also. And we'll be having very good speakers for you in Meghalaya. So please do come for that program and do block your diaries right now. And the AIU conferences have always been on the themes which are of relevance to the government or the higher education center. For example, in the last 3 years, the first meet was held on reimagining Indian university, that how to reimagine Indian university. Second was held on implementing NEP, how to implement NEP, because at that time the NEP had just come. The third meet was how to realize SDGs through the higher education institutions. And the fourth meeting on transformative higher education for Atmanirbhar Bharat. So these are the topics which are of relevance to the government, to the higher education sector, to the vice chancellors, to the faculty members, to the universities in general. So these are the themes which we are having, and today we will be having 3 themes. One is outcome-based learning, because now you know that NAC or any other body, everybody is talking about outcome-based learning. But what is outcome-based learning? How to do outcome-based learning? We have very, very learned experts like Professor Mohan is there, Professor Mohanan is there. Like many experts are there who will be telling that what is actually outcome-based learning, because many times it becomes difficult how to measure outcome. So that will be there. There will be a second session on academy, industry, society interface. So how to interface with the industry, which is generally being done by the universities. But again, if there are some difficulties, we'll be talking about that. But university and academia interface, that few people are talking about. So we are again having an expert in academic industry interface, also an expert in academia and society interface to talk to you. And the third session which we'll be having will be integrating the Indian knowledge systems to the multidisciplinary teaching learning process, that how to integrate Indian knowledge systems, because Indian knowledge systems, we all are talking about IKS and all, but how to integrate it with the higher education system, how to integrate it with the curriculum, that we'll be talking in this particular conference. And all the 3 sessions will be held between today and tomorrow. There will be one AIU business session, and the main theme of the business session, main aim of the business session is that we should be talking to you about your difficulties. And if you have any difficulties, if you want say or convey something to the government, because AIU is also a mouthpiece of the universities for the government, and AIU is also helping the government to implement their policies. But if you want to convey anything to the government at a collective forum, you can be telling us, we'll be taking it to the government. If you want AIU to do some more activities, if you want to give some suggestions to AIU, you are most welcome. So that business session is basically for that purpose. And I hope the meet will be very good and you will all benefit from the meet, and it will be an enjoyable experience. So once again, thanks to Swati ji and Professor P.T. Yadav for holding the meet on behalf of AIU. Thank you very much. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Requesting the technical team to kindly keep everybody else joining online on a mute mode. Moving ahead, it's time to invite Professor G.D. Sharma, sir, the Vice President AIU and Vice Chancellor, USTM Meghalaya. Professor Sharma is the Vice President of the Association of Indian Universities, New Delhi, and Vice Chancellor of the University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya.
A seasoned academic of the country, Professor Sharma held many important positions apart from being Vice Chancellor at the University of Nagaland, Assam University, Bilaspur University. He is a Fellow of Royal Society London, UK, INSA, India under an exchange program. He is conferred with Rashtriya Ratna Award by International Study Center Vidya Ratan National Samman by All India Higher Research Sanskrit Raebareli for his outstanding educational contribution award by CMAI New Delhi. Requesting Professor G.D. Sharma sir to kindly put forward for the welcome address, sir.
Coming to every one of you, and in this important Central Zone Vice Chancellors meet of Association of Indian Universities, hosted by Symbiosis. We have Sir Bhushan Patwardhanji, Honorable Chairman of NAC and former Vice Chairman of UGC and Chief Guest of this inaugural function. Professor Ranbir Singh, the former President of AIU and Vice Chancellor of National Law University, Delhi and Hyderabad. Professor Pankaj Mittalji, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities and former Vice Chancellor of Meghalaya University, Haryana, and former Additional Secretary of UGC, Professor G. Sita Ramanji, Chairman AICT and former Director of IIT Guwahati, Dr. Swati Mujumdar, Honorable Pro-Chancellor of Symbiosis and very young who has just shown that how her ideas of having very different universities, which is in need of the hour, and how visionary leader can create those opportunities for the students in emerging areas and also creating new pedagogies in this university. And such a beautiful physical infrastructure. We have seen from outside this auditorium looks like totally different, but when you come inside, it is having total difference of this impression. This has all international way how the Western countries, they have this kind of the things. They try to mesmerize their visitors. And when you go inside, it is totally very impressive picture. So that is what we can see here. And the way the industries and university, that academia linkages have been established. I was just discussing with some of the students. They told that they are having internship in local industries. This is how this purpose of this seminar is, meeting is also there, in which our all respected honorable vice chancellors from Central Zone are also participating. Actually, madam, we have Vidya Bharati program also since yesterday. Tomorrow, this program of AIU. So many our Central Zone Vice Chancellor, they are participating in Vidya Bharati program. So that is somewhat overlapping. Today is last day. Tomorrow or today afternoon, many of the Vice Chancellors will also participate. And the young dynamic faculty members under the leadership of Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Prithvi Yadavji, who is a very dynamic leader We were there together in one of the UN a new forum that how the developing countries can come together to share their strength, particularly in protecting the environment. A great challenge for the how the collaborative approach can be applied to deal with the big problems, because these problems are at global level and it is difficult to deal with a single university or single institute. So multi-institutional collaboration is required. So as Madam Pankaj Mittal has given a broad view of the AIU, that how AIU is facilitating in translating the policy of government. We all know that NEP 2020 has come after 34 years. Totally education which will transform our way of pedagogies, our way of thinking, and our way of learning methodologies, so that the creativeness is there, critical thinking is there, and the youths are exposed to problem-solving approach rather than the rote kind of the mugging system of education which exists today. And how they can use the facilities available in either neighboring universities or colleges or in other parts of the country or even from abroad. And for this, they can make use of the technology, and that is how in last few years, this kind of platform by youth, India has emerged very fast developing countries in creating a startup. It is the third country in the world where nearly 100 unicorns have been created by the youths. And therefore, the self-learning is becoming an important part. And that is why in this Center Zone VCs meet, the conference topic, as Madam has told, is curriculum for a holistic and multidisciplinary transformative education for Atmanirbhar Bharat. When we say Atmanirbhar Bharat, means in the present context that how youth can become a very dynamic leader in participating in those areas which are emerging areas, which will be emerging, which will be coming after 2 years, and how the artificial intelligence, machine learning, all this can be a part of the learning, even for the arts or science or humanities, how this can cross-boundary learning can take place. And that is how it requires the soft skill development and the skill development, keeping in view the Indian value system, not losing the Indian value system. That is how they can maintain the ethical values as well as contribute in developing the new areas, particularly depending on the resources available nearby. Being one of the rich natural resource countries, so much biodiversity is there, how biodiversity can be converted into wealth using technology, how our resources, particularly the water resources, so much, but pollution is there. And today morning, myself and Professor K.L. Vermaji, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University, we were traveling. They have submitted the project of pollution, which is a major source, and DST has granted 10 crores of rupees. And this is a multidisciplinary approach. This is required that how climate change related curriculum can be part of the learning for the students. That means the strength of one university can be shared by another university. And therefore, this forum also gives an opportunity to meet each other, to discuss with each other and work in unity, not in isolation. We have Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sunil Kumarji of the Technical University. So we have this kind of now isolation, but now how this isolation can be broken, and some of those technical courses can be taken by the General University by signing MOU, and how the opportunity can be given to the students that along with their major course which they are pursuing, how they can give this flexibility not only for multiple entry and exit, but also as per their choice. They can choose a course within this university, outside the university, nearby the central zone or outside. For doing this, that means the method of delivering or methodology also need to be changed, that not only face-to-face teaching, maybe blended mode, maybe online mode, maybe ODL mode, and therefore some of the universities can also create the opportunity to develop the contents of those courses which can be made available to the of other universities. Though the government of India, Ministry of Education, has already taken initiative by launching the SWAM portal, having nearly 1,000 courses, lectures on the SWAM portal as MOOCs courses. FTEL and CEC and IGNOU, they are also having, but still there is a need, because what we have seen that foreign platforms like Coursera and others, Moodles, they have thousands of short courses which are directly related to the jobs, which are directly related to the industry's needs. So there is a need now to find out what are the problems faced by the industries. Maybe one is true, or small instruments is creating problem and the whole instrument is not working. And that part has to be imported. So can we think of having this part made in India? As you know, the Honorable Prime Minister has identified this, that during Corona you have seen the booking of a vehicle was for 6 months, 8 months, 1 year, 2 years, because the condenser which was produced in Taiwan was not available. So now the India has identified a place where condenser can be manufactured, and in due course of time, condensers will be available. So those areas where we were weak, India has identified those areas. So we need to now also change our curriculum development and mode of delivery of this curriculum, that tomorrow the support those industries, and they have to become a very important part of the economic development of the country. So with this aim and objective, this seminar is organized. and honorable chairman, the speakers are there. They will be deliberating on different aspects in different sessions. And we are quite hopeful that a very constructive and very useful ways of the developing curriculum will come out, and also they will suggest that how we can create better facilities in central zone, particularly in those states where the education system is still annual system. So how to go for semester system, how to go credit-based system, so that once it is credit-based, they can have better opportunity to collaborate with other universities, to collaborate with other countries also. And when we talk about the internationalization, their question comes the equivalence. And in this, AIU can play an important role, facilitating role, that how this equalizing the credit can also be done. And therefore, while counting 120 credit for 3 years or 160 credit for 4 years can be matched, and therefore students will not face any problem. Otherwise, for the small things, earlier we know that we were not recognizing if first year has been done by the student from another university, we were not giving admission to our university because the number of courses were different, the number of papers were different. So this will be given away, that once it is in credit form, the students will earn credit, they will add these credits to their academic bank of credit, submit this transcript to their university and to this academic platform of Education Ministry, Government of India, and therefore combine together and submit to the university where they have done the major courses and get degree. Some of the universities have already worked out, they have implemented, and they have started working also. Some are still where resources are less, thinking how to start, and the governments are also making committees, and they are also working out that how particularly in affiliating system implement this. That this, our discussion of 2 days here will help that how even those institutes which are having less facility can become the part of this NEP 2020 implementation, and they can be helped by providing the laboratory, library in their own university systems, and therefore giving them the equal opportunity. With this, a number of things, number of ideas, and also particularly how this flexible curriculum, transdisciplinary, trans-institutional, and also trans-major subjects can be created in due course of time. With these few words, once again, I thank the University of Symbiosis, especially the madam and Dr. Yadavji, for giving us opportunity to visit such a beautiful university and get this opportunity to interact with Honorable Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The words are very precious. Inviting Professor Dr. Ranveer Singh. Dr. Professor Ranveer Singh was the Vice Chancellor, National Law University, Delhi. He was the President of AIU, Shastri Indo-Canadian Institution. He is the recipient of Alumnus of Distinction in 2007, being conferred by
Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, sir. He is the Ambassador of Peace Award, promoting peace by Universal Peace Federation 2019. Sir, I request you for the kind addressing.
Thank you. Professor Patwardhan, the chief guest of the day, the guest of honor, Dr. Sitaram, Swati, great to see you here. And Dr. Pankaj Mittal, J.D. Sharma, Prithvi Yadav, my fellow Vice Chancellors, especially Vijay, my friend from Vice Chancellor NLV Bhopal. I think I never believed, Swati, that when I visited 3 years back at Pune, and you were talking about a skill university, I thought that you were trying to impress me. I was one of the committees to look into their vocational courses. I really believe that probably this is not going to come. But today I see the skill university in place. Congratulations to you. Best of luck. You have done a great job. And for many of us, the importance may not be very clear. But when I saw this place and I listened to some speakers, I came to know what a great initiative. We've been talking for years together that the university should have interface between industry and academics. But we never knew how to do it. The skill university experiment in Pune and here or anywhere else, now we have a roadmap. We have a roadmap created by you, which makes clear to all of us that this is the landscape, this is the roadmap to create a skill university and where you can provide courses which are very much job oriented. And even they can start their own startups. So it's a great initiative in that sense. But for me, the university assumes importance for some other things. I think this is a university which is very, very important for many reasons for me, because it will bridge the gap. India is a country or a land of diverse, all kinds of diversity. In that diversity, this university will bridge the gap, which we call technological divide. We have a technological divide in this country. We saw when we were in COVID, what divide meant for people, those who are in cities, small cities, big cities, or people or students struggling with smartphones. So that divide, that expertise can be provided by universities like this, training the trainers, training the teachers, training the students, so that they don't face that kind of difficulty. I also believe that this will bridge the gap of knowledge divide, which is very, very important for a country like ours, where we live in 6 lakh villages in India, where there is a great urban-rural divide. That divide will be taken care of. And there is a skill divide. You are actually a skill-based university, learning by doing. It's a great experiment. So when you bridge that gap of that divide, which is because of the skill, some people are highly skilled, some people are absolutely unskilled, not because they don't want to be, but the opportunities are not there. Universities like this will provide the opportunity. There is a geographical divide. As I said, India lives in 6 lakh villages. Now, there is complete separation between what we have in villages, what we have in these big cities. The kind of education, the kind of the training which we get there is absolutely not there. So we have a great geographical divide. There is also ethnic divide in this country. There are so many divides. I can go on telling you that how many divides are there. So it is in that sense I say that universities like this are a great initiative to bridge that gap, to bridge the gap between different divides. And I am extremely glad to see this experiment and to see this experiment a success. So my best of luck to you and best wishes. Thank you very much for inviting us to understand what is the concept of a skill university. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for blessing us with your words. The time has come for the university's news release. University News, a weekly journal of higher education brought out by the Association of Indian Universities, is the only journal catering to Indian higher education system for last 93 years. University News is popular for the richness of its content on higher education and allied areas. For this, the Vice Chancellors Meet AIU has come out with a special issue on the curriculum for holistic and multidisciplinary transformative higher education. It contains articles from experts in the field, vice chancellors, and other eminent authors. On behalf of the Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences Indore, I thank Dr. S. Rama Devi Pani, the editor, for her constant support and guidance in conducting the conference and release of the University News. Dr. Rama Devi Pani, ma'am, is joining us online. Thank you to all the dignitaries. It's time to take the proud honor to introduce Professor Bhushan Patwardhan sir, the Vice Chairman of Executive Committee NAC. He is a biomedical scientist and Fellow of National Academy Sciences India and National Academy of Medical Sciences India. He has been addressing and serving as Professor and Director, Interdisciplinary School of Health Sciences at Savitribai Phule, Pune University. He has worked on several policy-making bodies, including Task Force of National Knowledge Commission, Planning Commission, and many more. He is a recipient of many orations and awards, including Sir Ram Nath Chopra Oration, World Oration, Dr. C. Dwarkanath Oration, Dr. P.K. Devi Oration, KLE University Oration, and V.K. Jog Best Teacher Award. I request Professor Bhushan Patwardhan sir to kindly come forward and please inaugural address, sir.
Thank you and good morning, Suprabhat. In this cleanest city in India, Indore, with a great cultural heritage. I must congratulate AIU for organizing this Central Zone Vice Chancellors Meet 2023 on a very important subject, curriculum for holistic and multidisciplinary transformative education. Each word in this is important, holistic, multidisciplinary, transformative, and higher education. AIU as a professional body, I find it very fascinating during last couple of years, ever since Dr. Pankaj Mittal has taken over as Secretary General. She has transformed, not only so, transformation is not only about curriculum, but transformation is also about transforming the AIU. I always believed that AIU is a great organization because it is the voice of the stakeholders. Vice Chancellors are the main stakeholders of the Indian higher education system, and this is the body constituting all the Vice Chancellors. So their say, we should go in policy making, is experiment that work now AIU is doing very, very well. I was always telling her that in Delhi, even while sitting in UGC, on Bahadur Jha Zafar Bagh, people had no idea where AIU was. And now you go, you will not probably see UGC board, but you will see AIU boards all over. So the visibility, what has been brought to the AIU is extremely important. I also would like to congratulate the current president, vice president, and the entire AIU team for this successful voice of the stakeholders. And this helps, this helps in many ways because, for instance, the recent consultation which all of you participated in foreign higher education in India. So what do the stakeholders think? Unless the policymakers know your mind, the changes will not happen. And I could see that press also has picked up the excellent compilation which have come out of all the Vice Chancellors' responses, which was published by AIU. And I'm sure based on those recommendations or observations, the draft regulations will undergo change. AIU also has a very distinguished history of eminent presidents, and one of the former presidents to whom we just heard, Professor Ranbir Singh. I have great respect for him because yesterday while talking to him, I was telling him when I was a student, going to law was the last option. Means when people were not getting admission anywhere, they used to think of going to law. That was the situation in 70s and early 80s. But sir, with you and people like Professor Menon, you changed the entire face of law education in our country. In the same line, I would say that sitting this university, Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, I find the same spirit in Dr. Swati as well, because I have been interacting with her for many years, and right from the day she was thinking about skill education, she has been interacting with several academicians. This was not easy at that time. Today it may be seen as easy, but when the whole ecosystem was completely dominated by high-end professional education, dominated by IITs and RECs and all these things. Thinking about skill was not considered fashionable like that. There was no glamour for this. And this was the irony of our system, because we divided skill and education for no reason, because I believe that skill is required in every discipline. And she identified this gap very well. And she dared to actually test it, practice it, and successfully implement it. So congratulate Swati for this very, very hard task, But this was necessary for our country. Because of such efforts, today we are able to see there are 88,000 startups, and we just celebrated the National Startup Day. And not only 88,000 startups, but out of them now almost 100 unicorns. And among those unicorns, they have produced 11 million new jobs. So this is not a small thing, So the undermining of blue collar was a big mistake in our education system. And with efforts of Swati, what you have done for bringing skill on the table of the policymakers and making them look at it very seriously is really laudable. Professor Yadav has been also giving a very good leadership to the university. And I must tell you one more unique feature of AIU, or rather Dr. Mittal. She brought and connected, not only because she comes from agriculture background, but she connected mainstream education with agriculture. Professor Agarwal is sitting here with ICAR. Now, who would have otherwise imagined that Agriculture Council is participating in Vice Chancellor's Conference? Like we divided skill and other education or higher education, we also divided agricultural education and other education. In fact, for a country like India, agriculture education is so important. Basic of agriculture, every student must know. Every Indian student, for example, And that I'm not going to deliberate on this component more because my friend Professor Mohanan, who is going to talk about it. But the curriculum is the first step for transformation. Creating the right curriculum is the first step for transformation, and then comes how you are actually going to assess it. When you are forming a curriculum, the curriculum for educatedness component, when I'm saying every education, whatever degree, irrespective of your degree, there are certain attributes every educated student must have. Whether that student is engineer, whether that student is doctor, or whether that student is physicist or mathematician. Some qualities that student must inculcate as an educated person. And there are qualities, we have discussed these qualities in the white paper, which Professor Pankaj Mittal mentioned, and I would urge you, those who may not have seen yet, please visit NAC website and have a look at the white paper. Although that is the probably 47th revision, we have not yet frozen it. We have kept it open. This white paper was prepared by using a modified wiki methodology as well as using a Delphi methodology, and in which almost plus academicians participated in co-creating. Wherein we have argued that for every graduate, if that graduate is not able to understand what is the meaning of citizenry, what do you mean by critical thinking, what do you mean and how do you differentiate between the fake news and the real news, how a situation and understand and comprehend, how do you know what is happening around you, how do you really understand the sensitivities which are happening if farmers are committing suicide, if our students are not able to get that sensitivity in their mind, what kind of students we are creating. So all this we have debated in that, and this will reflect in our assessment system also. Today our assessment system is typically based on input. We are asking you how many teachers you have, how much of land you have, how much of infrastructure you have, how much of Wi-Fi bandwidth you have, but all these are enablers. How many books you have in the library. But just because you have lot of books and you have a very excellent and efficient bandwidth doesn't mean that it is getting reflected in improving quality of education. And the purpose of assessment and accreditation is improving quality of education. So we are now trying to change our current system to bring outcome-based evaluation. And when today we are assessing something, we are assessing a snapshot. Our team is coming or you are submitting an SSR on that day, whatever is the situation is sealed. And then what happens next day, we have no clue. So how can, when we expect students to get evaluated on a real-time basis or a continuous evaluation, why not institutions also should be evaluated on a continuous basis, on a real-time basis, Earlier it was not that easy, but today because of the artificial intelligence, machine learning and blockchain like technologies coming up, the real-time assessment is possible. We are discussing with some of the high-end technologists how to do it. It may not be that easy as I am talking to you, but unless we start thinking about and working on it, it will not be possible. So we have called this as a technology-enabled formative assessment, which we see as a future of assessment. Your acronym is a TEFA. You will find that some description in the MAC white paper. So these are the transformative changes we are trying to bring in at the assessment level, because as a chairman of EC of MAC, I can tell you that I think that any change the institutions are likely to take more seriously if that change is accessible, and based on that assessment, if those institutions are incentivized. So the change is possible if we are able to make our system, assessment system, more efficient. And so that's what we are trying to do through this white paper. And as Professor Mittal mentioned, there is a already in advanced stage the NAAC, that is NAC, or NIRF and NBA. They have three different functions. So they will come under one umbrella. as NAC under the new education policy, and this NAC will have entirely different kind of framework, and what that framework would be, that also has been reimagined in the white paper which you will see. And not only the formative assessment, but we have talked about several other things as graduate attributes. And graduate attributes don't mean only about knowledge of that particular subject. That is must. The proficiency in subject you are graduating is must. But in addition to that, educatedness is equally important, you know. And with that, I must tell you that the participation from all of you, many of you have responded to this white paper through AIU consultation. AIU had conducted a very good consultation, and we have considered those suggestions. And as I mentioned, even if even till today you may not have seen, please see it. And even today, if you are able to send your suggestions, we'll be able to incorporate them, because this is the right time to do. You know, because the whole system is undergoing change, and if we are able to do these modifications and then these reforms today, the spirit of NAP implementation will be effectively done. Because in NAP also you will find these terms, you know, holistic, multidisciplinary, all these terms are in NEP. But while we implement NEP, we have to implement NEP in its spirit. You know, and we have spirit of NEP is transform our Indian education in the interest of country, in the interest of nation. And the basic purpose of education is what? In one line, if I want to tell you, basic purpose of education is about well-being. It's a planetary well-being, not only individual well-being. Our individual subset of it. Our focus need not be only on individual well-being. The purpose of education is much larger. While we say that, I do understand that our immediate requirement is job. Our immediate requirement is skill. And therefore, the focus of this university, which is there on skill, is extremely important. And no wonder that your students are getting employment, because you are working with industry. Because today, many times, we may be giving excellent information, excellent knowledge, but unless we give them sufficient skills to perform, the jobs getting is not easy. And all of us know that because of the current system of our education, in many professions, such as engineering, majority of the engineering students may not actually pursue engineering. They may do something else, you know. Many engineers have become excellent economists later. But the thinking like engineers, and that Professor Mohanan will talk about it properly, you know. We should inculcate thinking. You don't have to be engineer to think like an engineer. Don't have to be a biologist to think like a biologist, or you don't have to be a mathematician to think like a mathematician. So how to think? This should be the core part of entire education system, and how actually to do it also should be part. So learning by doing. So that's what you practice it here in this university, and that's why I was happy to come here and witness that, because although Swati had told me about what she's doing, actually seeing is believing, like learning by doing, you know, and that's what we could see here. The very hall in this sitting was told that it is depicting the state flower, you know, which is Palash. And this incorporating our own culture in education is equally important. What you have done is you are incorporating our own culture without any hesitation. Somehow, because of the colonial impact on our mind, we have been resistant, or we have been reluctant, or we have been shy even to talk about our own culture, which is so rich. So this change also is happening through NEP. And these are small examples, you know, but they are very powerful examples to transform our young minds, you know, and ensure that they don't get trapped like our minds have been trapped in that colonial mindset. At least our young people should liberate and become global citizens. And I'm sure this conference will help to move in that direction. I'm so happy to see so many vice chancellors here. And during last a couple of hours, I've been interacting with many of you, and all of you have brilliant ideas, and you are the leaders actually who will be able to transform. What transformation will not happen only through conferences, but it will happen the way in which you are working. And actually, I was really in a way pained when I discussed with some of the vice chancellors their agonies, their difficulties, the way in challenging environments in which they are working. And because of this spirit which you show to work in this difficult situation with a belief that things will change only with that spirit. And for that purpose, I really salute you and wish you all the best. I am part of you. I am one of you. So anytime anything is needed from our side, I will be happy to come and join you in this mission. Namaskar, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Wonderfully said. Not only education makes a lot of difference, but the value coming out of education makes the entire story different. Thank you so much, sir, for the valuable contribution. Now I request Dr. Prithvi Yadav, sir, the Vice Chancellor, Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Indore. He has 35 years of experience in academics, research and development, and administration. He has also worked in different prestigious and leadership positions at various esteemed institutions, including Professor at IIM Indore, Professor at Indian Institute of Forest Management, Director G.H. Singhania Institute of Management, Research, Kanpur, Director at Birla Institute of Management and Technologies, BIMTech, Bhubaneswar. Dr. Yadav has undertaken various outreach, outseas, visiting assignments of collaborative research and teaching at various prestigious institutions, including Bristol Business School, UK. I really request, sir, to please come forward for the vote of thanks.
I am honored and privileged to propose vote of thanks and acknowledge contribution of all who have worked very hard to make an AIU Central Zone Vice Conference meet a grand success here at Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences. A sincere thanks to Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, Guest of Honor, Professor Ranveer Singh, former President of AIU, Vice President of AIU, General Secretary of AIU, for accepting our invitation and taking time to be here in this prestigious conference, gracing the occasion and inaugurating the inaugural ceremony. My deep sense of appreciation and thanks to AIU for accepting our request to provide opportunity to host such a prestigious and high-profile event at Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences. My sincere thanks to Professor Suranjan Das, President of AIU. He could not be here because of some emergency meeting with the Honorable Governor. Dr. Sharma, Vice President, and very dynamic Secretary General, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, and her entire team for very high level of professionalism, continuous support right from the first day till today for ensuring everything done properly and elegantly. Once and again, my sincere gratitude and thanks to entire AIU team. A sincere gratitude to our Honorable Pro-Chancellor Madam, Dr. Swati Madam. In spite of so odd flight schedule from Pune to Indore, and today morning it had but flight had come morning 4 o'clock. So thanks, madam, for taking the personal touch, welcoming all the vice chancellors to Symbiosis Indore and taking this as an example of setting the personal touch, welcoming to all invited guests to the campus. A special thanks and appreciation to all distinguished speakers in technical sessions. And we have seen that by the schedule, the speakers are all who's and who from academia and from the industry. And that makes this meet a very, very special. I'm very glad to see so large number of vice chancellors being physically participating in this conference. My personal appreciation and thanks to each one of you for taking pain from different places, and that too in the severe cold, to be here in a physical manner, participating in the conference and contributing in a very, very positive way. I'm really very, very thankful that, yes, your participation will make this conference a very positive feedback and the purpose for which we are all assembled here in this particular hall. I'm also thankful to the member vice chancellors who have participated in this Central Zone VC conference. And this is an opportunity that we all meet together, have the networking, and take forward our contributions, our suggestions, our initiatives to each other universities, each other campuses. I'm sure that these 2 days of togetherness will generate a lot of ideas and input from dignitaries and veterans that will certainly help the universities to update themselves in the new era of curricula, new era of the learning system. The Symbiosis team, led by Professor Meghalaya, Dr. Ajit, Dr. Charul, Dr. Kamal Khan, registrar, faculty members, my office, Mr. Anshuman, campus administration, student and staff volunteers, IT team, they all have worked so hard right from the first day, the day when we conceptualized that yes, we are going to host this prestigious conference. They have made all their efforts to make you both in the hotel, transfer from the airport to the hotel, and from the hotel to the campus, and also ensuring that yes, your stay in Indore is going to be stay. So thanks to the entire Symbiosis team for making this effort, for making this very high prestigious conference a grand success. So let's have a 3 cheer for Symbiosis team for making this effort. Finally, we are very grateful for all of you to be inaugural session. It's a great pleasure to see you all in the Symbiosis campus. We will look forward to your contribution, your suggestions to make this conference a memorable conference in next 2 days. Thanks all of you, thanking once more.
The time has come to capture all the moments in form of a photograph. I request all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais to kindly proceed for a group photograph being arranged down the stairs behind the registration desk. It will be followed with a short tea break, and we must be resuming by 12 in noon for the interface with officers from apex body session. So I request all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I request student managers to kindly help and guide the dignitaries towards the photography venue. All the students of the Symbiosis University are requested to kindly be seated till the departure of the dignitaries. The next session will be resumed at 12 after the short tea break. I request all the faculty members to kindly guide the students of Symbiosis University to return to their respective classrooms. Please maintain the decorum. Students are requested to maintain the decorum and move quietly from the back doors. Kindly do not use the front exit, please. Kindly do not use the front exit. It's closed. Okay. Okay, please quietly proceed to their respective classes. Kindly proceed quietly. Anand, I request Deepak sir to kindly put off the mics.
Can you hear me? This is Dr. N.S. Kalsi.
ఇది మళ్ళీ 12కే మొదలంటుంది. అవుతుంది అయ్యింది సార్ చూడు. మళ్ళీ దానికి ఒరిజినల్ చూడు.
మీటింగ్ రన్నింగ్
Huh?
మీటింగ్ రన్నింగ్ లోనే ఉంది.
Ah.
సరే, ఒకసారి ఆఫ్ ఉన్నట్టు
Huh? Off.
ఉంది.
Sector Saran, ma'am. Actually, the session is getting delayed by 5 minutes. We will resume very shortly. Thanks, sir.
I hope you had a leisure time during the tea and photography session. That was a memorable time when we could capture the togetherness in the form of a photograph. Have come to a session that is interface with officers from apex bodies. Glad to share again that the conference has been organized by the Association of Indian Universities and been proudly hosted by the Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Indore. On behalf of the entire fraternity of Symbiosis, I am thankful for all the Vice Chancellors to find the time and grace the occasion. The Vice Chancellors of the universities have several issues which they would like to discuss with the heads of apex body face to face. Keeping this in view, to facilitate the fulfillment of the ARU objectives, ARU organizes the interface session with the heads of apex body in its Vice Chancellors meet. The purpose of the session is also to enable the heads of apex body to communicate their views, information, contribution of their bodies to the Vice Chancellors. Also, the session is open for all the Vice Chancellors to clarify their doubts, in case any, with the apex bodies. To begin the session of interface with officers of apex bodies, I would like to request the chairperson of the session, Professor G.D. Sharma, sir, the Vice President ARU and Vice Chancellor USTM Meghalaya, to kindly grace the dais with his kind presence. Sir, please, I invite you. I invite the session co-chair, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General ARU, to kindly grace the dais with her kind presence. Requesting Professor Dr. T.G. Sitaraman, Chairman AICT, the Director, Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, Assam, and Chairman BOG of IITG. He is the true I'm extremely sorry. Yeah. So I welcome, sir, Professor T.G. Sitharaman, the Chairman, AICTE. The speaker, Dr. Nirmalajit Singh Kalsi, IAS retired Chairman, National Council for Vocational and Educational Training. Sir is joining us online. Dr. Mrs. Sujata P. Shanbag, Advisor, NAC. Again, she is joining us online. Dr. S. Srinivasa, the Deputy Advisor, NAC. They are joining us online. Inviting Dr. R.C. Agrawal, sir, Deputy Director General, ICAR, to kindly grace the dais with his kind presence. Dr. R.C. Agrawal is the Deputy Director General, Agricultural Education and National Director of the National Agricultural Higher Education Projects, World Bank. He is the recipient of Dr. M.S. Randhawa Award for NAS for outstanding contributions to the agricultural administrations. So we welcome you. To begin the session, I request Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President AIU and VC USTM Meghalaya, to kindly open the session, and Madam would be taking care of the session as a co-chair. The session is open for all the Vice Chancellors to kindly present their views, concerns, if any, in front of the body.
Respected Chairman of AICTE, Professor T.G. Sitharamji, Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President AIU, Professor R.C. Agarwal, DDG ICAR. We have online with us Dr. Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi ji. He is the Chairman of NCBET. We have two persons from NAC. One is Dr. Sujata Shanbag and Dr. Srinivas. Dr. Shanbag is advisor in NAC and Dr. Srinivasa is deputy advisor. And I mean, these three people are joining online, rest are offline. And the purpose of this session particularly is that we want, if the Vice Chancellors want to interact with the professional bodies first, the professional bodies will be telling what is new in their organization, what new they are doing for the university system. And then after that, if there are some questions from the, like we have the chairpersons here from NCBET, from AICTE, we have DDG Higher Education from ICAR. So if there are any questions, you can ask in this session. Therefore, we are having more time for interaction, less for, means me and Dr. G.D. Sharma will not be speaking at all. We'll start with Dr. Sitharam, then Professor Kalsi, then Dr. R.C. Agarwal, and then NAC. This will be the sequence. So first of all, may I request Professor T.G. Sitharam, sir, to please address the gathering. Thank you, sir.
Namaskar. Very good afternoon to all of you. Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President AIU, and also Vice Chancellor USTM. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General. Dr. R.C. Agarwal, Director General ICAR, and all the distinguished Vice Chancellors, ladies and gentlemen. Happy to be here. This AIU, where you're all got together in the central zone to discuss curriculum for a holistic and multidisciplinary transformative higher education. And in this session, Madam has put it as interface with the officers from the apex bodies. So let me briefly touch upon. In the morning, I was with the Bharati event. I talked about research and innovation, initiatives, and also the journey which I went through personally. I'm not going to repeat that because some of you were there. This is very, very important because in National Education Policy 2020 talks more about, the research ecosystem in the country. And it's very important for us to have an excellent research ecosystem, because the numbers, whatever we are now talking about, we are actually not doing really well, except, even with the kind of investments what we have made, definitely we have done excellently well. But for the potential for a country like ours, I think there is a huge opportunity. At the same time, there is a huge challenge as well. So just to give you one or two, India's expenditure on R&D has remained very low in the range of 0.6% to 0.7% GDP. But the positive thing is, if I want to say positive development, India has tripled its R&D expenditure in the last 10 years. Whatever we are doing, we've done reasonably well. India's share of publications that's what I just talked to them there, that we need to do more on, the patents, innovation, and then particularly whatever we put it out, we should also put it out as open access. And that would be actually very positively changes the ecosystem, because India is a country where accessibility is an issue. So we need to put, and the initiatives, excellent initiative under the chairmanship of Dr. Chauhan has been taken in the journal subscription wise, one nation, one subscription, which is going to be a huge impact. And I don't like to talk about what is the investment they're going to put it, but I think we are spending more than that right now in a divisive way. So I think coming together is an excellent idea. So let me talk about today to you some initiatives of AICT, because that's what the expectations of Dr. Pankaja Mittal is. So I can loudly, because I just came in, so it's not my contribution. I don't need to pat my back. Okay, I just came 10 days back. It's all the efforts of the previous past chairmen at the AICTE. Starting with, if you go back to the history, Narasimha Rao was the first chairman of All India Institute of Council for Technical Education. Some of you did not know, as a MHRD minister, and 5 such MHRD ministers were there, including VP Singh. Later on, Professor Mantha is sitting here. The changes started during his time. The changes of AICTE as an institution, as a facilitator, started with Dr. Mantha, and then, Sasabudi has really changed the scenario of All India Council for Technical Education. I can proudly say today, standing in front of you, because some of you are very, the highly accomplished administrators, researchers, and professors. AICTE actually is the agency you should look for. There will be definitely sea changes is going to happen, and it's going to bring a major changes in the STEM education in the country, because we are already strong. So we need to strengthen that much more. So the first thing I just announced is there was a moratorium, and we have taken it to the Executive Council last week, and moratorium of the new institution is lifted. Please, you can read the way you want, but moratorium is lifted. We welcome engineering, and as I told all game. So researchers should increase. Today we are at the rock bottom. Number 4 for 10,000 people. That means 10,000 employees. So if we have 10,000 employees, we have 4 scientists in the country. This is unacceptable ratio. I think we need to now move towards very large number of scientists, because this is a basically Macaulay's thing. We have only people who are going to follow you rather than the leaders, drivers. So India has to do big in research and innovation. To do that, we need to increase number of PhD scholars and number of research scientists in our country. So today we have only about 160,000 doctoral students enrolled in our PhD programs, out of about close to about 36 million students. So this is a very number which is not acceptable. So coming to AICTE, as I told you, major emphasis is on multidisciplinary, imparting holistic, high quality education, teaching, learning. That means teachers training is also prime focus of ours, research and community engagement, and also research not for publication, but for public good. That should be the mantra of All India Institute of Council for Technical Education. Research for public good than research for publications. So we have several programs, and particularly because your session is on revision of curriculum, madam, I would like to tell you, we have taken a big step. Again, we are going to revive the curriculum because, see, we just looked at the data very recently, about 2 weeks back, very seriously our data. Now we have brought everything online at AICTE, and we have one software we have developed just to look at our data of 8,000 institutions called Drishyam, which tells us more than 50%. Job market is actually driving this shift to emerging and IT areas. So what can we do to attract students back to core engineering? And all the colleges, instead of closing down core engineering, they will also continue with core engineering and prosper. That's the first question I asked myself. And then we debated, looked at the data, and we have come to one certain decision. Luckily, there was already a major and minor. So what we thought is, we will offer minor programs in emerging areas like cybersecurity, data science, okay, and whatnot, AI, ML, and all that for core engineering students. So that for that we need to change the curriculum. About 20 credits, if a student does it in the areas of emerging areas, then he will get a degree in civil engineering with a minor in data science or minor in cybersecurity, whichever he focuses on. So with this, I think we will be able to give them jobs, because right now, many of the IITs, we have seen the statistics, majority of the core engineering people joining emerging areas, companies only in IT. Instead of, without even training, they go there. So we thought that we will give them training about 20 credits. And if they want to learn themselves later on, they can do so. This is the first decision we have taken. In that way, we can also justify the moratorium, because once we fill the existing seats, then, in the new institution, they are one sector. So this is one of the major decisions we have taken. And another important step is, see, the teachers' training. So the motivated, energized, and capable faculty is very key. But as we know, that role of teachers has also changed. Role of teacher is teacher is a facilitator or a guide. So what we thought is, the AICTE launched national initiative for training of technical teacher, NTTT, Atal FDPs in emerging areas, and also we are giving them awards, instituted awards, and notified approval. We have also notified these things, the approval process, and teachers training is going to take a big leap. And as I told you, AICTE had taken the decision that to close down all regional offices. So what I've joined, after joining, I took a decision saying that we will convert all those regional offices. We may not have regional offices for the purpose of approval, but we will have a regional offices for teachers training. Teaching and learning center will be created wherever our ROs are there earlier. So the ROs will be brought back to the headquarters to make it more transparent and one single place administration to be done. But teaching and learning center in the terms of similar to Atal initiative, we are going to bring. Atal is basically AICTE's Teaching and Learning Academy. So that will be expanded to some more cities. And So we will actually, teachers, we will divide them into several experiences based on the experience, based on the expertise. And we will also allow them to take MOOCs and SWAYAM courses online to certify themselves to teach other courses as well. So that is a cautious step we have taken slowly so that we can have better trained people. AICT is Teaching and Learning Academy. Right now, Jaipur one is almost ready. Guwahati is also ready. So we will actually expand this to maybe Bangalore and Trivandrum as well, and Bhopal. Atal has also collaborated with Microsoft SAP program to drive the large-scale skilling of teachers and students under the Tech Saksham program that has created significant impact. So similarly, industry-led FDPs were also organized in collaboration with ARM India, ST Microelectronics, and Adobe. These in 2021-23, close to about 1,600 FDPs were conducted training. Close to about 2.5 lakh faculty have been trained in emerging technologies, engaging distinguished resource persons from academia and industry. This is a very significant achievement during the pandemic. So we would like to move them into a blended mode so that people will also see face to face more and more and interact rather than just online. So in line with the Honorable Prime Minister's vision, Atal has awarded 43 FDPs under Prime Minister Gati Shakti scheme. So we are also developing some courses there and specific programs encouraging. And very recently in semiconductors, we are going to go a big way. AICT is going to lead the semiconductor initiative of the Government of India in a big way, particularly in teaching, learning, and creating laboratories and resources. 80,000 faculty members polytechnic have been trained. MOUs have been signed with technical universities across the country towards comprehensive, continuous, and rigorous faculty development programs. AICT's quality improvement program, 360-degree feedback, and champion teacher concept are effectively utilized for comprehensive faculty development and progression. So these are some of the initiatives in the faculty development. Coming to the internship portal, I should say this is a very big initiative. Kindly please have a look at it. This is a game-changing initiative of AICT. The internship portal is aligned with the Indian technical education with global standards and ensures hands-on exposure for the students. AICT has come up with a new internship policy that mandates internship as part of curriculum for technical institutions across India. In order to facilitate internship for the student, AICT has taken following various awareness workshops, industry academia interaction workshops, and leadership conferences. In addition to that, AICT internship portal, if some of you have not seen, please look at that, www.internship.aictindia.org. So this has been developed in to provide internship opportunities. Large number of apprenticeships are available in this portal. So we have signed MOUs, several industries, and more than 6,000 institutes have signed approximately about 23,000 MOUs with industries so far for coordinating internship and placements has been done. All district magistrates in the country were requested to engage 5 interns. This is a very excellent initiative so that they can learn really the day-to-day nitty-gritty problems of the rural India on a regular. Under this internships signed an MOU with various organizations, ministry facilitating for technical students. So Board of Apprenticeship Training, both Mumbai, Chennai, Kanpur, and Board of Practical Training, Kolkata, have also joined hands for facilitating internships with us. Coming to research, innovation, and ranking, Atal ranking of institutions and innovation achievement area is being right now held, but hopefully this will be merged with the NIRF soon in the coming years. Institution Innovation Council, I think this is the one big initiative in the last regime which has been done, and we're going to augment this or increase its activities more. So this Institution Innovation Councils, basically it is created to systematically foster the culture of innovation and startup ecosystem. Applied research, innovation, and entrepreneurship are integral to these IICs. So adoption and implementation of National Innovation Startup Policy. So these are about more than 6,500 such innovation councils have been created in different institutions across the country. Kapila program, that is Kalam program for IP literacy and awareness. Please note that just 2 days back, we have we have released the Swayam course, which anybody can credit, 4-credit course on IP, intellectual property rights. So please, make sure that even housewife can take this course and get credited and start having a second job, maybe. Okay. Similarly, Yukti 2.0, systematic assimilation of technical innovative technologies and products developed by higher education institutions with commercial viability and investment potential is also been more than 50,000 innovations on Yukti 2.0 platform have been received. And this is also maintained by AICTE. 2,700 higher education institutions have developed national innovation and startup policies, and 11,800 schools across the country have registered and nominated 53,000 teachers for School Innovation Ambassador Training Program, which is called SIITP. Out of them, 14,600 teachers have completed this course and got the certificates. So 21 higher education institutions are offering MBA, PG diploma in innovation, entrepreneurship, and venture development program. So with this, I'm telling you also to invite the Vice Chancellors to start programs in semiconductors, IC, VLSI. Please, if you are interested, we have developed the curriculum both for UG and PG. Any institution, I welcome you to start this program. This is the initiative of the Government of India. They would like to create an ecosystem of the semiconductor in the country. So I invite the Vice Chancellors to start this program, and any help from AICTE, including the curriculum, will be given to you. It is ready. It's been developed by very top-notch professors from IITs only. IIT Bombay professor is chairing that committee, and the syllabus complete curriculum is ready for UG program as well as diploma program. In diploma also, we welcome you to start this. Coming to hackathons, I think you have seen the success of hackathon. Recently, we had the UNESCO hackathon on agriculture, education, drinking water and sanitation, energy and health and hygiene. And there were more than 25 countries from Africa were there, with 6 to 8 people coming to Delhi and participating in this, along with equal number of institutions from India participated in this. Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh inaugurated this, and it was closed. Closing event was signed off by Honorable Vice President of India. So the AICTE startup program to create 1 lakh tech-based student-owned startups, 1 million employment opportunity in about 10 years by developing an ideal entrepreneurial ecosystem and promoting, sharing, inter-institutional partnership among technical institutions. I again welcome all of you to be part of this initiative itself. Coming to research, a research promotion scheme aims to create research ambience by promoting research in technical disciplines and innovations in established and emerging technologies. And AICTE Idea Lab is another one, very innovative thing. So please, some of you should visit the Bangalore BTU Idea Lab, which is, I think, is one of the best. So maybe similar attempts, you can do that in your institutions. So we welcome that also. Coming to global outreach of higher education, twinning programs offered. The purpose of degree in collaboration with universities abroad. So QAP scheme incorporating a semester-based learning to faculty members in foreign universities with a PhD. AICTE MyTax scheme providing opportunities to students to pursue internship. This year, MyTax is supporting on their own 130 internships to Canada. So under Canada-India Acceleration Program. So coming to the students learning assessment, AICTE has a Parak portal. Please have a look at that. This is an excellent portal which is implemented in a large-scale program to assess and improve the knowledge of skill sets among students. AICTE Student Learning Assessment Parak, we call project, aims to evaluate students and assess their comprehensive qualitative and quantitative growth during the course of study. So the major objective of this AICTE Student Learning Assessment Program, Parak, is developing strong analytical, communicational, quantitative, application-based, comprehensive information skills among the Indian students, assessing and comparing student skills of the country, creating a mechanism to help students to know their capabilities that can help students to decide their professional career that align with their interest and choice of studies. And then, coming to Idanjali, I can conduct remedial classes for students through retired and serving faculty members. This is a very, very important initiative of so to bring back the disadvantaged students to also into the mainframe. And the ACT technical book writing is a very innovative and a first of its kind. And I will tell you, it has attracted even international publishers to come to ACT to look for this. What is this technical book writing? We have already completed diploma and first year engineering and second year engineering. Some of them have completed, some of them yet to submit their final books. But all of them, the interesting thing is, they are available in 13 languages. ACT language tool is very, very, really excellent one. I can tell you, after using so many international ones, ACT language translation tool is one of the best, and which can translate your books in a very similar format to 13 languages. Please make use of this, and we will offer you soon that tool to every one of you. The salient feature of ACT outcome-based books, these are all actually whatever books what I've talked about in diploma, they're all based on outcome-based education. That means every chapter or every unit has learning outcomes, objectives, and all that content of the book is mapping course outcomes, program outcomes, and unit outcomes. And in each of the unit, learning outcomes are listed to make the student understand what is expected to learn, rather than a very mundane. So these books are not just a run-of-the-mill books. Please understand. And another thing is, the beauty is the book provides a lot of recent information through QR code. The QR code is embedded, so simply scanning it will take you directly to, and we have also requested all the authors to put mainly the Indian videos, Indian contributions, Indian researchers' work into that, so that you will actually promote research which is happening in Indian higher education. So these books are very unique. I was really, really taken back, because I was also book writing person, but all these have done in 4 months. Many of the books have written in 4 months with complete help from ACT. So again, we'll send out a call. I request all of you to participate in that. Apart from essential information, no more section is also included in these books. Short questions, objective questions, and long answer exercises are also given. It is not a run-of-the-mill book, as I told you very clearly. It is a very unique and forward-thinking with outcome-based education book. So coming to the Indian knowledge system, I don't need to say much, because I think AIU has also covered some of those things there. Indian knowledge system, a lot of work is happening, even though it is a ministry's cell, but sitting in the AICT, Dr. Ganti Murthy has done an excellent job, wherein we are promoting the activities of the Indian science in a more scientific way, in a rigorous way, with evaluation and evidence-based thought process. And ease of doing business, I think, let me tell you, AICT has taken a step. We don't want you to visit AICT at all. Please don't come there. We will come to your doorsteps. We will send information right into your offices. So I don't like any of you to visit unless you want to say hello to us as a friend. Please come. Otherwise, we will come to you with all the information right away, and we will make light but tight approval process. We are going to make a very simplified procedure for approval process. And as I told you, we have removed the moratorium. We are going to start a program with a minor degree and approval process. EVC, if you have done in the first year, we will remove that in the 4th year. But we will ask you to submit yourself self-declaration through videos. So we will evaluate, and if there is a complaint, we will act very strictly. This is what I would like to tell you. If there are complaints, we have a mechanism to check that complaint, whether it is genuine or not. And AICT is going completely IVRS based complaint system. That means you will be talking to machines now, not to the human beings. Okay, everything is recorded. Please note that next week we are going to IVRS completely. So anybody calling AICTE will be answered by these machines and taken to a respective section heads will speak to you directly rather than from Tom, Dick and Harry, and will address your issues directly. One nation, one data. By February, it will be ready so that you don't need to resubmit your documents to different agencies like NIRF and UGC, NCVET, any agency, you know, and there will be APIs. We will convert to their formats and they can download it. Simply, agencies also can download directly. They don't need to call us. So we want to avoid direct contact, but we wanted to increase the more efficiency. So online applications, AQIS schemes such as RPS, MODROPS will be also strengthened. We are not closing down them. We are going to strengthen them because some of the institutions, particularly I was looking at the data, it is really appalling to look at the institutions which are 50 years old, like the institutions where I graduated from, which are government institutions. They are survived. Even now they are surviving, but the facilities are not good. Students are excellent. So we want to revive them. 50 years old institution. There are more than 150 in the country, engineering. I'm talking about only engineering institutions. There are more than 150, but they do not have really funds for expanding. The teachers are not there. They'll never come for accreditation. They'll never come because they know their deficiencies. So I have spoken to even NBA chairman, Dr. Sasrabudi. I told him, you know, we should first engage them. Give them the NBA, very similar to thing what you did in the approval. Give them conditional approval or conditional accreditation. So that 2 years will give time, increase the number of faculty like that. So very positive steps will be taken to even for the accreditation. He has also agreed. Hopefully he will come up with some plans, Chairman NBA, because that is his domain, not mine. So I can't speak for him. Coming to the National Credit Framework, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the fantastic documents. There is a huge contribution from AICTE in this. So to bring the vocational courses, and if some of you have not read, please read the document carefully, because now it is uniform. It will put informalization of the entire programs running, whether it is online or real time or the vocational courses, all are on one platform now. So there is multiple entry exit very easily possible. ABC also soon will be rolled out, Academic Bank of Credits. So we are also working with different agencies on that. I think I have given, Madam, most of the activities of the AICTE with this free introduction. If there is any questions, I will take. Thank you very much. Trying to understand. Please understand, I have only spent about 15 days now, but I'm trying to understand the role of AICTE and what it is doing. Definitely, we will work hard to make this more successful. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind. Bharat. Jai Hind.
Can I ask a question, sir? I have a question.
Sir, thanks to Professor Sitaram. He gave a very, very inclusive, exhaustive at what all AICTE is doing, starting from lifting the moratorium or internship bank, capacity building of faculty, having courses in semiconductors, real IC. And when he was talking about ease of doing business, that you need not come to AICTE. He has proven it that he himself, Chairman AICTE himself, is here in front of you rather than you going to him. So thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for this. Now we have with us Dr. Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi. Very recently, there has been a national credit framework. So Dr. Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi will be talking about the credit framework, that what all are there. And this has been produced in consultation with UGC, AICTE, and the NCVET. So over to Dr. Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj.
Can I ask one question from Professor Sitaram?
Can we have the question at the end, please?
Okay, no.
When all the presentations
Yes.
are over.
Dr. P.G. Sitaram, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Professor G.D. Sharma ji, Professor R.C. Agrawal, Dr. Sujata, Dr. Srinivas, and the distinguished Vice Chancellors.
Sir, you have to unmute yourself. We are not able to hear you.
I am already,
Yes. Now we are able to.
yeah.
Audible.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Professor T.G. Sitaram, Professor G.D. Sharma, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Dr. R.C. Agrawal, Dr. Sujata, Dr. Srinivas, very distinguished Vice Chancellors. I am here to talk about the transformative steps which Government of India has taken on the implementation of NAP. And this is nothing but the National Credit Framework, which has been prepared and which will be issued shortly. Now, all of you are aware of the various provisions of National Education Policy. Now, holistic education was one of the main components of this policy. Multidisciplinary holistic education was one of the main components of this policy. And now, today, we are talking about one of the most important issues, which is holistic and multidisciplinary transformative higher education. And I would only like to count the important factors which will decide on the revision of the curriculum. So obviously, firstly, it is the National Education Policy, which is guiding the revision of the curriculum. And this is being implemented through the National Credit Framework. Then, as Dr. Sitaram also talked about, digital and blended learning. And there are other tools and technologies which are extremely important. New and emerging technologies and future technologies. Also, there is a focus on new competencies to be developed, including soft skills for future. Future and new job roles. And then, very importantly, we have to keep in mind the learning styles of the new millennials, that is Generation Z and the Generation Next, which we'll have to take into account while developing our curriculum. Now, let's first understand as to why and how and for what kind of environment we are trying to develop this curriculum. Now, if I talk about next 10 years of development, now there are 13 clear mega trends which are deciding services, manufacturing, agriculture, and all other activities across the globe. So these 13 trends I'll just count: connectivity and convergence, cognitive era, bricks and clicks, smart is the new green, social trends, new business models, health and wellness, then innovating to zero, economic trends, urbanization, future of infrastructure development, future of energy, and future of mobility. So these 13 trends with number of sub-trends, they are deciding on the kind of individuals, the kind of youth we need to live, learn, and work in this world today, as well as in creating and leading the future change. Now, when I talk about the NCRF, now this is a document which has been jointly developed by UGC, AICT, NCVT, NCRT, CBSE, and there were other institutions involved, including additional secretary level officers from Department of School Education, Higher Education, and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. First of all, NCRF provides for creditization of all learnings and integrating credits from all dimensions of learning. And these dimensions could be academic, could be vocational, could be experiential learning. Secondly, it removes any distinction between general education and vocational education. And there is a provision to establish academic equivalence for ensuring mobility of students within these verticals or across the verticals. Then to cater to multidisciplinary and holistic education, now we have made special provisions. You can work across social sciences, arts, humanities, sports. As Dr. Sitaram was talking about major and minor, that concept has been extended to all disciplines. There is also provision of multiple entry, multiple exit pathways, which has been created not only between general education or vocational education, but also between them. The NCRF provides for assignment, accumulation, storage, transfer, and redemption of credits. And this is totally based on the comprehensive credit-based academic and skill qualification frameworks. Now, all of you are aware of National Higher Education Qualification Framework and National Skill Qualification Framework. National Curricular Framework is, of course, under preparation and expected soon. Now, the NCRF is totally aligned with these. And this is going to be really a very transformative step. It will also allow all kinds of flexible curricular structures, and you can have a creative combination of subjects. The students, they'll be able to choose their learning trajectories and programs, and midway they can change the careers, they can change the courses, they can change the streams. No, that would be possible. Educational acceleration and recognition of prior learning has been provided for. Now, educational acceleration, for example, hackathon or Olympiads. Now, there was no provision earlier in the earlier policy, but now there's a proper provision which has been provided right from school education to the higher education. Similarly, credits for online, digital, and blended learning, that has been provided. Now, that has been provided subject to various technology tools being used. And this will expand the open and distance learning options. It will also provide a lot of flexibility and efficiency with the extensive use of technology. Multilingualism is again very important. So we are talking about 13 languages now, but ultimately we'll go into all 22 languages. And this will make the education, especially the higher education, available to more than 90% of the non-English speaking medium students. An extensive use of technology in teaching, learning, and skilling will be making it more inclusive, affordable, and this will increase access to Divyangs. Lastly, promotion of international education through provision of credit transfers and enabling international equivalence will be much easier with this. So under the NCRF, which will be operationalized through the Academic Bank of Credits, 5th class is level 1, 8th class is level 2. Thereafter, for every year of learning, you increase the NCRF level, the NCRF level by 0.5. So that means 10th is 3, 12th is 4, UG's first year is 4.5, second year is 5, third year is 5.5, and so on. Now it assumes every year of learning has 1200 hours learning per year. And for that, you get 40 credits. You can design a program with 40 credits or 44 credits in a year, no problem. Similarly, you can take more than one program at a time, one online program and one offline program. Also, for the NCRF calculation, on an average, you take 30 credits per hour, 30 hours per credit. However, the institution can design the programs based on the standard norms of different credits for lectures, for labs, and for experiential learning. So that goes on. Also, NCRF enables creditization of all learnings, all kinds of learning, right from classroom teaching and learning, classroom labs, assignments, technical vocational education, field visits, skilling, training, online learning, internship, apprenticeship, and experiential learning, on-the-job training. Then examination assessments, they are included. Also, any kind of social work or community work, NCC, Shramdan, etc. is included. Sports and games are included. And there's a special provision for awarding the national and international achievers. Now, how do you really give them credits for whatever they have achieved? And can those credits be converted into some kind of skills or academic credits? So all that is possible. So that same is possible with all performing arts, music, yogas, handicrafts, etc., etc. Now, this is the most important figure here, wherein you add credits in 3 dimensions: academic access, skill access, and experiential learning access. Now, on academic access, 1 to 4 is school, and 4.5 to 8 is higher education. Similarly, on skills, you go from 1 to 8. From 1 to 4, it is basically for no education to say 10th class or 12th class, whereas level 4.5 to 8, the entry level could be, say, a UG student or a PG student or a PhD student, or even students with 12th with experience, or ITIs with experience, and so on. So all that is possible. So this really integrates credits from both areas. Now, also there is a provision which has been given for adding credits from academics and skills, and then work out the UG program. For example, a vocational program, you can have 60% of the credits from the skill access and 40% credits from the academic access. For other subjects, you can go up to 50%. 50% could be the credits earned from the skill side and 50% from the academic side. Now, for example, the army people, there is a scheme called Punarsthapan scheme. Now, where we have already allowed this, that the army men can get the skills for whatever they have learned throughout their life in the army as skills. Now, 50% credits can come from there, and 50% credits they can earn from IGNOU, and both can be added, and they can get a UG degree. So that is possible. Now, what we have done, there are 19 verticals of the army, and we have all recognized all these 19 verticals as awarding bodies and assessment agencies of NCVT, so that they can provide credits for their own skills. So that has been done. Now, if you look at the kind of courses which are available, now NSQF level 5 and above, so there are courses now available for the university graduates, UG first year, UG second year, UG third year, or even PhD level courses are available. And these courses are rather long courses. And if you want to go for upskilling, you can have even shorter courses. Now NCVT has also provision to allow the OEM courses to be recognized. That means all courses from, say, Microsoft, Oracle, IBM, Red Hat, AWS, etc. No, they can be recognized, and we have started recognizing them through the NASSCOM. So NASSCOM is giving us those courses. Right now, that process has started. Presently, we have about 5,800 courses, out of which about 1,800 courses have been archived. So about 4,000 courses are available. And out of these 4,000 courses, about 250 courses are absolutely futuristic. Now, curriculum component, now all of you are aware of this. I'll not go into detail. I'll just focus on the component which relates to NCRF. So in NCRF, we have divided the learning: knowledge, skills, professional learnings, and aptitudes. And all these 4, we are making no differentiation for any particular subject. For example, you have learning in history, you have learning in computer science, you have learning in economics. Now, if you study 1,200 hours, you will get 40 credits. And there's no differentiation of either level or the number of credits are. And you can deploy any kind of learning methods which are there. Of course, these learning methods will have to be pre-approved as part of the course curriculum. Once you do that, only then you'll be able to do it. Then excellence in learning and teaching. Now, we have 2 dimensions in learning and teaching. One is cognitive process dimension. That is remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. We also call it Bloom's taxonomy. And whereas there is a knowledge dimension where you go factual, conceptual, procedural, or metacognitive. Now, what we are looking at is the combination of the 2. And most of the institutions are in the first 9 quadrants. and our aim is to touch all 24 quarters. So that is the ultimate aim we strive for. And while designing our instructions, now we clearly know, at least the skill education, we follow this. The lecture has a very small percentage, lecture, then reading, then audio visuals. All three put together is 35%, then demonstration is 30%, discussion groups, then practical, that is by doing, you learn up to 75%, and teaching others is 90%. So that's what we deploy. And this is the blended learning process which we specify. You have theory lectures, imparting theoretical and conceptual knowledge. Then you have imparting soft skills and life skills, that is employability skills and mentorship as well. Showing demonstration is the third component. Fourth one is practical skills and skilling with work, skills for working with hands. And then fifth is the tutorial assignments and drills and practicals. Sixth is your assessment, evaluation, and examination. And then lastly, you have apprenticeship, internship, and on-the-job training. So these 7 components are there. In blended learning, in our qualification, we define the mix of online and offline for each of these 7 components, for each qualification. So, for example, if there are, say, 500 qualifications for blended learning, in all 500 qualifications, you will find this mix. And this mix changes with the change in technology, use of technology. For example, if you want to impart theory online, you can do it with LMS, but without LMS, you cannot do it. So similarly, this has been prescribed for every company. So very effectively, we are using it. Now, 10 competencies I would particularly like to just mention here, which we must keep in mind while designing our curriculum. Social intelligence, novel and adaptive thinking, new media literacy, cognitive load management, virtual collaboration, transdisciplinarity, design mindset, computational thinking, cross-cultural competency, and sense-making. Now, these have been brought out by the industry, and not only the Indian industry, but the global industry. And let me share that we design all our courses in collaboration with industry, and we don't do it. Industry does it. And industry brings it through the awarding bodies. We only approve these courses. And this is not NCVT as one body which approves it. There is a National Skill Qualification Committee, which has membership from UGC, from AICT, from school education, from industry, from state governments, from industry bodies. Now, all these people, along with 8 ministries, they sit down together and they approve these qualifications. So these 10 competencies, they have been demanded by the industry time and again. So I'll just flag it. So similarly, future skills, as Professor Sitaramji was mentioning, now we have 10 new and emerging technologies, that is artificial intelligence, blockchain, IoT, cybersecurity, cloud computing, social and mobile, robotic process automation, data dynamics, 3D printing, and AR, VR, and XR technology. So these 10 technologies, they have to be mixed along with other technologies. Why not in history? Why not in economics? Why not in other subjects? So unless you have a major and a minor concept, and you mix these future technologies, you use these future skills with every curriculum, the student will not be able to find jobs in the market. Now, I have just given some indicative sectors. You talk about automotive, aviation, or capital goods, or IT, ITES, or electronics, or agriculture. Everywhere you can mix these 10 technologies. And you can find very good jobs for them. And some of the emerging tools and technologies which we must adopt in all our curriculum in one or the other way, either as a user or as a designer, that has to be decided. We will not be able to get jobs to us. So these are extremely important and a must technology. So already more than 250 courses, they exist in various areas, 3D printing, 5G and 6G technologies, artificial intelligence and machine learning. Similarly, electronic vehicle, drone, cyber security, cloud computing. And we also have courses in mechatronics and VLSI design. Now, these courses have been designed by the industry itself, and we are only offering these courses. Now, AICT run institutions, they also came up with the concept of 6-month internship. So we designed courses for them, 6-month internship. Now, these courses can be offered in AICT, and wherever there is a requirement of industry attachment, the person can go for industry attachment or take these courses and create a project, and then he can get 20 credits for that. So that has been done. Then very importantly, some employability skills and professional skills, they have been added with each course, added to each course. All 5,800 courses have these 12 components, mainly the communication skills, the English and language skills, digital literacy and skills, then financial and legal literacy, entrepreneurship, then customer service and retailing, diversity and inclusion we have added everywhere, then constitutional value and citizenship, and finally the job readiness and preparation for the student. These 12 have been added. Also, there are a number of professional skills for the new age, new digital age, which needs to be added. I'll just mention it here. Life skills and soft skills, which need to be given to the student, and these can be added to the curriculum in one or the other way. Now, we have the level descriptors, and these level descriptors have 5 components. And for every course we design, we provide for the learning outcomes. And these learning outcomes will cover all these 5. One is the theoretical knowledge, second is the practical knowledge, third is the soft skills, life skills, and professionalism. Fourth is the final outcome-based learning which he had from the entire course. And fifth is the responsibility which he can discharge. So these 5, so 5 into 8, so that is the matrix we have created. And I'm very soon I'm going to put it for public consultation. So the NCVTs are main functions I just wanted to cover in one slide. Now, development and qualitative improvement of vocational education and training. So National Skill Qualification Framework and Alignment Approval Process, this is here in NCVT. Then maintaining a National Qualification Register and National Occupation Standards, that's what we do. And we recognize awarding bodies, assessment agencies, skill information providers, and training bodies through EBs, of course. And skill university guidelines we are issuing through MSD if they want to become an awarding body and assessment agency. Similarly, any university can be awarding body and assessment agency. For example, the IGNOU has already become an awarding body and assessment agency. Similarly, a number of other universities, they have already taken this status, and they can offer higher level courses, level 5, 4.5, 5, 5.5 and above. And they can issue certificate on their own, they can assess on their own, and they can provide a sort of certificate, the degree, which has both components, the academics as well as the skilling. Thank you so much. I'm very open to questions. So any questions, I would be happy to answer. Thank you.
Dr. Kalsi, thanks for the excellent presentation and explaining in detail what the National Credit Framework is. Very soon we are going to see it, and everybody will be having access to it. So
they have been signed and submitted now. Thank you.
Back, if there are some questions, we'll be taking it up after 2 presentations. One by Dr. R.C. Agarwal, who is DDG in ICAR, and then NAC. So, Dr. R.C. Agarwal, please.
Presentation. Thank you very much, AIU and Symbiosis, for calling me here and for associating ICR in this important event. agriculture education, as you know, has not been in the mainstream. The reason being, this was involvement of ICR in all the meetings. I think it is gaining much popularity now, and the popularity can be seen. Most of the universities are opening now the agriculture colleges, and the number of students are increasing by leaps and bounds. You can see in all the universities. Next. So when I talk agriculture education, can you give me the control here? Okay. So this is the allocation of business. Always people talk how the agriculture education is being governed by ICR. We are only the facilitator. We are not the regulator for this agriculture education. So if there is a uniform course curriculum for UG level, PG level, PhD level, it is all done by Indian Council of Agricultural Research for these 74 universities. And under Constitution, this activity has been given to Department of Agricultural Research and Education for the standardization of all this education. Next. And under this, if you see, when we say the agriculture education, this doesn't restrict only to the agriculture, which generally people understand. We have to also include the forestry, we have to include the fisheries, we have to include the horticulture, and like that. So many other kind of things also come under the umbrella of this agriculture education. In addition to this, if you see, this is a huge network. Not only these 74 agriculture universities, but also 120 research institutes of ICR located everywhere in India, and then 732 Krishi Vigyan Kendra. They are all part of this agriculture education. And when we say agriculture education, let me also just tell you, this is integrated with the research and extension. We cannot take out only the education from the extension and other things. Every university, state agriculture university or the central agriculture university, they have their well-defined jurisdiction, like 8 districts, 10 districts, 15 districts. So any research, any disease which spreads in the fields, or any other thing connected with the animals, it comes to that particular university which has the jurisdiction, and then it comes in the education. So it's all integral part of education, research and extension. So keeping that thing in view, only this huge network is working. And for this, we have a lot of investment. I'm also the national director of World Bank, where we have invested 1,200 crores just for the quality and more relevant education. And that project is still going on, under which we are sending students abroad. Till date, we have sent around 1,000 students. On each student, we are spending around 15 to 20 lakh rupees. And also our faculty, we are sending to the best of the best universities across the world, so that they come with the better skills and the updated knowledge. Next. So quickly, because I have been given 10 minutes, so let me just give only the few points. So what exactly we have done, because I don't have the control of the slides from here, so we can run quickly. Presently, we have more UG students, but the PG and PhD students are also there. And I am happy to just say, because it is written in the national education policy, that the agriculture universities constitute 9%, but our intake is only 1%. So for that, we have given directions to all universities to increase 10% seats every year. And 20% seats have been already increased in the last 2 years. We have just collected this data. Next. There are many provisions which already we are following. The important thing is 4-year degree program, and the agriculture education is a professional degree. Already we declared in 2016. We made the student ready program, which was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister, the Rural Entrepreneurship Awareness Development Yojana. So they have to be 1 year just in the villages or with the industry, and then they have to get all this particular knowledge. Next. this is the assessment of the budget and the faculty student ratio, which recently we have compared. And we have compared with many world universities, and this comes at a very low end. You can see that the per faculty budget is just 0.6 crore. Similarly, per student, you can see. So, but still our performance is not less than any other university. If you see their employment, if you see their entrepreneurship, whatever is, whatever you just see. And the student faculty ratio also now we have increased, and that is really a big concern. Next. We have also the categorization of our universities after this NEP on the budget size. And again, if you see more than 500 crore or 600 crore, there are only 4 universities, and mostly they lie between 100 to 200 crores. But the good thing I want to share with you that because of this last, after NEP, we have made certain guidelines for the revenue generation. And in the last year, around 200 crore extra revenue was generated. And per faculty, per university, the average was earlier 27 crores, but now it has increased to 30 crores. So that's really a big change. And by 2035, we want to make them all the self-sustained, as it is indicated in the NEP. We are developing a document of around 50 models which can be adopted. Next. And this is as per this ideal faculty student ratio, which we have a very less, we have to increase, and that analysis also we have done. And we have just found that around 68,000 students we can, without increasing, without filling the vacant posts, we can immediately admit in our university. And that, again, I am saying that 20,000 already we have admitted more students in the last 2 years. Next. This is a analysis. I want to just inform all the esteemed audience. We have undertaken a study that what is the human resource requirement for the next 20 years in the agriculture. And we have found that gap also, that what is the gap presently and how many more colleges we have to open next. And according to that, more than 500 colleges in the next 20 years we have to open in different. Next. You can see in different streams how we have to open these colleges. So that also we have, and we are very soon going to release this in a very important analysis and a huge report, which took around 8 months to develop. Next. There are many other systems which already we are following, but next, I'll not because of the paucity of time. But I want to just highlight that next. Already we developed a roadmap which we are following, all universities are following. We are taking all this as it was presented by AICT, presented by National Credit Framework. Everything we are keeping in mind, and we are again formulating the revised course curriculum for the undergraduate, where all these new guidelines are being followed. Next. The important thing is in the last 3 years, around 450 vocational courses we have started, and they are very popular. And especially for the IoT-based solutions, our many universities, they have come out very good solutions for the farmers, automated pump system, and other IoT-based solutions. So, like recently, 5 universities, they have started the courses for this pilot training for the drones. They have got the license. Last week, I was in Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, and there was a drive to recruit 600 persons, undergraduate, by the drone company. So that kind of thing, for whether it's industry-oriented courses, communication skills courses, or the experiential learning related courses, so many things, community-based skills, that all we are studying. Next. And for PG, already we have formulated based on the latest requirements, whatever are required. and that has been implemented, keeping many provisions of this NEP. So all universities, they are following the revised BSMA guidelines. Next. We invested huge money for this consortium of e-resources in agriculture, by which all these 74 universities and all research institutes, they were using our single platform. Of course, now we are part of this One Nation, One subscription. And because of that, when we started in 2007, our global rank in publication in agriculture was 11, but today it is number 4. So that there is a quantum jump in this publications also. Next. And similarly in Asia also, our global rank, our rank is 2nd. Next. So a lot of such initiatives we are taking. We have a very good repository of 1.8 lakh thesis, where we are putting at a single platform, and now we are going to link it with this with the main databases which are being maintained at the national level. In FlipNet, we have already talked. Next. This MOU we signed in the August last year, and meditation we have made compulsory in all agricultural universities, and it has very good impact. And we are finding these students really they are putting more attention towards their studies, and they are really feeling more energetic after this introduction of this meditation in the course curriculum. Next. We organized one Gyanotsav with the Sanskrit Uttan Nyas. It was a very huge success in our campus, and a lot of input and a lot of exhibitions were also put up there. So that also we just wanted to make the presence. Hello. Next. Of this agriculture again in front of all those persons. For global ranking, again, we have developed a document. We have conducted the gap analysis, and 2 of our universities, agricultural universities, for the first time, they have come in the QS ranking. We are targeting 10 more universities, and the complete comprehensive report, again, we are going to release in next maybe 15-20 days. It's under it is under the review, peer review. Next. All the vice chancellors, they have been sensitized that how to really go for this global ranking, because again, NEP says that we have to go for the internalization. This resilient agriculture education system we are developing, we are investing around 150 crores in this, and how the learning management system and other things will work. And for that, again, I want to share with you, and we'll send the invitation. From 21st to 23rd March, we are going to have a global conference of around 50 global universities. They are going to participate to share their views for this agriculture education, what are the best practices being followed, so that we can again implement all those in India also. Next. So there are many other points, but let me just conclude by saying that we are going to introduce this agriculture education also at the primary level, middle level. And for that, we conducted one workshop of all Delhi-based school principals. And we are conducting such in other universities also. And NCRT has also already made a committee where we are going to have this agriculture as one of the subjects in the primary level, middle level and higher secondary level. And we are also focusing on many new things which are connected with this entrepreneurship. And one last point I just want to say that for the recognition of universities as per our norms, for our own admission system, not in general, we have relaxed many conditions again to have more and more universities to participate for this agriculture education system, and that very soon we are going to release that particular thing. So I'm here to respond to your queries, and I'll request the chairman AICT that if we can have really the good collaboration with the AICT for our agricultural universities, so that the traditional universities can really have handholding of our agricultural universities. I think that can really help our all universities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. R.C. Agarwal, for being to the point. Thanks a lot. And thanks for bringing agriculture to the Indian universities also. Now the last presentation is from NAC. Dr. Sujata Shanbag is there. Sujata ji, you know that the session is running late. So we'll be very happy if you can present within a time period of 10 minutes. And don't tell about NAC, just tell what new is happening in NAC.
Yeah.
But there is some time for question answers also. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's good. Thank you. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and online and offline. Greetings from NAC family. We will be, I'll skip all these things. Anyway, you know, NAC process is an enabling rather than punitive. And our whole assessment and accreditation process runs through these core values, which we are advising the institutions to adopt this so that they can reach the excellence. And the new initiatives of NACs are, we have started mock test. It is available on the institution's stand, and this will help them to prepare themselves better. And every time we strengthen the data validation and verification process, and the partners, we train them, and now we are giving feedback on the portal to the partners to make it a more robust process. And we have brought in Margadarshan scheme, wherein the accredited institutions will help the non-accredited institutions to understand the assessment and accreditation process and to handhold them. Apart from, NAC runs the handholding programs in collaboration with Department of Higher Education or Collegiate of Higher Education, State Act and SLQAC, state level quality assurance cells, and universities. And we have brought in the NEP aspects in our tool to bring to make the HAIs prepared for the NEP implementation. And one major initiative in NAC is the disclosing of the benchmarks and bringing in some NEP aspects in the simplified manuals. You can look into NAC website and you will know what is the simplified manual and what are the benchmarks we have set for that. And learned academicians can give us the feedback to improve on that. I will not explain the SSR mock test. It is available on the portal of the HAIs. You can look into that. And even the Margadarshan scheme about whole these things that is available on the NAC website, and you can have simplified in terms of these are, we have simplified the tools and benchmarks to make it more transparent. And this revolve around autonomy, flexibility, and innovation in curriculum and its transactions. That is teaching learning. Innovations in teaching learning methodologies in terms of skill developments and collaborations among higher education institutions. Empowering teachers and students in terms of autonomy to the learners to be a lifelong learners and make them acquire skills required to be an entrepreneur. To encourage anytime, anywhere learning, self-learning by providing autonomy to the learners and autonomy to the teachers in content development, course development, bringing in flexibility to teachers and students in teaching learning process. Flexibility to teachers in curriculum transactions and flexibility to students in choosing the courses they want to learn, how to learn, and when to learn. And upgradation of and deployment of technology to enhance the teaching learning processes. These are the focuses of simplified things. It doesn't mean that if they're not there, we have given more focus in terms of benchmark and in terms of intent of the metric. NAC focuses on how HAIs are bringing in Indian knowledge system, environment and sustainability and other value frameworks enshrined in Sustainable Development Goals and National Education Policy 2020 into the curriculum. These are incorporated in criteria 1 and 2 of the assessment and accreditation tool. Criterion 3 focuses on creation and transfer of technology, knowledge by providing an ecosystem for innovations, Indian knowledge system, including awareness about the IPR, establishment of IPR cell, incubation center, and other initiatives. The focus is also on quality extension and outreach activities in terms of institutions' social responsibilities towards the neighborhood community, in terms of impact and sensitizing the students to social issues and holistic development through the experiences provided to students and their overall development as an empowered citizen. The reason being, in near future on implementation of the NEP, the evaluation will be this. NAC wants HIs to be empowered in that line. In 6th criterion, NAC has focused on institutional perspective plan or institutional development plan and leadership, and institutional perspective plan is effectively deployed. NEP also stresses on institutional development plan. These aspects are given more focus and its impact. In 7th criterion, the focus is on commitment to the sustainable development goals and inculcating values among the students to be the global players. The simplified manuals have shifted their focus more on process, its impact, and outcome-based education. NAC had all these aspects mainly in terms of inputs. You may feel overall metrics remain the same, but if you look at the intent of the metric and the benchmark, it has moved more towards process, its impact, and outcome-based education, enabling HIs and teachers and facilitating them and to be lifelong learners and to provide academic ambience and inculcate research culture in the institutions is the more initiatives of NAC to enable the institutions to implement the NEP and prepare the students for, to be a empowered citizen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shanbag. Thanks for the beautiful presentation. Most of the questions in all of our sessions come from NAC only. So now, without wasting much time, because we are already running late, so the house is now open. Any questions you are wanting to ask from the chairman AICT or any of the 4 speakers, if you want to ask questions, the house is now open.
So should I ask first?
Please.
Yeah, my question is to Chairman AICTE. As an NEP, we are talking about 3 years of undergraduate program and 4 years of program with honors or research degree. So how AICTE is moving towards that? Is AICTE thinking of some changes to bring BTech program general of 3 years and honors or with the research for 4 years?
BTech is already 4 years, no? So there is no issue at all. BTech is already 4 years. The point is we don't want to reduce the duration.
Thank you.
Only one suggestion, sir. Change the multiple accreditation like NIRF, NAC, NBA, ICR, NABH, and NABL. There should be only one agency for all these accreditation with common norms and standard. And one other suggestion, sir. When a central council has given permission for any course, then state government affiliating universities should not refuse for permission or affiliation. इसके प्रॉब्लम मध्य प्रदेश में हम लोग बहुत फेस कर रहे हैं सर. AICT परमिशन देता है, PCI परमिशन देता है, नर्सिंग काउंसिल देता है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और यूनिवर्सिटी रिफ्यूज कर देती है. देन क्या करना चाहिए ऐसी स्थिति में सर?
questions are actually not relevant to us. I will explain why. Both questions are not relevant to AICTE. It is not why, because you see, we started NBA in accreditation at AICTE, but now it is a completely different agency because we didn't want to club, government didn't want to club accreditation and also there's no way it cannot come back to AICTE. So maybe we're also. I think you missed my point, sir, but I don't think AICTE has a role to play there, except maybe I can give you suggestion like you to them, but we don't have a much role other than giving a suggestion.
Can I answer that question for him? Can I answer that question?
जी आप अपना क्वेश्चन पूछिए.
Sir, I have a question.
Please.
Sir, 1 second, please. Let me answer the second part of his question, which is second part of your question. One is accreditation. The other one was exactly. Again, there is no role of us. Please understand. How do I say on the behalf of the.
Sir, can I ask a question?
Hey, wait, sir. Please wait. 1 minute, please. No, my suggestion was, let them, state government has to answer or something we need to bring out as a collective effort. But anyway, I think one Vice Chancellor has a solution for that. Maybe he will listen to it. Go ahead. Right here, he's actually visible. Go ahead, Professor.
Professor Reddy is requested to proceed.
I am Professor Mahendra Reddy from Hyderabad.
Yes, sir, please.
This question is to Professor T.G. Sitaram. Sir, congratulations for an excellent presentation on innovations. I would like to know why there was a shift from 5-star rating to 3-star rating from Atal ranking of institutions for innovation achievements. Number 2, PhD student, you said there's an opportunity to go abroad from AICTI. It's an innovation. Can you spell it out more details? It is going to benefit the country. Thank you, sir.
I believe he is asking the contribution of PhD students going abroad. They have been given more weightage than the students pursuing PhD in India.
No, sir, madam, can I raise the question? Sir, you said, am I audible? Am I audible? Professor Sitaram, am I audible?
You're audible, but
so I would like to know whether you mentioned that there's a shift from 5-star rating to 3-star rating from Atal ranking of institutions for innovation achievements recently. I would like to know why the shift is, how is it going to be more beneficial. Number 2, PhD students abroad, what kind of a facilities AICTE provides to encourage PhD students to go abroad? It's an excellent idea, but what is it that AICTE can do? Thank you, sir.
His first question, I believe, is he wants to understand the ranking.
let me try to answer the second part of your question.
Yes, sir.
For PhD scholars, I think, first of all, I've just taken over 10 days back. My assessment And my action would be to increase the number of research scholars in India, because this is no less, there is no less expertise available in the country. And only thing is we need to create an environment and atmosphere for them to really learn and do things. So we will try to actually increase the number of seats, at least in engineering education, where we are responsible. In the fellowships, actually, very few fellowships are available for particularly QAP candidates, where there was some agreement with my tax Canada. But I think, QAP itself is coming down now. See, we want more number of doctoral students at many universities, institutions, private, public, and also research institutions. So that should be our goal. So we will, I have to come with a clear policy on how to increase these research fellowships for PhD scholars, so that we will have more number of them studying in our own country, because there is an excellent infrastructure available. Looking at CSIR, IITs, ISERs, and we need to look at joint degrees, and we need to look at with even international as well as national institutions. If my own experience, if I want to tell you, IIT Guwahati jointly started offering joint degree with IIT BHU. That means a student will spend a year or 2 years in BHU and 1 year or 2 years in IIT Guwahati, so that they have the benefit of both in terms of infrastructure and the teachers and then contacts and all that. So such kind of collaborative environment we would like to create more and more. And also number of PhD scholars also should go up. We are very small number now. 4 out of 10,000 employees are supporting staff. So that will do. Regarding your rating, I did not understand your question. Still, I need to understand myself also. So let me not answer that question right now. Thank you.
Anyone else, please? Take 2 more questions and then we will stop.
There will be 4-year program, so I guess the BBA will also be 4-year program. In that situation, what will be the future for MBA programs in the country?
MBA is 2-year program. It will remain. Okay. I don't think we'll change the MBA program. It is 2. We have to look at it carefully, because that is certainly a 3-year which has to be made 4-year. I think we have to bring that. See, those who go through 4-year program, I think definitely we will follow the National Credit Framework. So we need to really work out, because National Credit Framework recently has come out. Okay, we will follow the National Credit Framework, but we need to a little go slow, because first it has to be approved, and then take that up as part of that. Definitely, it will be done according to National Credit.
City Chairman. Some skill development programs or vocational programs, which is the soul of the new education policy. Dr. Sitaraman has suggested semiconductor chips and other programs should be started, but to execute the plans or the provisions as suggested by you and Dr. Kalsi also, it is required to have, I think, the iron will fund facility, infrastructure, and especially state-of-art lab, because I'm also from electronics, and I know that it requires a state-of-art fab lab, and most important, the professionally trained teachers. So is AICT is planning to train the teachers in the new emerging areas, just like yours, IC technology or semiconductor labs, because government colleges or government these institutions will lag behind. And I think in this case, the commercialization of education will give an opportunity to the private and the foreign institution to have a lead over the government institutions. So my question is the training of the professional teachers and about the infrastructure facilities or state-of-art lab facilities for the government colleges.
तो
इसका जवाब मैं आपको देना चाहूंगा. दिस इज डॉक्टर एनएस कलसी. कैन यू हियर मी?
यस सर, प्लीज गो अहेड, प्लीज गो
हाँ
अहेड.
जी, हाँ जी. देखिए, ऐसा है, जो नई इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं, अगर इनके ऊपर आप ये एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे कि जो टीचर्स हैं उनको 100% ट्रेनिंग देके उनको प्रोफेशनली इतना कॉम्पिटेंट बना दिया जाए कि उनका पढ़ाया हुआ बच्चा इंडस्ट्री में निकलते ही 1.5 लाख, 2 लाख, 3 लाख महीने की नौकरी पे लग जाए, तो वो ऐसा इतनी आसानी से नहीं होगा. ऐसा तभी हो पाएगा जब हम इस टीचर को वो सारे ऑप्शंस देंगे और उसको उसका उतना पे पैकेज करेंगे जिससे कि वो एकेडमिक्स में रहते हुए इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज में अपने नॉलेज को बढ़ाए, उसमें रिसर्च का काम करे, उसमें प्रोजेक्ट वर्क करे, वो सारा कुछ करे. इन द इंटायर में हम लोगों ने क्या अरेंजमेंट किया है कि जो NSQF लाइन कोर्सेज हैं उनके साथ आप इंडस्ट्री के साथ मिलके पढ़ा सकते हैं. जब आप इंडस्ट्री के साथ मिलके पढ़ाएंगे तो उसमें जो इंडस्ट्री में ऑलरेडी जो 5 साल, 10 साल, 15 साल का जो एक्सपीरियंस्ड इंजीनियर है जो वहां काम कर रहा है, वो अपने एडिशनल टाइम में पढ़ाएगा या छुट्टी लेकर के पढ़ाएगा. बिकॉज वो इंजीनियर जो कॉस्ट कर रहा है वो 3 लाख रुपए महीना लेता है. अगर आप AI/ML अगर आप किसी बहुत अच्छे पर्सन को पढ़ाने को बोलेंगे या रोबोटिक प्रोसेस ऑटोमेशन की बात आप करेंगे, इंडस्ट्री 4.0, इंडस्ट्री 5.0 की बात करेंगे, तो उसमें जो एक एक्सपीरियंस्ड हैंड है, अगर वो आकर के पढ़ाएगा और उसकी पढ़ाने का ही फायदा है बच्चे को, तो वो तो ऑलरेडी 3-3.5 लाख रुपए ले रहा है. तो वो अकेडमिक्स में तब तक नहीं आएगा जब तक उसको इतनी बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी आप यहाँ नहीं दो. एट द सेम टाइम हम लोगों ने इंडस्ट्री के साथ मिल करके ट्रेनिंग ऑफ ट्रेनर्स और ट्रेनिंग ऑफ असेसर्स के प्रोग्राम्स, इसको भी एज ए क्वालिफिकेशन बनाने का हमने काम शुरू कर दिया है. अगले 3 महीने से 4 महीने में ये इमर्जिंग एरियाज में आपको टीचर्स मिलने अवेलेबल हो जाएंगे, जो TOT, TOA. लेकिन इनसे आप ये मत एक्सपेक्ट करिएगा कि ये बिल्कुल हाईएस्ट लेवल पे पढ़ा पाएंगे. होप आई एम क्लियर.
Thank you, Dr. Kalsi. Anyone else? Thank you very much. All the
Madam, with permission, I would like to ask question. Hello,
Who is there?
I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
With the permission, I would like to ask question to Nirmalji Singh sir.
Go ahead. Ask
question. That sir has explained that people who are serving in the army and they for credit that they're going to the 50% credit because they're serving army and 50% credit to the IGNOU, they can avail the degree in such way. So, sir, my question is that the other organization, like too many paramilitary forces also, even then too many vice chancellors working and they develop such a different type of skills. So that can also be like teachers and who is in education administration. They also develop during the time different type of skills and expertise. And that can be also design such course like when you are serving, you develop such skills and part of in the that's like when someone can that award a degree such way that.
आपका सवाल बहुत अच्छा है. इसमें डेफिनेटली मैंने आपको एक प्रिंसिपल मेंशन किया, यूज केस बताया आपको आर्मी का, तो सेम चीज जो है वो हर जगह अप्लाई कर सकती है. इसमें जो RPL मैंने बताया, जो RPL गाइडलाइंस बन रही है, रिकॉग्निशन ऑफ प्रायर लर्निंग गाइडलाइंस बन रही है, वो हायर एजुकेशन भी बनाएगा, स्किल एजुकेशन भी बनाएगा. हम जो RPL गाइडलाइंस बना रहे हैं उसमें फ्रॉम लेवल 1 to लेवल 8 तक जाने का उसमें प्रोविजन है. तो इसलिए अगर आपने प्रायर लर्निंग एक एरिया में कर रखी है, स्किल कर रखी है, तो उस स्किल को असेसमेंट के लिए उसका एक तरीका जो है मेथोडोलॉजी वो निकाली जाएगी, वो डाली जाएगी. उसके मुताबिक अगर आप वो सर्टिफिकेशन कर लेते हैं तो आपकी वो क्रेडिट रिक्वायरमेंट पूरी हो जाएगी. NCRF यही कहता है और इसको NCRF में डाला गया है. तो संभव है जो आप कह रहे हैं, दैट इज पॉसिबल.
Now we will be closing this session. So let me take this opportunity to thank Professor T.G. Sitaram, Chairman AICT, Dr. Kalsi, Chairman NCVET, Dr. R.C. Agarwal, DDG Education ICAR, and Dr. Shanbag, who is the advisor NAC, and the Deputy Advisor, Dr. Srinivas, and all the Vice Chancellors who are present here for their active participation. And this session has been very, very fruitful, and many of the queries have been answered. And if still there are some queries that can be taken care of during the lunch session. So let us close this session. You will.
At the closing of the session, I request Dr. Pankaj Mittal ma'am to kindly facilitate Professor Dr. T.G. Sitaraman sir, Chairman AICTE. Thank you so much, sir. Also, I request ma'am to felicitate Dr. R.C. Agarwal sir, the Deputy Director General. Brainstorming session for all of us and great learning session. We have come to a pause where we need to break for 45 minutes to at least eat something, give food for the brain and come back. So we request you to kindly proceed towards arena that is behind Pro Chancellor's conference room. Our student managers will be guiding you forward. So exactly after 45 minutes, we resume for technical session 1. Thank you so much. Student managers are requested to guide all the dignitaries towards the lunch premise. And you want? And during the lunch, I'll arrange it. Thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. आओ जल्दी, अरीना को छोड़ दो। Sorry, ma'am.
अरेंजमेंट ऐसे ही रहेगा, अरेंजमेंट यही रहेगा।
अरेंजमेंट यही रहेगा, 5 चेयर लगाओ, ये नेक्स्ट सेशन
4 तो यहाँ 5 कर रहा है ना, जैसे कि
टेक्निकल सेशन 1 3 ही है, एक और हटा दो, हटा दो। प्रियल निकालो, जाओ जल्दी। सुनील कुमार एक सेंटर में रखना। सर चालू करके चले गए। हाँ मैं बस नाम बता देती हूँ, चलते हैं। एक रणबीर सिंह, एक सुनील कुमार और एक जीएस मूर्ति, ठीक है। और मैं फटाफट खाना खा के आती हूँ, फिर आप लोग जाओ, ओके। मेरी शीट्स यहीं नहीं, मैं लेके जाती हूँ। जो दिखा दे फोटो भेज के, क्योंकि ये सब वाइस चांसलर्स हैं।
कहाँ चले गए? पता है ना, उनके सब बाटले हटाओ, नई बोतलें रखो, है ना, जो सर बताए।
आ ही गए दोनों बंदे।
टेबल हटा दो ना, अरे क्या नाम है, ये कुर्सी और अला हटा दो, इस
अब वहाँ रख दीजिए,
वहाँ
वहाँ
रखो।
पे बेंच पे।
हाँ हाँ। क्या नाम है उन बंदों का जो आ रहे हैं?
एक थे देवानंद।
नहीं भैया, वो वहीं जाएंगे।
कहाँ गई? वो थैली कहाँ रख दी भाई कचरे की होने पे? चलो ना फोटो
कुछ नहीं रह सकता उसमें से। ये
Welcome back, everyone. Before we begin to the technical session 1, a small announcement as we are getting a lot of queries. The washrooms are on the ramp when we walk down, just besides where we had our tea. We have the washrooms just next to our right and left. So we can use them anytime. So now it's the time to begin with the technical session 1. I invite our student Nikita to please take it forward.
A very good afternoon to all the delegates, guests, and dignitaries. A warm welcome all. Once again, we have gathered here for technical session 1, titled as Integrating Indian Knowledge System through Multidisciplinary Teaching Learning Process. Welcoming Chairperson of Technical Session 1, Professor Sunil Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi, Pradyogik Vishwavidyalaya, Bhopal, and Co-Chair Professor Dr. Ranbir Singh, former President, Association of Indian University and Chancellor, IILM University, Gurugram, requesting both to grace the dais with your presence. Alongside introducing the speakers of the day, Professor G.S. Murthy, Professor IIT Indore, Dr. B. Mahadevan, Professor, Production and Operation Management, IIM Bangalore, and Professor Kapil Kapoor, former Pro Vice Chancellor, JNU. All the speakers today would be joining us virtually. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Chairperson of Technical Session 1, Professor Sunil Kumar. Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi, Pradyogik Vishwavidyalaya, Bhopal. Sir, requesting you to please give the opening remarks for the session.
So now we are heading towards the heaviest session of this conclave, because this is after lunch session. So naturally it will be the heaviest session. So I will begin with one example, actually, recent example of my university. Wherein, अच्छा मैडम से मैं एक बात पूछना चाहूंगा कि can I speak in Hindi also? Is allowed? Everybody will be understanding Hindi also, है ना? इसमें कोई समस्या तो नहीं है? This is central zone. Oh, wonderful. So I would like to start with an example. अभी क्या रिसेंटली भारत सरकार ने एक कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया जिसमें उन्होंने ये कहा कि जो हमारे कुछ एंशिएंट स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं उनमें वाटर बॉडीज को कंजर्व करना है और उनको स्टडी करना है. सो ऑल दोज यूनिवर्सिटीज हु आर विलिंग टू पार्टिसिपेट इन दिस प्रोजेक्ट में कम फॉरवर्ड. तो हमने रायसेन का किला लिया और हमारे सिविल इंजीनियरिंग और आर्किटेक्चर के बच्चों की 20 बच्चों की टीम कॉन्स्टिट्यूट हुई और दैट वेंट टू द रायसेन किला. अब जिसने भी अगर रायसेन किला देखा, एक बड़े हिल टॉप पर एक बड़ा भारी किला है, अबाउट 2 to 3 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर, मोर देन दैट. उसको जब स्टडी किया उन्होंने तो उसके एंशिएंट स्ट्रक्चर में देखा कि 4 पॉइंट बने थे, उनके डायरेक्शन भी बहुत ही कैलकुलेटेड थे, उसमें वाटर का डायरेक्शन भी बहुत कैलकुलेटेड था और राउंड द ईयर वाटर सप्लाई सिस्टम वाज एश्योर्ड. क्योंकि सैकड़ों साल पुराना किला था तो थोड़ा सा सिस्टम रॉटन हो रहा था, टूट फूट हो रहा था, तो उसका कंजर्वेशन की भी उन्होंने टेक्निक बताई और उसको फिर सेलेक्ट भी किया. गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने दैट प्रोजेक्ट गॉट सेलेक्टेड फॉर फर्दर फंडिंग फॉर रिस्टोरेशन ऑफ द वाटर कंजर्वेशन ऑफ दैट वाटर मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम ऑफ दैट फोर्ट एक्चुअली. अब इस प्रॉब्लम को हम कैसे क्लब कर सकते हैं? एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग का पार्ट था एंड दैट टू क्लब विद इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम. इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम एंशिएंट सिस्टम में किस तरह का वाटर मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम यूटिलाइज होता था, उसका ये लाइव एग्जांपल था कि इसको मॉडर्न इंजीनियरिंग में कैसे अडॉप्ट किया जा सकता है. हाउ कैन यू लर्न टू हैव वाटर मैनेजमेंट थ्रू योर एंशिएंट लर्निंग्स. This is one example of Indian knowledge system. Now the topic of today's session is integrating Indian knowledge system through multidisciplinary teaching learning process. But whereas I understand Indian knowledge system या भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा itself is a multidisciplinary system. So as soon as you integrate this Indian knowledge system या भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा with your all existing knowledge, it itself becomes multidisciplinary. The next interesting part, why should we study this integrate this system with our existing system, and what will be the benefit of the same? अगर कल कुछ लोग कल की मीटिंग में हो तो कल आप लोगों को ध्यान होगा कि वन ऑफ द स्पीकर हैज सेड दैट जो रिसेंट नोबेल प्राइजेस मिले हैं उनके बैकग्राउंड में कहीं ना कहीं इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम था. इट मींस if you start doing research using Indian knowledge system, the probability of getting Nobel Prize is higher. अब इसको आप किसी भी एंगल से ले सकते हैं. So that is one reason and more than enough. If you can have Nobel Prize by studying Indian knowledge system, good enough. But part two, which is more important, कि जिन्होंने भी पिछले कुछ सालों में स्कूलिंग की है, मतलब जो 80s या 90s या thereafter schooling है, so therein you whatever you have studied, you have never studied about the Indian knowledge system. तो सब कुछ को ऐसा लगता था जैसे वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड से आया, तो उसमें आपको प्राइड महसूस नहीं हुआ. लोग आपको इंडियन होने का या भारतीय होने का एहसास कराते रहे, लेकिन आपको वो एहसास कभी हुआ नहीं. लेकिन वो एहसास कैसे होगा, ये भी थोड़ा सा बड़ा प्रश्न चिन्ह है. बड़ा प्रश्न चिन्ह इसलिए है, कल ही एक किसी ने प्रश्न ये उठाया था और मैं उसको भी अपने एक रिसेंट एग्जांपल से कोट करूंगा. इस साल मेरे भतीजे ने 371 जेई में रैंक अर्ज लाई है, ठीक है, और उसने आईआईटी दिल्ली में मैथमेटिकल एंड कंप्यूटर साइंस करके कोई एक सब्जेक्ट है, उसमें उसने बीटेक प्रोग्राम में एडमिशन लिया. बट आई नो फॉर श्योर कि वो पिछले 2 सालों से एक डमी स्कूल में पढ़ रहा था, नॉन अटेंडिंग. वो 10+2 उसने एक डमी स्कूल से किया. उसने पूरे पिछले 2 साल केवल किसके लिए एक्सपेंड किए, प्रिपेयरिंग द जेई, और वो सक्सेसफुल हुआ. उसका फाइनल रैंक 371 थी और आईआईटी दिल्ली में एडमिशन भी मिल गया. अगर उसको एग्जाम्पल माने तो उसने क्या मैसेज दिया अपने साथियों को, उसने ये मैसेज दिया, यू नीड नॉट गो टू स्कूल्स एंड स्टडी फॉर ओनली कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम. तो ये कल किसी ने क्वेश्चन उठाया था, किसी ने ये पूछा था कि यूपीएससी, पब्लिक सर्विस कमीशन या जितने भी सेंट्रल एग्जामिनेशंस हैं, या इवन नीट है या जेई है या क्लैट है, अगर उनको इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम से इंटीग्रेट नहीं करेंगे एंड देयर विल बी टू मच एम्फेसिस, तो इसका क्या होगा. तो दिस क्वेश्चन हैज टू बी आंसर्ड फर्स्ट प्लेस. लेकिन herein I am saying that there is a silver lining. वो silver lining क्या है, that you have to understand. जो इंडियन इकोसिस्टम है, that is entirely different from the western ecosystem. और उसके जो सॉल्यूशंस हैं वो भी entirely different है जो वेस्टर्न इकोसिस्टम के हैं. हमारी प्रॉब्लम्स अलग हैं, उनकी प्रॉब्लम्स अलग हैं. लेकिन if you feel like it, India has to become a developed country, that too with peace, that too without any stress. इसका एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल मैं और दूंगा. Recently, I was coming back from Delhi to Bhopal via Shatabdi Express, and an Italian couple was sitting before me, and they were dropping at Jhansi for Khajuraho और Orcha. डिस्कशन मेरे उनसे होने लगा तो उन्होंने बोला कि गरीबी है भारत में, यह चीजें बहुत सस्ती भी हैं कई जगहों पर. तो मैंने कहा आपने एक बात पर गौर किया क्या? बोले क्या, व्हाट? लोग खुश हैं. तो उनका आंसर यही था कि यही हमारे आश्चर्य का विषय है. दिस इज फॉर अस वेरी सरप्राइजिंग दैट इंडिया, डिस्पाइट हैविंग ऑल सॉर्ट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स, मच मोर हैप्पी एज कंपेयर्ड टू व्हाट दे आर इन इटली. इसका मतलब ये है कि फिजिकल रिसोर्सेज ही केवल आपके आनंद का कारण नहीं बन सकते, एंड दैट इज सेइंग इन इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम आल्सो. अब भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा पर जब आप बात करते हैं, देन यू स्टार्ट विद योर वेदास, उपवेदास, पुराण, फिर उसमें और भी ढेर सारी चीजें. देयर इज अ long lineage, but the problem is start because we and you are not studying Sanskrit at all. हम और आप संस्कृत पढ़ नहीं रहे हैं, हमारे पढ़ाने का माध्यम भी संस्कृत नहीं है. तो naturally the kind of Sanskrit which is being involved either in Bhagavad Gita or any other textbook, एक नॉर्मल पर्सन के उसके प्रयोग में नहीं आती है, उसके समझ के बाहर है. So it cannot become a reference textbook unless otherwise it is being placed in that way. इसका मतलब ये है कि आपको इनकी अपनी मातृभाषाओं में कहीं ना कहीं इनको ट्रांसलेट करके, और आपको जहां जहां पर रिलेवेंट है वहां पर रेफरेंस मटेरियल इनको आपको ऐड करना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है. एज ए रेफरेंस मटेरियल अगर आप इनको नहीं रेफर करेंगे, जो सेइंग या कौटिल्य के अर्थशास्त्र की सेइंग को आप इकोनॉमिक्स की बुक्स में अगर कहीं लिंकेज नहीं देंगे, रेफर नहीं करेंगे, तो निरंतरता हमेशा अभाव बन जाती है. And that has to be done by the academicians only. ये यूनिवर्सिटीज का काम है कि they have to come forward, they have to take this leadership wherein they have to have their textbook written in such a way that all these Indian knowledge systems are referred as referral books, and they are in continuation what we are learning and what we will be adding in the knowledge. एक बात और भी है कि इस इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम में एडिशन रुक गया है. रीजन अगेन इज द लैंग्वेज, क्योंकि ओरिजिनल टेक्स्ट संस्कृत में है तो उनको एक्सपांड नहीं किया गया. जो जैसा है वहीं पे खड़ा हुआ है, ऐसा मुझे फील होता है. That's my personal feeling that Indian knowledge system, what we refer ancient and knowledge system, उसमें addition नहीं हुआ है. We are not adding up in that knowledge system, and that is required as of now. If we are not doing that again, it means again there will be missing links, and it will not be a vehicle for development of the progress. So that challenge has to be taken by again Indian University. हमको आगे बढ़ के इस चैलेंज को लेना है कि इनको ग्रोथ व्हीकल के रूप में कैसे यूज करें. Unless or otherwise, it is professionally integrated with the present teaching learning system beautifully, you cannot have much hope with these kind of steps. इसीलिए मैंने जो फर्स्ट एग्जांपल कोट किया था, जो अपने भतीजे का, कि उसने डमी स्कूल से पढ़ के 371st रैंक लाया, अपने को बड़ा एक मॉडल के रूप में प्रस्तुत किया. लेकिन whether we can accept this kind of model, NEP gives the solutions. NEP says that in future we will be having single competitive examination, जो कि 10+2 के बाद में एक केवल एप्टीट्यूड टेस्ट होगा, एंड बेस्ड ऑन दैट एप्टीट्यूड यू कैन हैव एडमिशन इन एनी कोर्स इन एनी इंस्टीट्यूशन. इट मींस वी हैव टू हमको इनसे पीछा छोड़ाना हो. वी हैव टू लीव बैक दिस जेई, नीट, क्लैट, ये जितने भी एग्जामिनेशन है इनको अगर हम क्लोज नहीं करेंगे या इनको हम बंद नहीं करेंगे और एक कॉमन एप्टीट्यूड टेस्ट इवॉल्व नहीं करेंगे, एंड बेस्ड ऑन दैट कॉमन एप्टीट्यूड द स्टूडेंट इज फ्री टू चूज द इंस्टीट्यूशन एज वेल एज द कोर्स एज पर हिज लाइकिंग और हर लाइकिंग. दैट हैज टू बी इवॉल्व. अगर इसको इवॉल्व नहीं करेंगे तो ये भी बहुत दिनों तक बहुत सफलता से, बहुत तेजी से नहीं जा पाएंगे. अगर आपको कुछ तेजी से ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन करना है तो इन चीजों पर काम करने की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है. वन ऑफ द बेस्ट थिंग ऑफ इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम, जैसे पटवर्धन साहब से मैं पूछ रहा था कि क्या आप आयुर्वेद से, क्योंकि कल आप चर्चा कर रहे थे आयुर्वेदिक. जो योगा है, मैं खुद भी उसका बेनिफिशियरी हूँ. उसको भी मैं एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे कोट करना पड़ूंगा कि एक बार मैं बहुत ज्यादा कोल्ड कफ से हो गया, कितने मतलब 3 राउंड एंटीबायोटिक्स लिए, लेकिन नथिंग वाज हैपनिंग. देन आई टुक हेल्प ऑफ ए योगा टीचर. वो केवल 7 दिन आया, उसने मेरे को जलनेती कराई विद ऑल दिस प्राणायाम, और 7 दिन बाद मैं एब्सोल्युटली कोल्ड एंड कफ से फ्री हो गया. अभी जब भी हल्का भी कोल्ड कफ होता है, मैं थोड़ा सा कुछ करता हूँ, इट्स फ्री, इट्स गॉन. सो इट्स वंडर, इट्स अ मैजिक. इन मैजिक्स को हमने छोड़ दिया. वी आर मोर रिलाइंग ऑन द मॉडर्न मेथड्स इन और एलोपैथिक, एंड वी आर टेकिंग दैट. इट मींस वी शुड हैव फील प्राइड दैट वी हैव गॉट सम सिस्टम्स, वी हैव गॉट सम things in our ancient literature, and these are there, and we are not practicing those things. Fortunately, जब से हमने योगा दिवस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मनाया है, तो ये जो इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम का एक बड़ा हिस्सा, जो कि भारतीय यौगिक साइंसेज में है या कर्म योगा में है, वो पूरे का पूरा पूरी दुनिया में कहीं ना कहीं चला गया है. एक श्लोक जो मुझे बहुत पसंद है, उसको भी मैं कोट करना चाहूंगा, वो उसके साथ अपनी बात भी खत्म करना चाहूंगा. दैट इज ऑफ गीता, कर्मवाधिकारस्ते मां फलेषु कदाचन कर्मफल हेतु भूर्माते संगस्वे कर्मणि. इसके कई अर्थ कई जगह देखे हैं मैंने. When I was going to the meaning of this particular shloka, I have found number of explanation of this thing, and these are very beautiful things. एक कहता है कि कर्म में आपका अधिकार है, लेकिन उसका फल नहीं. लेकिन जो सेकंड लाइन होती है, तो वो कहता है कि ये चुप मत बैठ जाइए कि चूंकि फल का अधिकार नहीं है, हमको कर्म नहीं करना है. इसके बड़े डीप मीनिंग है. डीप मीनिंग ये है कि जब आप किसी से आसक्त होकर कोई काम करते हैं तो आपको दुख ज्यादा होता है. अगर आप स्ट्रेस फ्री रहना चाहते हैं, आप पीसफुल माइंड रखना चाहते हैं, तो इट मींस जब कोई काम करें तो उसके फलों को बहुत ज्यादा पहले से नहीं प्रेडिक्ट करें, और आप काम करते जाएं, फल अपने आप आएंगे तो आपको खुशी देंगे, कम या ज्यादा. फल अच्छा हो सकता है, बुरा हो सकता है, लेकिन व्हाटएवर विल बी कमिंग थ्रू योर कर्मा, दैट विल बी गिविंग यू हैप्पीनेस. अदरवाइज व्हाट हैपेंस, इट ब्रिंग्स यू स्ट्रेस, इट ब्रिंग्स यू सॉरो, इट ब्रिंग्स यू ए सेंस ऑफ फेल्योरनेस. तो भारतीय जितने भी आपके नॉलेज सिस्टम है, वो एक कंप्लीट लाइफ को बताते हैं. इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम लीड टू ए परफेक्ट पीसफुल लाइफ. जो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम में, उस कॉन्सेप्ट को जीता जागता उदाहरण है. आप किसी भी उससे जाइए, किसी भी टेक्स्ट बुक को पढ़िए, लास्ट में आपको यही लगेगा. इवन आप गीता में पढ़िए, जब भगवान कृष्ण अर्जुन को संदेश देते हैं या मैसेज देते हैं या उनको ललकारते हैं कर्म करने के लिए, तो द काइंड ऑफ फिलॉसफी ही वाज देयर इटसेल्फ, दैट इज ए कंप्लीट फिलॉसफी इटसेल्फ. वो आपके उन सभी प्रश्नों का जवाब देती है जिनको आप खोजते हैं. और कई बार मैंने देखा है लोगों को कि पूरा जन्म उनका निकल जाता है फॉर सर्चिंग हू एम आई, मैं हूं कौन. इस बात को खोजते खोजते आपका जीवन निकल जाता है, एंड यू डोंट फाइंड एनी आंसर फॉर द सेम. What is the size and shape of the universe? What is time? What is the infinity? इन सब चीजें ऐसी हैं जो आज भी modern science इनका जवाब नहीं देती. लेकिन if you go through the Gita, it gives you all the answers. Whatever questions you have, you can find answers in these philosophical work of Indian literature or Indian knowledge system. So it is a wonderful idea wherein the university should take initiative to integrate Indian knowledge system in such a manner that it takes all dimensions of multidisciplinary of higher education system. So thank you. This whole session is open for all the speakers. And first, I would like to that the co-chairman, Professor Ranbir Singh, may take up the cause, and in end, he may also sum up the things. Or otherwise, so Professor Kapil Kapoor might be there. So Professor Murthy is there. Murthy, are you there?
Yes, namaste. I'm here.
So Murthy, you can take up that. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Namaste, everyone. Can you hear me well?
I would like to inform our respected speakers about the structure of the session. Each speaker would get 10 minutes for presenting their views and recommendations. Post speaking, there will be an open house discussion and question answer round. Professor Ranbir Singh is the former president of Association of Indian Universities, former vice chancellor at IILM University, Gurugram. Requesting Sir to share some valuable remarks. Our first speaker, Professor G.S. Murthy, Professor IIT Indore. Professor in the discipline of Bioscience and Biomedical Engineering. Before coming to IIT Indore, he was tenured full professor at Biological and Ecological Engineering Department at Oregon State University, USA. He is the co-founder of GRW Engineering LLC, a resource recovery company focusing on recovering fertilizers, metals, and organics from landfill. Dr. Murthy research is broadly focused on sustainable bioprocessing and systems analysis. Sir, requesting to share your views.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible. A very good afternoon to all of you. And today we'll be sharing a little bit about how do we integrate Indian knowledge systems into multidisciplinary teaching and learning. And again, when we talk about Indian knowledge systems, essentially it is really the vast heritage that we have acquired over several millennia in the subcontinent, Indian subcontinent and elsewhere. We can find it typically in the systematized knowledge in terms of the manuscripts, shastras, and the oral traditions and the Loka Parampara. Shastra Parampara, Loka Parampara.
Murthy sir, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I believe you have logged in from 2 devices. Is it possible to switch off and log off from one device?
No, I'm not logged in from 2 devices. I'm just logged in from one device.
Okay, voice is not clear. So can we begin it again? Maybe some other devices nearby to you, if it's possible to check.
Yes.
Okay, sir, just begin again. No problem. You can carry on, sir.
Yeah. Is my voice audible now? Is this better?
Yeah, Professor Murthy, I think your voice has been clear, at least to us, actually.
Echo.
Maybe for the online participants, it is clear.
Okay. Thank you. It appears that it is clear for other online participants. Okay. So, so when we talk about Indian knowledge repositories, where do we find it? Essentially, it is there in the Shastra Parampara or in the Loka Parampara, systematized knowledge and the traditional knowledge in terms of the different folk things. And then the question becomes, why do we need to study? And there is Indian knowledge systems. And is there an Indian way? What is it? Is it worth studying? Is it relevant study to today? And why is it important to you and to your students? Essentially, if you look at it, these are the questions that we need to answer as basically from the HEI perspective, higher education institutions of India. If we look at the existential challenges that are there, there are, whether we talk about the current models of development or whether we talk about economic inequalities or the way that the health sectors are working, there are existential challenges before us, and we need different paradigms for development. There is an Indian way that is both sustainable and strives for the welfare of all. That essentially is something that we can communicate. And why do we need, as HEIs, to invest in IKS? Because there is really a scarcity of genuine scholarships in this area, and that leads to propagation of myths and unscientific claims. Therefore, the HEIs need to take the leadership in understanding and researching the scientific and technological heritage of India. So I will essentially, given the topic, I will make 3 claims today. That Indian knowledge systems provides a unique perspective that is innovative, multidisciplinary, and holistic, and innovative in its approach. That essentially the 3 claims are about the uniqueness, multidisciplinarity, and the holistic approach, and then the innovative approaches, essentially. So to give you the first example, when we talk about science, essentially when we talk about the uniqueness of the perspective, it's important to talk about what the science consists of when we talk about science. Science has both the principles and the methods when we talk about science. And then the methods are basically something that is very objective, that has keep evolving. Then when we talk about principles, these are the product of the civilization which actually developed those scientific thinking, because that shows the perspective of a particular civilization of how we look at a problem. And here again, we need to be very cautious about what is science and pseudoscience. Like Popper says, it has to be falsifiable theory to be considered scientific. Even the principles need to be considered like that. Then this is where you can look at that unique drishti. And then, for example, if you talk about different methods of classification things, there are things like reductive approaches from the enumerative classification or analytical synthetic methods of classification, which are much more synthetic. So where does this exemplify is when you look into the approaches of Ayurveda and allopathy. Allopathy is much more of a reductionist approach. So when I look at my body from an allopathic perspective, I will be looking at it in terms of a digestive system, stomach, liver, intestines, so on and so forth, and then going to the cells and even to the molecules. Whereas the Ayurveda, on the other hand, looks at the same body and takes it a very different systemic approach, which is based on the Tridosha concept, which again is based on the Pancha Mahabhuta Tattvas. And so when you look at such kind of a approach, what you get is very different approaches to solving complex problems. And again, even when we talk about food, for example, when I look at a plate full of food, if I have to go from a modern biochemistry perspective, I'll be talking about in terms of proteins, carbohydrates, lipids, so on and so forth. Whereas if I have to talk about it from a Ayurveda perspective, I'll be talking about in terms of rasas, virya, vipaka, prabhava. And essentially prabhava also, for example, talks about the impact of food on the mind and the influence on Trideshas and things. So that's essentially a very unique perspective of looking at the same reality from multiple perspectives. Why is this so important? This is so important because when we talk about the existential challenges, for example, whether we talk about the development paradigm or the climate change crises that we are facing, all of them require a different perspective to solve the problem, because the perspectives that got us to these problems will not be able to get us out. So that is the reason where the Indian knowledge systems can contribute a lot. When I say different perspectives, I don't mean that we need to be stuck in the methods that have been used for 2000 years ago. For example, if you look at Bhasma, for example, we can use the modern methods to study them. But this Bhasma is very commonly used in Ayurveda and Siddha medicine. Within their own systems, they have things like the ones that you talk about on the left, Varna, Nischandra, Kumvaritara. These are the different methods that Ayurveda and Siddha use. But then we can also use the modern methods like SCM, TEM, all those things. But again, looking at it from the Ayurveda perspective on the Tridosha concept. So that is essentially what I'm trying to say, that the Bharatiya Jnana Parampara provides that unique drishti. And not just in Ayurveda. You can also, for example, look into intellectual property rights, for example. How was the knowledge approached? Intellectual property right approach when something was related to universal good versus something that was related to the discretionary goods and things like that. So there are so many things that we can look into that essentially is based on getting a unique perspective that the Bharatiya Jnana Parampara provides. So the Indian knowledge systems, the drishti that this provides is something that will actually help in looking at the existential problem in a different way and help us find very innovative solutions. So that is essentially the first thing that I was trying to make, that uniqueness of the Bharatiya drishti. And then coming into the multidisciplinary and holistic approaches, whether we talk about agriculture and trade, and when we look at these two, these are foundations of the Indian society. Then when we look at confirmed evidence of agriculture, it's pretty old, about 10,000 years before present is when we have confirmed archaeological evidence. And even then, the water cycle was very well recognized. For example, Shatapatha Brahmana talks about Agrirve, Dhumo, Jayate, Dhuma, Brahma, Abhat. Essentially, that is the beginning of the hydrologic cycle. In fact, some of the Vedas even go into other more details, and this was considered Purvachitti, something that you actually can predict. So even in the times of the Vedas, they knew that you could predict rainfall. And then they also looked at the close relationship between the atmosphere, the changes that happen in the atmosphere, and the planetary movements and the agriculture. So you can see how all three dimensions were really related, and agriculture was related to the weather predictions and then to the water management. And this is a huge tradition that has been going on for ages. Starts off with Rishi Kashyapa, Parashara, Gautama, Vatsa, their rainfall methods, and then even going back 1500 years ago, Varahamihira in Brihad Samhita, he talks about Garbhottama. So essentially, how do you predict what happens? The seeding of the clouds, essentially 6 months before the actual rainfall happens. And this has been shown to reflect some of the movements of the jet streams on the Indian subcontinent. So these are very similar to the modern weather casting methods. So the idea is you can see how the weather forecasting, rainfall, water management, and agriculture were all related. In fact, that to emphasize the multidisciplinarity of the approaches, the famous thing that we hear about Ahimsa Paramo Dharma actually comes from Mahabharata's Anushasana Parva, and it was actually mentioned in the context of the protection of animals and ethical treatment of animals. Even Parashara, in his Krishi Parashara, talks about it, that we should not treat animals, we should not cause hardship to the animals. And Kautilya talks about animal measures and all that when he talks about agriculture and how do we manage it. So there were regulations for hunting wild animals. So the reason why I'm mentioning all of these connected disciplines is how it was a multidisciplinary and holistic approach. So when you think about the Panchanga, it was not just used for looking at the Tithi and all, which was used for agriculture to predict the rainfalls and also for other purposes as well. These systems, we had a continuous parampara. And just to show you in one discipline, you all know about Ayurveda. So I'm just trying to show you a different branch of knowledge as agriculture. So if you look at agriculture, first known agriculture book was Krishi Parashara, written about 2,500 years ago. And from there on, you'll see continuous tradition of innovative works and compiled books on basically agriculture things. And these are all some of the books that are available. And the point here is to show that even until 17th century, we had a live tradition that keeps on going. Right now, it is dormant, but it is on our shoulders to rejuvenate. Then, so this basically the example shows how you can combine agriculture, weather, rainfall, all and astronomy and calendar systems were all integrated to form a multidisciplinary, holistic approaches for solving practical problems. And then the innovate, I'll finish up with the last claim that I'm going to make on the innovative approaches that you can find in Indian knowledge systems. So for example, the famous Katapayadi system is based on how you can use the letters for basically for coding numbers. I'll not go into the details of this, but it is essentially a very simple coding system which Shankar Verma did in Sadratramala. And from this, you can essentially figure out how you can code pi value, for example, up to 14 digits or 32 digits and things like that. And it's a pretty useful method when you want to codify verses and remember large numbers, especially when you want to do this in the context of mathematics. And Aryabhatta came up with an even different system. It's much more complicated for even larger numbers. And this same system was used even in Carnatic music by Venkatamati, who used it in Sangeeta Saramrita, where he was using the coding of different swaras. And then he came up with this Katapayadi system for the coding the Carnatic music Melakarta ragas, which are Sampurna ragas, which have all the 7 notes. And just by looking at their first 2 letters, you can figure out not just the position of that raga, but you can also figure out how many, what is the position of the swaras, notes in that particular Melakarta raga. And again, the whole point is that this shows how the Bharati Jnana Parampara or Indian knowledge systems provides unique drishti, is multidisciplinary in approach, and it can provide innovative ways to do that. And what can you do as basically I'll finish up with 2 slides on what can you do and what can we do at IK from the IKS division. Essentially, the things is we can preserve original traditions and texts through appropriate means, research into them, collaborate with traditional scholars, artists, develop specific courses focusing on specific disciplines of Indian knowledge systems and infuse Indian knowledge systems into existing courses, disseminate that knowledge, and most importantly, train the teachers. How can we at IKS division help you? We can help you in the building the institutional capacity and basically the funding some of the innovative research. We help in establishing IKS centers, fund transformational research projects, also help in writing proposals through proposal-based writing workshops, also innovative programs for technology demonstration, and especially in the higher educational initiatives. We support internships, we conduct workshops, national and international conferences, we support faculty development courses and MOOCs courses on IKS. Then for the school education initiatives, we have many other initiatives. I'm not going to talk about that because today we are talking about higher educational institutions. And we also preserve by and disseminate Indian knowledge systems through digitization of books and then basically creating a lot of searchable content. We conduct a lot of outreach and dissemination activities. These are all the ways that we can help you through basically national conferences, international conferences, and very innovative program with the Minister of Culture, which is a part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, which is a NIC event. So we conduct these Dhara events where we envision what this particular field should look like in 2047. And so we are planning essentially for next 25 years for this. And then we also have Jan Bhagidari, where we bring this particular discipline to the masses. So we focused on Indian mathematics, Indian arts, Ayurveda, Loka, Ayurveda, martial arts of Indian origin, and maritime traditions and Natya and Chandiya Shastra. We finished these conferences. Next month, we are going to have one on Rasayana Shastra in IIT BHU, then one on Dhatu Shastra in Central India, in Indore and Ujjain from IIT Indore, and then Krishi Shastra in Assam. So these are all some of the things that we do. And we are, if you have any queries, please do feel free to reach out to us. And we are always available to discuss and take it forward and see how we can bring Indian knowledge systems from a multidisciplinary perspective into our higher education institutions. These are some of the distributions of some of the centers and the research proposals that we have across the country. And this is a dated one. We have more coverage now. And with those things, I would like to stop here. And thank you so much for your patient listening. And if there are any questions, I'll take. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. I thank everyone here on the behalf of Association of Indian Universities and entire Symbiosis fraternity. As our conference is the beauty of hybrid mode, both online and offline. Now, henceforth, we'll introduce to our next speaker, Dr. B. Mahadevan. Dr. B. Mahadevan is a professor of operations management at Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, when he has been teaching since 1992. Professor Mahadevan has more than 27 years of wide-ranging experience in teaching, research, consulting, and academic administration at IIM Bangalore and other reputed institutions such as IIT Delhi and XLRI Jamshedpur. Professor Mahadevan was the founder Vice Chancellor of Chinmaya Vishwavidyapeeth, a University of Applied Sanskrit and Indian Wisdom during 2016 and 20. Requesting Sir to share your views. Sir would be joining us virtually.
Thank you, and I hope I am audible. I don't have any presentations. I would be just talking to the audience. Am I audible? Is that okay?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So first of all, let me thank the Association of Indian Universities Southern Region for inviting me. I congratulate them for thinking about having a session on Indian knowledge systems. I think it's very important and very good to sort of be part of this group of vice chancellors and other allied academics here. My previous speaker, Professor Ganti Murthy, has spoken very quickly and very beautifully in about 10-12 minutes. He gave us a wonderful trailer on what kind of things that we can look for in IKS. Therefore, I don't have to go over it again. And also, I thought since here is a group of vice chancellors, I would rather try to be very specific. I would like to give only some to the point ideas which perhaps you may want to implement and so on. But before doing that, although there are 100 reasons, Professor Murthy mentioned maybe a dozen or two of them as to why IKS is important, I would make only one statement. You know, if you look at the 20th century is all about military power. You know, we saw the, the world wars, we saw the Cold Wars and so on. So people started accumulating a lot of nuclear weapons and military power was considered power. We all will agree, 21st century is not about military power. It is about knowledge power. And the indications are fairly in place. We have World Intellectual Property Organization. You have USPTO and, patent and trade and all these kinds of organizations are all in place. And therefore, if India has to get out of this third world stature, one of the important thing is to know Indian knowledge. You may ask why. Instead of getting into complex, jargons, what is patent? X came and said, this is a new process I know. And X is asking for a patent. Suppose Y comes and says, I know it yesterday. I know it 100 years back, 1,000 years back. Then the patent cannot be given to X. It's as simple as that. I'm putting it in simple English. Now, I will tell you two stories. India lost a battle on neem as pesticide. Spent 10 years and we lost. Why? Because although a grandmother will tell you, every state, every village, we know that neem is used as a pesticide. But there was no way we could actually, you can't go and tell US, PTO that you see in our country, we all use neem. Therefore, we know it 2000 years back, give us the patent. Nobody gives patent like that. You have to establish it with scriptural support. You have to establish with enough evidence that we indeed know all these and so on. If you ask me where are they? They are in IKS. We spent another 10 years. Dr. Mashelkar was the director of CSIR at that point in time. We spent another 10 years. And finally, with great difficulty, we actually won a battle against turmeric. Two Indians in University of Mississippi or somewhere claimed for a patent for turmeric, showing some 20-year-old, 30-year-old references and all that. They filed a patent application, which was awarded by USPTO. Dr. Mashelkar, with his group of people, dug up into our IKS. It was hard work for 10 years, and then we finally won the case. I mean, I don't think we should spend time like this. We should not be wasting time by blissful ignorance. So this is one of the important reasons why we need IKS. I don't think we should waste our time, saffron agenda, religion, Sanskrit, all those, you have to put it behind. Money is on the table. India has to be gaining its place in the Committee of Nations. And the only way we can do it is we start reading, we start teaching. Our younger generation knows that all these information are available. Otherwise, we'll miserably lose the patent regime. I thought I'll just make only one that point rather than many other. I'm sure there are many more. Now, what I'm going to do with this preamble, I just want to focus on only two issues. Since here is a group of vice chancellors, I'm very keen to do this based on my own experience, because I tried the hard way. Even before NEP, we did many of the things what NEP said from 2015 when I was the vice chancellor, because exactly what NEP is saying is what we were trying actually. So I have about 6-7 years of good experience of what has happened. So let me focus on that. I think NEP 2020, already 3 years is over. I personally feel the time for going to the rooftop and shouting we need IKS is over. Now we have to get into serious steps, which of course we are all seriously thinking about how to go about and so on. So in that sense, I think the first important thing I want to say is time has come to establish an ecosystem conducive for IKS to flourish. This is extremely important. Otherwise, we will have seminar after seminar, but I am seeing on the ground we have problems. We really have genuine problems, however interested we are. So what are those things? The first thing that I think as vice chancellors we must do is we must create an unambiguous mandate for all departments and programs in our university to bring IKS into curriculum. I think now we have to get there. We can't say, because even yesterday I was addressing a group of people. They said, sir, it is too large, it is too vast. I think that's not the way. I mean, that is true, but we need to, get our hands dirty and start moving. So I think every university must give a mandate to all the departments and programs to create new courses and electives, to ensure that there are open courses, there are master's theses, those kinds of work which are all done in IKS. Many of the projects and submissions, etc., all of them must have IKS component. I think we have to mandate it. Because if we don't mandate it, we will spend a lot of time. So there are difficulties. I'm not saying there are no difficulties, but that's not the way we are going to actually, cross this barrier. So this is the first thing I would request. The second thing would be, I think as academics, we all know that sensible teaching, advancing knowledge happens only when there is a textbook. So I think next 10 years, the Indian universities must very seriously engage in writing good textbooks, which has drawn substantially from IKS. In fact, as a preamble to it, we should develop lecture notes, because many of us wrote textbooks only after we wrote a lecture notes, which is fine. I think this is the second ecosystem that we need to develop. I think we must chalk out our own plans and say what are all the areas in which we are going to write textbooks, which are all the faculty, can we encourage them, can we go after them and monitor it, find out what is the progress, etc., etc. So this is the second part of the ecosystem. The third part of the ecosystem is, I think the universities must get together. Professor Ganti Murthy is here. He will offer as much help as is required. We should create a suite of Swayam courses on IKS theory and application. I think nothing like actually creating courses on Swayam. There is a learning by doing. I think our own faculty, we all will go through that process, and maybe the first course is not all that great, but the second course is better than the first course. Couple of years down the line, we are on our way. So therefore, these are the three elements that I want to emphasize, that it is time for universities to sit down with their leadership and the top management, whatever way you may want to call it, and create a very good ecosystem which is conducive for IKS to flourish. I think we have to seriously sort of think about it. Now, the fourth part is in a very practical way, if you really ask me. I think the vice chancellors must sit with each of the departments and identify plans for a set of 4 or 5 courses to be offered as a starter within the next 18 months. Because, in every department, there may be some low-hanging fruits. It's a matter of a little detail, but I'm sure if we engage in that kind of a process, I think it will fructify. So every department, we must sit and say, in the next 18 months, what are those 4 or 5 courses that we are going to actually offer. I think this kind of initiatives will really create a wonderful ecosystem for IKS to flourish in the next 5 years. So this is one big point I thought I will share. The second point I want to share is what are the challenges in this journey? I mean, it's easy to sometimes, keep giving some nice ideas and all that. I think it is equally important for us to understand that there are some challenges. Many of these are my own experience of, trying hard for the last 6-7 years in a couple of universities where I've been very actively involved and so on. So let me share those with you. The first and the most important challenge is a lot of people, our own colleagues and our own academic colleagues, somehow come to an understanding and a conclusion that IKS is an add-on, which means you have subject, you have to attach 2 pages, 1 or 2 boxes here and there, add that masala of IKS little, because genuinely there is that kind of a feeling actually. I want to tell you, IKS is not an add-on, or it is not one more subject, because if you make it one more subject, it just adds more load to the system. It gets into a very competitive space in which it can be very easily edged out by both the students and the teachers, who are all finding it a little difficult to teach at the beginning. So I think the first challenge is to recognize that IKS is not an add-on. IKS is a mainstream. IKS can be very much part of, whether it is mathematics that you are talking about, trigonometry, or a specialized course on algebra, or in astronomy, something that we are doing, or in engineering and technology and so on. There are enough to sort of draw from. This is the first challenge. I think if the vice chancellors can help, the others to understand the approach is not an add-on approach, but a synthesized approach, that would be very, very useful. Otherwise, sometimes we find after a couple of years, not much is happening. The second challenge, this is a much bigger challenge. Typically, what happens in many universities is, after all the seriousness about IKS, they recruit some 2 specialists, maybe Sanskrit professors or somebody who knows a little bit of Sanskrit and a little bit of this and so on. And then they get them there because somehow, we need Sanskrit and all that kind of things, which our opening speaker also alluded to. Now, very quickly, what happens is, I am a professor of manufacturing management, so I can give you a very good example. Until we said, until 20 years back, manufacturing companies, if you go to the shop floor and ask about quality, they'll say there is a quality control department. Quality is not our problem. There is a quality control department. You go and check there. This is why we never improved our quality. The moment we said quality is part of production, we solved all the quality problems. In the same way, what will happen is there will be 2 or 3 specialists. So in the university, anybody ask about IKS, they say, no, there are 3 of them, go and ask them. As though they are the ones who have to carry the burden of IKS. So basically, some disturbance, some message. Okay, so essentially, it is important to know that IKS is not carried by a specialist or 2 or 3. It will be a very bad approach because, again, we will not really travel too far on this road. I think as leaders, I would request you to say everyone must own, create, and deliver IKS material. Now, let them find out how much they will learn, what professor they will bring into the system, how would they sort of integrate it, how would they cross-learn and then become better. All those issues are to be left. But I think the message must be very clear that IKS is not somebody else's job. So I think that is a very important second challenge that we may have to weather. The third challenge is it is extremely important to set measurable targets for departments and programs. I emphasize on the word measurable targets. Just to give you an example, in one university, just a few days back, I had a long discussion with the board and the vice chancellor and other leadership. I told them, by next year, if you don't say 10% of my offering in all the departments will have IKS, I mean, you have to put a number, which means they're offering 50 courses, 5 courses are IKS, and define it properly. So we need to put measurable targets for every department and program, so that it is easier for them. It is easier for us to have a common conversation in terms of where have we progressed, why we have not progressed, and how much we have progressed, etc., etc. Otherwise, I generally find, based on my own experience, IKS progress doesn't happen. I mean, despite our genuine, intentions and efforts and so on and so forth. So this is the third challenge. The fourth challenge, which is the mother of all these challenges, is we need to be extremely beware of certain mindset challenges. There are some mindset challenges when we bring IKS into the system. I will tell you some of them. First thing is, as you all know, see, if you ask me to teach anesthesia, I will not teach, because I don't know anesthesia. Or I will not teach biochemistry. Professor Kanti Murthy may possibly teach biochemistry, I won't. I'm a professor of management, I'll teach management. But what happens is, a lot of people think that Indian knowledge system we can teach. Because after all, I am an Indian, I am part of the culture, and I have seen this. Basically, the seriousness and the rigor that we need to invest in preparing for the course is generally taken a little bit easy. So that, and we are also seeing it, people go to the rooftop and say that, Indian scriptures, Bhagavad Gita is religious. In fact, most of the people must have never read Bhagavad Gita in their lifetime. Yet they have a license to actually comment on Bhagavad Gita. So these kinds of things. So we have this sort of mindset challenge which needs to be addressed. The second mindset challenge, which is highly prevalent, I see, is somehow those who teach IKS feel that glorifying IKS is our responsibility. It's important to actually glorify that, IKS is great. We don't have to do any of those. I think like any other body of Shastra, like any other body of science, IKS, at least the way I have understood, is a very good science. It has very good principles, very good, frameworks. We don't have to overstep beyond that. But a lot of people unwittingly get into, talking everything is available, and therefore the third associated challenge is, people say IKS has solutions for everything that we can imagine. I think this will be a counter marketing of IKS. We should never do that. I think we must caution our own selves. We don't have to do any of those. IKS has very good ideas, good theory, good frameworks. We need to get it right and possibly go and then share it with the faculty. I mean, with the students. I think we are on our way in terms of this thing. The last point I would like to make in terms of the challenges is if universities try to take what I call it as incremental approach to bring IKS, it can be quite counterproductive. We should have a very sustained clean slate approach. Because this incremental approach means, take the mathematics book, put 2 more boxes in it. Alongside the Pythagoras theorem, you put a little bit of a small box, which is Baudhayana Shulba Sutra or some such thing. Or if you teach indeterminate equation, make a reference of Kuttaka method of Aryabhatta. I think it may not be a good idea. I think if you can identify some spirited individuals, allow them to experiment. The first offering and the second offering need not be great. We all know, we have all come teachers like that. We also tried our own things. The charm of this profession is to try new things and learn from it and then make it better and so on. So I think if we can avoid incremental approach, we would be better off in IKS matters. I think I will stop here. I don't want to make it a very large, very long conversation. I wanted to just share with you some of the deep experiences that I have personally had in my journey of both introducing IKS several years back, writing a book on it and all that. And all that has helped me, think through some of these issues. I thought I will share with you all these issues. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. We have one more speaker, but before moving to another speaker, we have one small announcement and request that we have distributed recommendation sheets to all of you. I would request please fill that in case you have any recommendations and submit to the student manager. That will help us in preparing the notes. Meanwhile, we have to prepare the report and present it by tomorrow. So that would be helpful for us. Yes, sir, please. Definitely, listening to the speakers is most important. That is perfectly okay. That is perfectly okay. But today's report, if we receive, we can include your recommendations in the report. We'll do that, sir, by today or by tomorrow, whatever is more convenient. By tomorrow lunch also, if we receive, we'll include that in the report. Well taken. Thank you.
He's not joining on.
That's good. Thank you. We had two wonderful speakers, Professor Murthy. Very, very technical presentation. Many of things even I could not understand. But at the same time, it was very unique in the sense that he explored a lot of things which were very Indian. In the sense, he covered a lot of areas like Ayurveda. Then there was weather sciences, astronomy, astrology, mathematics, music, and through his very powerful presentation, he could show us the important role played by our ancient scholars, academics, or scientists in various fields. And that was really a very, very valuable contribution by Mr. Murthy. But then the other speaker was Professor Madhavan, probably. Madhavan. He said that we need to create a ecosystem which is very robust, which is very strong, and that his ecosystem was the system which will promote the Indian research. And
Let's move it.
He talked about IK. He talked about IK. That's what happens in blended learning. So he was talked about IK in the sense Indian knowledge. And he said we need to create new courses. The head of the departments need to sit down in the universities and find out what IK courses can be created in different departments where teaching and research can be done. And there he said there are certain challenges as well, like it would be not one person's responsibility, it will be everybody's responsibility to promote Indian studies. And we have to also create measurables, whether those kind of studies can be measured, and we have to set parameters for those studies. But at the same time, all those things will succeed when our mindset is changed. If we don't change our mindset and we carry on with the same mindset, things will never improve. And finally, he said that this kind of effort would be successful when we will make a continuous effort. But at the same time, somewhere when we discuss all these things, I think the most important thing to my mind was that when we talk about Indianness and when we talk about Indian studies, the most important thing, the most important contribution we made in our studies in any discipline was the study about values. We always talked about human values, and we all talked about moral education. I said somewhere in the process, we have said a goodbye to moral education in our system. Probably somewhere we need to take care of the moral education at all levels. It may be primary school, it may be higher secondary school or colleges. Moral education, which we emphasize in India to a great extent, is a must. But at the same time, in our own system, we should not be stuck with those values which should not be promoted in any system. At the same time, like we have been talking about diversity, we have not been a very homogeneous society ever. We have been a very heterogeneous society. And there the question would arise about access, and the question would about the equity, because the kind of system we had, the caste system or whatever, were we an equitable society? We have to avoid those things which were not very good in our system. Access would be another, everybody won't have access to the same kind of education. Affordability, sustainability are the issues which have to be addressed by any educational institution. So these are some of the important things, highlights of these two presentations, which were very ably presented by these presenters, and initially a very powerful presentation made by the chairman when he opened the session. Thank you very much for your very, very patient hearing. And I think we would, from this session, one thing is very clear, that at some level, we should seriously think about our IK, Indian knowledge is had, and also at least one important beginning can be made, which can think of how to inculcate values in our education, values in our students, and give emphasis on moral education. Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question? 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 Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Yes. Am I audible? I am Dr. Mahendra Reddy. Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible? Can I ask a question?
Yes, you can. Please go ahead.
Sir, this question is to Professor Mahadevan. It's an excellent lecture. Congratulations. One practical problem we face is there is no faculty who are trained, who can go and teach a full course of 33 lectures. So it's an excellent idea for initially to start with some SWAYAM courses, so that the few faculty which are available in the country can be used, and you can develop one course in engineering, one course in management, law, architecture, so that the students can register, can benefit, and we can maintain the quality. Slowly, we have to train the faculty through workshops, conferences, and encourage published research in reputed journals, because we should get acceptability in the world. So and then expand it to the other courses. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, this is a suggestion, and this is a very good suggestion. Well taken. So
I would like to know the reaction of Professor Mahadevan.
Yes, sir. Yes, Professor Reddy, I think, yes, Professor Reddy, I am 100% with you on that. I think it is very important to, that's why in one of the recommendations I made, we should have a suite of SWAYAM courses. Just to tell you, sir, I wrote a book on Indian knowledge systems, and I have already completed 3 courses which will be uploaded in SWAYAM very soon. It is just a month or 2. one for management, one for engineering, and one for sciences. So this would be the introductory course that would be available by April. Everything will be available. We are working on editing the videos and so on. But I am 100% with you, sir. I think we should have a suite of SWAYAM courses, and that could help faculty to ramp up with a little more confidence and support, and then we will be able to, create. I think while mine will be an introductory course, there is scope for such SWAYAM courses by some, there are any number, at least some 30-40 good faculty in this country who can offer domain-specific such courses. I am sure Professor Murthy is also working with a plan of doing that. I am sure it will happen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Very well answered already.
If I may basically supplement that. So yes, we, at the IKS division, we are working on that, and essentially the kind of suggestion that you had made, Professor Reddy ji, we are essentially trying to bring together a group of experts and then conduct that course and then put it up into the SWAYAM platform. And these will be for each of the discipline-specific courses, as you were suggesting. We are trying to do it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Many such courses will be coming out in the next 6 to 7 months.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Professor,
thank you.
Thank you very much for both the speakers for those outstanding presentations. So one of the big dilemmas that we have is that while at one stage, the larger education system is focusing a lot more on outcomes-based learning and how the impact of education will lead to jobs. Increasingly, there is an emphasis on stronger vocationalization of education. There is a deeper neglect of humanities and social sciences, and almost all evaluations of the leading institutions, including IITs and IIMs, are measured on the packages that the students get out of graduation. How do we ensure that there is inherent good in the pursuit of knowledge, including the pursuit of the study of Indian knowledge system? Have we already missed the bus? Because at this stage, students across universities are more and more looking at education as a means to an end, where the end almost defines the means. So without addressing the fundamental underlying challenges of the purpose of education, how can we indeed advance our legitimate aspirations to engage and grapple with the Indian knowledge system? This question could be addressed to both of you. Thanks.
Yeah, so let me tell you, I think you raised very important issues. There are a couple of things which we need to understand. While moving away from the current dominant paradigm, say I am from IIM, and what you say, I'm 100% able to relate to that. But I must also tell you, sir, I have a course on Bhagavad Gita. 160 students take it for the last 10 years. I'm offering it. I have a course on Indian knowledge systems. I used to offer a course on introduction to Sanskrit language and so on. And every time it is offered, people take it. The point I'm trying to make is, I think the strategy that we need to look for is slow ramping up, which will ramp down certain other things. We don't have to, flood the entire system with 100% IKS courses. I think every student wants a small fraction of 3-4 good courses, which he thinks is close to his heart. IKS can make that difference to begin with. I think our effort at this point must be of that variety. I think some of the IKS courses are eminently so good and attractive that in a few years' time, it will stimulate demand for more courses. I think we should look at it as the next 3-4 years what we should do, and the next 4-5 years what we should do, rather than, of course, the problem is a large problem on our hands. I'm not denying that. But there is definitely scope for 10% of courses in every university, which is from IKS domain. If offered well in a nice way, it will, in a few years, it will slowly change the colors and the rules of the game. I think we need to, we have a 200-year legacy with us, and you can't, change it in a few years, but we can definitely do it in about 10-15 years or so.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Professor Murthy, would you like to add something?
One thing I would say, I think what we have basically defined as the metric for success of students is essentially we have defined success as the metric. And I think when we look at it from a Bharatiya perspective, again, that Bharatiya drishti will happen. When we look at the success as something that is a sarthakata, rather than simply the success, then I think it becomes much more where we explore the meaning of what does it mean to be simply successful. And the सफलता और सार्थकता में जो फर्क है, वो अगर हम बच्चों को दिखा सकते हैं, then I think it will really change the way that they are pursuing things. So that is at a philosophical level. How do we do that? Professor Mahadevanji was talking about how we can introduce a lot of courses and the way that we can bring the Indian knowledge system that is close to their heart, and that is what will basically slowly build. And then at the same time, we should realize that character building is something that starts really in the schools. So we need to be really make sure that our school education system is something that is based on values that we would like our Indian citizens to reflect. Thank you.
Okay. Are you available? Right. It's all important.
So thank you, Professor Murthy. A new word has been added up, that is meaningful success. You want to say the success should be meaningful. Thank you very much. Yeah.
It was wonderful to listen to both the speakers and also to the chairperson. And I think everybody agrees that we have to make the IKS system alive. We have discussed about many of the courses, but what I feel, because I myself wanted to introduce IKS in our university, but how to define and thinking about say 20 courses or 40 courses, I think it's becoming a little difficult to implement them. So maybe we could have some, one suggestion is that maybe we can define some of the courses one hand, because I tried to have, I conducted 5 days workshop on character building. We were just talking about character building. But and we took out some courses also, which we are doing at our university level. But when we're talking at the national level, we must define some courses which are suited to IKS instead of thinking of all our assets in this, because we are very rich in Indian knowledge system. And secondly, maybe we could have some centers developed, maybe 5 or 10 centers developed in the country, which are specifically devoted to IKS, which will talk about IKS. They will award degrees in IKS. In that way, we can make our system more popular. I feel that it will take a lot of time. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Yes.
This will be the last question for this session.
Thank you very much, and excellent lectures by all the 3 speakers. In agriculture, I can tell you recently we are going to start one new course, and that is on natural farming. And there we are trying to teach this Panch Tattva and other things. And Indian knowledge system, it's an integral part of this natural system, Prakriti Kheti. But because from the next session we are going to introduce this, but the difficulty is the same. First, we have to train the teachers. No teacher is having any knowledge about this Indian traditional knowledge or other things, and that really is a big task, big investment. And the faculty development centers, we have to manage faculty development centers, because training about 74 universities, all those teachers. So that's some system really we have to find out for this. But it really gives insights to the students if they know about the richness of their own system. So I fully agree with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Anybody else?
Sir, if I can just add, pardon me for intervening, if you can just add a couple of points to what the speaker said earlier. Sir, it is very important. I agree with him. I think finding a faculty is going to be the toughest job, realistically. I think it is important for us to know that you need prerana and samarthya. And if you ask me, between the two, the passion and the prerana is the most important thing. So if every university can identify 3 or 4 faculty who have a lot of genuine passion to bring IKS, then, Swayam or no Swayam, in a year or two, they will actually build the Samarthya, because it is a passion which will drive them. So it may be very useful to identify such people and encourage them to really, come up with in their area of expertise or in related areas. Asking them to develop courses would be a very good starter, because I'm seeing them, a few more will join the party a few years down the line. So please look for such people. I think the chances are slightly higher. Of course, training the teacher is also an agenda of the UGC and IKS division. They are doing it actually.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. So,
the first two speakers talked about integrating challenge, because when you try to integrate two systems, there might be logical contradictions. And if you do not resolve the logical contradictions, teaching both side by side is going to be teaching irrationality. Let me give you some examples. If you try to teach heliocentric theory and geocentric theory side by side, you do have to solve the logical contradiction. Geocentric theory may be excellent, but you cannot teach it side by side saying both are true. At least one of them is false because of the logical contradiction. Let me give another example. If you say that water is an element and water is not an element, side by side, there is a logical contradiction. And you have to resolve that contradiction. Maybe the way the word element is used in ancient Indian system is not in terms of the periodic table. But then you have to say, what does it mean to say element? Offer only helplessness. Number one. Number two, this aspect of integration is not trivial, it's extremely difficult, because the so-called Sanskrit scholars quote Sanskrit, and people who do not speak Sanskrit, for example, me, all my understanding of Indian systems is through translation. And I have struggled with Indian logics for 25 years because all of this comes from translation. And it's incredibly hard because a large number of people who write simply quote things. One example would be Nagarjuna's system of Chatushkoti. And I have spent at least 15 years trying to understand it. And the understanding is not available because the people who write in English do not know enough formal logic to understand it. So formal logics in India, I think logical systems are incredibly good, but it is not something that we can teach tomorrow in the next 2 years. You will have to spend at least 10, 15 years to understand it. And the same case applies to something that I do know something about, namely Panini. How many Sanskrit scholars today know the Paninian system, which I think is great? And I learned the Paninian system from MIT, not from India. And there is a recent PhD thesis on Panini, and which nobody seems to understand. So these are not trivial things. I agree that we have to do this, but we have to do it in a very careful way, understanding the logical contradiction. Resolving them, or at least throwing out the ones which are not tenable.
thank you, sir. So here we wind up the program, and I thank everybody on behalf of AIU as well as Symbiosis University, both the speakers, along with Professor Ranbir Singh, sir. And it is extremely useful session, and I thank everybody for patiently.
Requesting Pro-Chancellor, Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Indore, Dr. Swati Mujumdar, to please come forward and facilitate. Chairperson for Technical Session 1, Professor Sunil Kumar, Vice Chancellor RGPV Bhopal, and Co-Chair, Professor Dr. Ranbir Singh, former President, Association of Indian Universities. I request ma'am to please facilitate. Chairperson for Technical Session 1, Professor Sunil Kumar, sir, Vice Chancellor, RGPV Bhopal. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. To have running tea. The tea is ready in the cafeteria. Now we will be moving forward towards technical session 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikita, for being a wonderful co-host. The time has come to move forward for the technical session 2. Before we begin, there are certain announcements. In case if anybody wish to have a running tea, it is available in the cafeteria. And there was a room check-in card being found. So in case any guest has missed out with that room check-in card, it is available at the reception desk of the hotel. So they can feel free to collect. Time has come to move to the technical session 2, being titled as Academy, Industry, Society Interface. Would like to take a moment to introduce the chairperson of technical session 2, Professor Nilima Gupta, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur, Vishwavidyalaya, Sagar. Requesting you, ma'am, to kindly grace your presence on the dais. Alongside introducing the speakers, I request our session co-chair, Pro-Chancellor, and social responsibility in higher education, sir is joining us online. Inviting Dr. S.S. Mantha. CSJM University, Kanpur, Professor Nilima Gupta. She is the recipient of 70 awards, including national and state awards like Janki Amal National Award and Saraswati Samman Vigyan Ratna Awards. She was awarded Center of Excellence by the government of Uttar Pradesh, and she has handled research projects worth 1.8 crores. I'm extremely sorry. I request and invite Professor Anil Kumar Ramesh, the Fellow Industrial TE Connectivity, to please kindly grace the occasion. So please accept my apologies. I request our chairperson for the technical session 2, Professor Nilima Gupta, Vice Chancellor Dr. Hari Singh Gaur, Vishwavidyalaya, Sagar, to kindly begin the session, ma'am. So, Mike.
Good afternoon to all of you. I know it has been a very tiring day, right from the morning. And now with the last session of this day, I suppose it's the second technical session, having had the inaugural session and then a very special session and the technical session 1, which we just had, and it talked about the Indian knowledge system. And now we are moving on to something a little bit different. But I think that it is really a very important session where we are going to talk about the academia, we are going to talk about the industry, and we're going to talk about the society. If we talk about our Indian system and India being a very big country, and we are churning out about 3.7 crores of graduates per year. Are we making them society friendly? This was a burning question in my mind also. And with this in mind, all those of you who read the university news of last month in December, one paper was also published. I talked about how we can make these graduating students society friendly. And this is something here once again, when we're talking about the academia, we're talking about the industry and the society. Talking about the Indian system, we can talk about the Indian system, which was during the past. If we go back to the past, we go to the days of Nalanda, Takshashila, we go back to the days of Gurukula, when we had that complete. We're talking about since morning also, we talked about holistic development. We talked about multidisciplinary education. So that was a period when, in one sense, it was a type of holistic development, multidisciplinary education where the guru and shishya, they lived together. But with the passage of time, times changed. And today we have a system where gradually we moved on to a very specific type of education system. So with this very specific education system, we talked about various disciplines like science, like arts, like commerce, and a student who was opting for arts subject could study only arts subjects, science subjects, or commerce subject. And when they graduated out, they were out with a degree in their hands, and they were looking about for jobs. They were looking about whether they can be successful citizens of the country or not. So with this in mind, when the National Education Policy started talking about this type of system in which we must have a collaboration with the industry, because till now, if we talk about the industry and the society and the education, they were just like parallel lines, having no link with each other. The academia was interested only in giving degrees. The industries, they were interested only in producing the products and bringing them to the market. But ultimately, everybody had to go out into the society. So now, I very much like the concept of AIU when it talked about this system. It is a triplet type of system. So instead of having these parallel lines, now we're talking about a triangular. When all of these three lines, they're linked with each other. That is academia, the industry, and the society. So what benefit are we deriving from each other? If we try to look at all these three perspectives, the industry is very happy because they do not have trained manpower. And if they get these trained students, they can very well cultivate them into their industry. They can absorb them into their industry. And what does the university want? The university has talented students, but they do not have opportunities to bring them into the industry. So if the industries, now we have to have some sort of a helping hand, and we have to have hand holding between the academia and the industries. And if we are going forward with this hand holding, definitely our students, they're going to become compatible for the society. And this is what we are thinking about today. So on one hand, the industries, they will be happy. On the other hand, the students, the academia, the universities, they will also be happy. And we will develop a healthy society also, because in doing so, our students, they are also going to learn the skill, which is so important. And on one hand, when our Honorable Prime Minister is talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, so we all work together, I'm sure that we are definitely going to fulfill these dreams. And let us look today, we have a number of good speakers who shall be talking on these lines. And I'm sure by the end of the session, we'll have some very good recommendations as to how all these three can work together to develop a better society. So now with these few words, I would now request the first speaker. I think she can just speak out the name.
Thank you, madam. And thanks for AIU for inviting me here as a guest speaker and giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts with the learned people. First, I would pray for all the teachers. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Today I am here because of teachers, and I would thank all the teachers who are growing this skill and knowledge across the country. So one thing I would like to say, whatever I speak here, it is my personal experience and nothing to do with my company. And I would like to share, because almost from 2000 onwards, I'm involved with university industry interactions and academic courses industry. I try to put things together. So it is my personal experience and my opinion. And first thing I would like to say is, if you look at way back 2000 or earlier to that, compared to today, a lot of changes have happened, and which is very nice. I have seen the syllabuses have been changed, aligning to the industrial requirements, and the method of teaching has been changed. The students have been involved in practical activities, developing project. I think it is enormous change has come in, but though it is there, but there is an opportunity for improvement. So I come from industry largely, and my work was largely in industry. I have worked in ISRO for 15 years. Then I have worked in Honeywell for 15 years. Then I have worked in a company called Dover for 5 years as head of an R&D. Recent past, I moved to TE Connectivity as fellow. Fellow is a role where we are technical gurus in the company. We are 15 fellows across the globe, and one among them is myself in the company. So the portfolio of university engagement, working with university is part of fellows assignment, and we do that in Honeywell also. I have done that. I would like to bring a couple of points. I don't have a PPT presentation, which normally we do in industries, but I don't want to do that PPT presentation. Couple of points I would like to bring, which is for further improvement, continuous improvement we see in industry, and for further improvement. One is, I see always the most important skill that we need in industry is a problem solving skill. So today when we see the students, they're very well trained on competencies in their areas. It could be mechanical, it could be electrical. In some places, it could be multidisciplinary, mechanical, electrical together, like in course, robotics and automation, they may have both. But when they come to industry, we need a problem solving skill. One of the challenge we see with young talent in industry is identifying the problem itself is a challenge for them. To say this is a problem, they have a challenge. Second thing is, from the social perspective, fear of failure is very thing which normally there. People will have a lot of fear. If I do something and if I fail, what will happen? That fear of failure, I think we should take it out. If there is no fear of failure, I think the success rate will be very high. I work with a lot of young engineers. I sit with them and work. They're worried about fear of failure. So problem solving skill, one of the approaches, I personally feel we have a project in our engineering curriculum. Generally, the final year or final semester, early semesters, they start the project. Instead, my suggestion is, if they start the project from the first semester or second semester itself, how do we do that? So start like identifying the problem. What is that project they want to do? In the first semester, full semester, they have to go around the place, observe things, identify what is that problem that they can solve. Normally, before we identify the problem, we will have a solution. We are very good in providing technical solution and innovative solution. But the key challenge is we haven't taught people that holistically to see, is it a technical feasible solution, economically viable solution, manufacturable and user friendly? Is that solution what I give, does this cover everything? Because end of the day, if this doesn't cover all these things, idea may be good, but we cannot take it to a product and launch it. The reason why I say product is, in academia, you invest money and generate knowledge. But in industry, we take knowledge and earn money out of it. To earn money, we need that end-to-end holistic approach. The idea could be great, but unless we make money out of that idea, it is not a good idea for us. So what I say is problem identification could be in the first semester, then identifying the customer value. Who is customer? What is the thing? So I'm bringing product development process here, but if you go through the 8 semesters, at the end of the semester, I see some product or some solution or some output will be there. And there are a lot of students here in our country, but the output, what we see, that they could take it for commercialization. That is part 2. But have they learned something that they can deliver to the society? I think that is a limitation. So my suggestion, if you can put these things together, I can help it on this, but if you can put these things together, experiment it. Not all the crowd need to be done. We need not boil the ocean, but pick up some good students, like-minded students who has interest and to take it forward. We should start encouraging this. From the semester 1 itself, we should do this. This is one of the thing. The second, what industry needs is, I may be my specialization was in electrical, electronics and instrumentation. My diploma is in electrical. I did my electronics in engineering, and I did my instrumentation in solar cells in Indian Institute of Science. But industry, I was working on mechanical things, vibrations, cryogenics, and recent past, in my last assignment, I was working on materials and coating. So what is important is, we should teach students how to learn fast, and how to de-learn the old things or learn the new things. So what we should teach them is how to learn fast and unlearn and learn the things. So to do that, one of the key things I understand, what I have experienced is, I should know what I don't know. If I know what I don't know, then I can just go and learn and try to take it forward. So that is one other thing. And as I mentioned, the fear of failure is one of the most important thing. I don't know, the competition in our education system that everyone has to get 90, 95, 98. In my days, in our days, probably we were getting 60, 60 plus 70. I think when I got state rank in diploma, 87 was the highest, and previous batches, 65, 66 was the highest. But today, like temperature, body temperature, it is 98, 99, those kind of a thing. I think we are somewhere creating that knowingly or unknowingly, the pressure in the student, and they are not accepting the fear of failure. That fear of failure has to come out if they have to innovate, if they have to deliver something, if they have to contribute to the society. So I think this industry can help academia to drive this social, cultural change in the academia with the student, for the students, so that I think it will be a different class of students coming forward. But last one I have, this is not a suggestion or anything. I'm asking just a clarification. I thought, I don't know whether this is the right forum to ask. In many universities, they do a relative ranking. So somewhere I'm really not happy with that relative ranking. It's good to do relative ranking in competitive exams, because common question paper cutting across, we can get a relative ranking and say this person is good in this highest, and we know that. But when it comes to university doing a relative ranking, the challenge becomes when you take different people from different universities. I don't have a common base to evaluate the people while taking them for the job. So relative ranking within the university is good, but across universities, we cannot have a comparison or a common baseline. So this creates a challenge in industry for us, because we get them, again, we have to start evaluating from the first. We cannot go ahead. In our days, it was like common ranking across institutes and universities was there. It was easier, just give one interview and we can take it. But now with the competitive thing, I think it is quite challenging for us. So I don't know, answer why they have chosen that relative ranking, but could be a solution for this. We should work out jointly with industry. And the most important thing is industry is always a dynamic situation. It's very difficult for us to predict what we need for the future and what we need today. So those said that it is very difficult to translate that into education because there is a long cycle. Today's requirement, if I give, you take 3 to 4 years for the students to come out. So there is a challenge, there is a lag there. So I think we should work together and beat this dynamic situation and get good students for the industry and also train them to become an entrepreneur. Not that I'm just looking at getting a job, but we can have them as a good entrepreneurs. And this is some of the few thoughts I had. I didn't put it in a presentation and I just wanted to share from my heart because I day in, day out, I work with this for quite some time. So these are my thoughts and I open up for question at the end. I'm ready to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's time to request Dr. Rajesh Tandon, Founder President of PRIA, UNESCO, Co-Chair in Community-Based Research and Social Responsibility in Higher Education, to share his views. Sir is joining us in the online mode.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me.
Absolutely clear.
Thank you very much. Greetings to Professor Nilima Gupta, Dr. Mantha, and other fellow panelists. And thank you, AIU, for inviting me to participate in this session. About 2 months ago, I went to attend 50th reunion of the batch of IIT Kanpur, which graduated in 1972. And we were about 85 people, 2/3 of them having come from out of India for this reunion. And we had a good couple of days of interaction. A few of them, in the course of saying hello and what have you been doing, and etc., began to converse with me about how the kind of education we received at the premier Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, 50 years ago, is that education able to support us or our work to address some of the pressing challenges of our society? Not just Indian society, but the world around. And in particular, because we were all engineers, we began to talk about the challenge of ecological distress, climate distress, and more recently, the challenge we are witnessing in Joshimath. Why I am sharing this is because in the course of our formal education as engineering, we never thought of anybody other than the books and the professors. As my predecessor has spoken about interacting with the industry, in those days, even that did not happen. But if we talk about interaction with the industry, let us talk about also what is that industry. My guess is that no more than 1/3 of our graduates every year from all our educational institutions in the country, no more than 1/3 actually go and join a formally organized economic enterprise. A large number of them may be looking for options, but do we help them look at larger society where still 85% of our workforce is in the unorganized, informal sectors of society, where a large number of our technical and professional expertise is required when a panchayat is trying to develop a plan for its development and needs digital expertise for mapping. The reason I am raising this question is because society is larger than formal, large industry. More employment happens in MSMEs, and there is always a dearth of professional talent willing to work in smaller local economic enterprises as well as institutions like municipalities and Zilla Parishad. So I am actually very delighted to share with you how the national education policy has triggered this. And with people like Dr. Pankaj Mittal providing leadership, we now have University Grants Commission now a few weeks ago has launched the guidelines for fostering community engagement and social responsibility 2.0. I am sure all of you as vice chancellors and principals of colleges have received that letter and notification from Professor Rajneesh Jain. What this course and this guideline curriculum defines is fundamentally a new way of looking at higher education. Higher education not aloof from society, but a part of society. Higher education has two main functions, teaching and research. In fact, what we teach is based on some research. Now, if in the course of the teaching, our students get an opportunity to engage with the real world, not just formal industry, but other sectors of society, the guidelines are recommending a very important perspective. They are asking for engagement with society, with communities in a mutually respectful manner, which values the knowledge that exists in communities and societies. We are in these days privileged to talk about water harvesting. We are paid to describe organic forms of agriculture. But we need to remember that before 1960, all farming in India was organic. It's the Green Revolution which made it inorganic. And champions like me who propagated the use of that Green Revolution. So how do we look at engagement in society in a mutually respectful manner? I want to quote Honorable Prime Minister when on July 7, during the Samagam that took place in Varanasi last year, he said, it is no longer a question of taking lab to the field. It is also a question of bringing field to the lab. And much of agriculture, nutrition, health, in these professions and disciplines, field comes to the lab if it has to be meaningful. He carried on to say that it is not enough for university knowledge to be taken to the communities, but it's also important to bring community knowledge back inside the university. Knowledge resides in communities as well. And in the previous session, we had a discussion on indigenous knowledge systems. This approach to university community engagement has to be viewed within the larger framework of socially responsible higher education. Unfortunately, in many countries, including ours, the purpose of higher education has become the size of the package, as one of the speakers said in the previous session. As a result, socially responsible learning and socially responsible knowledge production both have been given a short shrift. I want to suggest to you all that in the last 2 years, we have a global consensus emerging in the debates that have taken place at the level of UNESCO. In November 2021, UNESCO, with universal agreement of all member states, has produced a recommendation on open science. And those of you who have not had a chance to peruse through it, I encourage you to do so. Recommendation for Open Science 2021 from UNESCO talks about not just open access and open data. It also talks about openness to public engagement, openness to public scrutiny and accountability of science, as well as openness to other forms and systems of knowledge, including experiential, practitioner, and indigenous knowledge. This is a UNESCO recommendation unanimously approved by all member states, recommended by a set of scientists of the Indian International Science Council and through a series of consultation with scientists. What we are witnessing is a fundamental shift in understanding and reaffirmation of knowledge systems, which are not only limited to labs where science is carried out. If you look at the challenges that our societies face on ecological front, we need to return to that knowledge system which made it possible for us to live in harmony with nature. Not against nature, not to exploit nature, but to live with nature. And the knowledge system to live with nature may yet to be taught in institutions of higher education in India or in many other parts of the world. The second most important global consensus that I want to bring to your attention, which happened in Barcelona in May 2022, UNESCO's third World Higher Education Conference took place there. And in the opening session, based on a report of the expert group called Reimagining Futures of Education, referring to the higher education field, the keynote speech explored the possibility of how higher education institutions can enhance their interaction with society. And not just with one segment or other of society, but all types of societal actors. In communities, in small economic enterprises, in large companies, in institutions of governance. So imploring higher education institutions to become more engaged with society was the common message from this third World Higher Education Conference of UNESCO. And if you want, you can see the reports of it on UNESCO's website. They are also readily available on Google search. So given the topic that we are discussing about multidisciplinarity and engaged learning, in my view, are most important to prepare a set of young people who can be sensitive to and responsive to the needs of our society in wide variety of ways, without necessarily undermining their opportunity for a reasonable livelihood. This approach to designing curriculum also prepares them in a holistic manner. It also helps them to understand where they will work. Because once they leave the college and university campus, they live in society. And when they live in society, they have to work in society. They have to understand what society is and how it operates. And they have to have the capacities. These days, we call them soft skills. In my view, they're very hard. Capacities to listen, to be open to, and to build relationships with diversity of societal actors to be effective as well as successful. I do hope that AIU and its member universities and all of you as leaders of these wonderful institutions would look at the way we design our curriculum, the pedagogy we use to teach our students, and the kinds of issues in which we get them involved to undertake research or project work. The more engaged they are, the more socially responsible higher education will become, and the true spirit of National Education Policy 2021 will then be realized. I want to thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. Though it was online, but not impressive. Lesser than if you were present here and presenting along with us. Thank you so much, sir. Inviting the next speaker of the day, Dr. S.S. Mantha, sir, former chairman of National Regulation, AICTE, implemented several e-governance initiatives and facilitating regulations over a 6-year stint. Let me take the pride to introduce. Earlier, a professor of robotics, control theory of AI and VGTI, he now occupies the Emeritus Chair. He has more than 280 publications in national and international journals and conferences, besides authoring 3 books. He is the author of NVE-QF, now renamed the National Skills Qualification Framework, NSQF. He is the member Karnataka Skills Development Authority and advisor to the government of Andhra Pradesh. Sir was also the chairman, KL University, for 3 years. Currently, Sir is the CEO of Mahapreet Startup Knowledge Center, also an adjunct professor at the National Institute for Advanced Studies, Bangalore, and chairman of Technical Committee, National Cyber Safety and Security Standards, an IT expert for the government of Maharashtra. It's an honor to have you, sir.
Thank you, Swati, Nilimaji, on this side, and the invited vice chancellors and other guests on the other side. First of all, good evening. A long day for all of us. The 3 entities that you have shown here for this session, academia, industry, and society, like an ecosystem, and one really needs to understand the synergy that must exist between the 3 to realize the benefits that accrue. Now, having said that, let's see a few of the areas that connect these 3, the academia, the industry, and the society, and see what it means to us in the current, system that we are trying to develop. There were several, industrial revolutions that happened. The first one, it worked on steam, things like that, to produce energy. The second one went into using gas and, oil to produce energy. The third one went into an internet era. And though the first and the second took almost 100 years, the third one, the internet revolution, started off somewhere in the early 80s. And today, we are talking about Industry 4.0. And 4.0 is driven by several technologies. They're all basically application areas. It talks about cloud computing, it talks about IoT, it talks about, blockchain, your, development operations, and so on. There are almost 10 different technologies that get into Industry 4.0. And the fundamental aspect of Industry 4.0 is a lot of collaboration. Now, unless collaboration happens between the people involved outside the system and within the industry, Industry 4.0 cannot be realized. Now, having said that, where does the society come in? The European Union describes Industry 5.0. Now, even though there are several industries in this country who are still struggling with implementing Industry 2.0 and 3.0. Forget about 4.0. 4.0 is a lot of technology. Now, Industry 5.0 is fundamentally different, and that's where the society comes in. 5.0 goes, across the domains, in the sense that early industry looked at only the profit as a motive. Whatever was produced was based on profit as an outcome. Later on, industry also realized that people are a very important part of running an industry. And therefore, people were given a lot of importance. Several welfare schemes, welfare measures were created for them within the industry ecosystem. So you have two pieces. One is profit, the other one is people. Now, Industry 5.0 says, it's not enough that you produce. It's not enough that you profit. It's not enough just to take care of the people, but we need to take care of the planet as well. While we produce, we should not destroy the natural resources. And therefore, everything else must coalesce into a system that preserves the planet. So you have a third P. So profit, people, and now planet. And these three is the classic triple P bottom line, which is described by the European Union. Now, in order that all this happens, our universities must come forward and create systems which, protect the planet. So therefore, there must be education, there must be a preservation of our natural resources, of our ecosystem, must become a part of the entire education system. So that's where the industry, the universities, the society, everything come in when you now look at the Sustainable Development Goals, which UNESCO describes. Now, that's one part of the story. The second part of the story is we have academia, which is an extremely important part of the university system. And while defining what the role of the academia is, we need to understand what university itself is. In the early days, universities had almost all the departments on the same campus. And universities were never meant to be guaranteeing jobs. Universities were meant to create skills. They were meant to give knowledge. They were not meant to guarantee jobs to the students. Now, that paradigm has changed in the current system that we are practicing. And here we have institutions, universities, actually promising placements, promising 100% placements, and so on. That becomes a USP of the university today, or of an institution today. So things have changed. The entire approach to education has changed. Whereas in the earlier days, university systems were driving the industry, to innovate, to create new products, processes, and so on. Today, the industry drives the university system. So there are additional pressures on the university system. So that's where people talk about teaching, machine learning or deep learning, or maybe cloud computing or IoT or whatever. These are all basically application areas. And it must be seen that all these technologies are agnostic. They don't depend on the discipline. Whether you are a mechanical engineer, whether you are an electrical engineer, a civil engineer, or anyone for that matter, any discipline for that matter, you need to understand these technologies to make a difference there. Now, what is the common thread that binds all this? It is collaboration. So unless collaboration happens, things will not move forward in future. Now, whether it is within the industry or collaboration between the industry and the academia or whatever, or the collaboration between the academia, society, industry, and so on. So the future will be driven by collaboration. Now, what kind of collaboration? In the early days, you had a few industry professionals coming, visiting our institute. Even today, that happens most of the time. And people call it collaboration. Industry experts come to the institutions, come to the universities, and probably handhold a few projects or maybe give a few lectures. And that's the end of the collaboration. Or probably there will be a few MOUs with the universities, and that creates a certain amount of synergy. But you need to get out of that, system and create much more meaningful collaborations where students participate in the projects and so on. The future universities are places where universities, institutions of higher education, and industries coexist on a single campus. They must coexist. I'll give you an example. In Germany, there are only two kinds of universities. Unfortunately, here we have defined multiple universities. We have defined state-funded universities. We have central-funded universities. We have deemed universities, deemed to be universities, world-class universities, universities of eminence, and so on and so forth. There are so many different types. But at the end of the day, they all do the same thing. Now, why they should be called differently other than a university which is a collection of teachers, faculty, students on the campus, driving knowledge, creating new knowledge, and so on. They're all fundamentally universities. But we have a different classification. And what happens is the research that happens within that space gets disaggregated. We have some very good researchers publishing in some of the finest of the journals, interacting with the best of the people, but all that research doesn't come together to create a product. It doesn't come together to create a new process, and so on. So therefore, on the productization factor, we don't really count. But it's not that we don't produce good research. It's in highly specialized areas and which aids a process improvement or a product creation somewhere else. Now we need to create that ecosystem here. Now that happens for a very specific reason. Look at the German experience. There are only two societies which set up institutions. One is the Max Planck Society, and the second is the Fraunhofer Society. They set up institutions anywhere in the world, and there are several of them in the US, in Israel, they are there in UK, across Europe, and so on. What is their function? If Max Planck Society sets up institutions to do fundamental research, their job is to create new postulations, new ideas, innovate, and so on. And they create new propositions or basic research. They do fundamental research. The Max Planck Society also sets up institutions. Sorry, the Fraunhofer Society also sets up institutions, which are Fraunhofer institutions, and they get applied research. They do applied research, which means they take the basic research inputs and they create products or new processes or improve upon the existing products, existing processes, and so on. And it works in 1:9 ratio, which means 1 part of the funding comes from the government, 9 parts comes from the industry. And in a single campus of maybe 1,000 acres, they have co-located a central institution, which is the Fraunhofer Lead Center. And around it, an ecosystem is created where every research, every industry is represented on the campus with their research centers. And where do the products come from? The ideas come from? There is a section which goes and meets the society outside, gets their requirements, ideates, innovates on them, and then creates systems for productization, for creating new products. Several new products have come in that route. In Israel, you have Herzliya Institute for Innovation, which is in the private sector, which creates great product, creates new products, new processes. Their mandate is not to publish papers. Their mandate is to create products, is to improve processes. And in that process, if papers are published, that's fine. But the mandate is not to publish papers. So therefore, there's a lot of effort that goes on in bringing all these three together, industry, academia, and the society, in everything that we would want to do in future. Just the final thing. Now, the national education policy, if you have, most of you must have read it, has 3 elements, and all 3 of them call for collaboration, and collaboration between industry, between academia, between society, and so on. What are they? The first one is multi-point entry exit. The second is academic bank of credits. And the third is personalization. All 3 of them call for collaboration. Without collaboration, I think all this, nothing of this is really possible. In what sense is it not possible? Let's say multi-point entry exit. You have 4 years of study. After the first year, you get a certification, and you can go out, maybe come back and continue your education. Then you get a diploma, then you get a degree, then you get a research, or maybe a honors degree, and so on. The simple question is, why must one quit after first year or second year or third year? Today you have a system where he continues through the 3 years and then gets a degree and then goes out into the world and searches for an appropriate employment. Now in the new system, why should he drop out? The reasons are not difficult to find. Maybe he is not interested in the current education system. He just finds that after 1 year and wants to quit, go out, work, get some experience, come back. And the second reason is he is financially not stable, which means he cannot continue his education because of financial reasons. And he has to support his family. Therefore, he wants to drop out, or he has to drop out. Now, the question is, if he drops out after 1 year, does he have a suitable employment at that level? So you need to map the industry. There are multiple industries now. So therefore, you have to create a curriculum, complete overall the curriculum, in a sense that the skills that you build meets a certain industry requirement. And there is a certain job role at the end of first year, at the end of second year, at the end of third year, and so on. So which means that now you need to look much more closely at your curriculum And the skills that you are building, the competency-based skills, based on the industry requirements and the kind of job roles that exist within the industry. And therefore, collaboration, again, is the key. Look at academic bank of credits and personalized education. Within personalized education, a student can probably, learn at his pace, learn at his chosen institute, and so on. Now, for doing that, he will really have to, go to some other institution, register there as a matter of practice, register there, and then take a course from there, take a few credits, maybe 3 credits, 4 credits for that course, and deposit in his notional account. And when he, in this fashion, aggregates all the credits that are required to be awarded a degree, probably that will happen in the parent institution. Much of it could happen online because a student may not travel to different universities located in different places. But the point is that there must be a collaboration between these participating institutions, these participating universities, in order that this must happen. So the idea that I am sharing is there needs to be a lot more collaboration between the academia, between universities, between institutions, between the industry and the institutions, between the society and the industry, and so on. So with that as few thoughts, maybe, we have a hindsight, we have the benefit of hindsight, where we have gone through systems and now we realize that things must change, but that experience must be translated into doable systems and implementable systems. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The vision was absolutely clear and crystal clear to all of us. The time has come to invite our mentor, the Pro-Chancellor of Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Dr. Swati Mujumdar, ma'am. The ma'am's view and ideas about skilling the nation through education inspires us a lot. I request ma'am to please come forward for inspiring us.
So dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, a very good evening, and I won't take much of your time. I know you've had a cup of tea, but it's been a tiring day for all of you, so you may be looking at unwinding. My wishes to those who are online. Before I start, I wish each one of you season's greetings for a very healthy and happy new year. I hope you have a wonderful year ahead. I have a very, very brief presentation, and some of my views may not be liked by a lot of people, but I'm known to speak up my mind. So please forgive me if you don't agree with some of my thoughts. But nevertheless, I feel it's my duty to present to you what my thoughts are on this subject for which we are meeting here today. I think a lot is being said in India, especially in the academic world, about industry interfacing, about research, and about what kind of things we can do for the society. But often words just remain as words and actions don't seem to be executed. I think the challenge is in the execution, not in the thoughts. And this particular skill university that you're seeing here at Indore, I know many of you said to me that the campus is fantastic, and I can tell you that it doesn't really challenge me much to create good campuses, because I think if you have a great architect and if you have the money to spend on infrastructure, you can create beautiful campuses. The challenge, I think, in the Indian education system has always been in the execution and implementation part. And so has it been for me personally with the Skill University. It is not the infrastructure, it is not the machinery, it is not the equipment, it is not even the word skill university. What has really been challenging is the human resource which sits at the center of all projects that we take up in the university system. And so today's presentation hopefully will give you a gist of how we have tried to achieve in our own little way. And as I always say that we are far from success, but in our own little way, how have we tried to integrate industry within education, within academia, and for the larger benefit of society. So it is a triangle with equal lines on either sides of it. And I hope that my presentation gives a small gist of what we are trying to do with both these skill universities to bridge this gap and to bring industry and academia together for the benefit of the society. So the next slide, please. I don't know who's managing the PowerPoint. So this, the contents are just really two, our practices and success stories and the interventions, points for a win-win collaboration and the challenges that skilling faces in our country particularly. Next. Next slide, please. So this, we started with the vision of creating a place of learning, because I do feel that universities are places of learning and not just places where you obtain information. So they're places of learning where we can not only provide knowledge, but also skills to the students. So they can not only become employable, but they can also become businessmen or businesswomen and become entrepreneurs. Slide, please. This is a model which I created. Many of you may not know, but I have been doing research in skill development in the pedagogy, especially for a long number of years. I started my journey as a computer science major, having worked in the US for 15 years, primarily in IT companies. And after I came back to India, I looked after the distance learning wing of Symbiosis. And from 2002 to about 2006, we did pioneering work of integrating technology in education at a time when UGC was quite apprehensive about me running online examinations, me introducing e-learning. In fact, I've got slaps from UGC, AICT for, driving computerized tests, which they were called at that time. In fact, one committee member even questioned me, so are you going to pass all these students? So it's very ironical now that life has come back a full circle and most of the examinations today are computerized. They were great learning experiences for me of how technology can be used very effectively in the delivery of education and in offering fantastic student services. We were the first ones to have rolled out IVRS. Somebody just mentioned about that. An integrated voice response system, which would give distance learning students an opportunity to obtain answers to majority of their questions. We were the first institute which created a dedicated call center which addressed student queries promptly and effectively. And all these technology interventions were beautifully woven into education without increasing the fees. So that was the good part, that technology was used without charging anything to anybody. Thereafter, when I got an opportunity to head Maharashtra government's committee for vocational education to create a policy, and many of you may know Maharashtra has a very large number of ITIs and polytechnics. And that was the time that Manmohan Singh ji was the Prime Minister of our country, and he had just formulated the skill mission. And Ram Dorai was the then MD of TCS, was the advisor for that skill mission. And when we formed this committee, we interviewed thousands of students across Maharashtra, close to about 4,500 to be precise. And we also interviewed about 300 odd vocational teachers. And there were two problems that came to my notice in particular through my research. One was that majority of the courses which were offered in skill education were very terminal in nature. They were not to the extent of giving vertical mobility all the way up to a degree. The second problem was, of course, social acceptability, that we still look down on people with skills. We still feel that skills is all about being an electrician and plumber or a driver at the most, but we seldom forget that even a surgeon is a very skilled surgeon. So skills are there everywhere. Even as teachers, we require to have good teaching skills. So because of these two problems, majority of the students were looking at skill-based education as the last choice rather than the first choice. And the vocational teachers were also not very effectively trained on a pedagogy which focused on outcome, a pedagogy which focused on assessing skills, which may I dare to say is still a problem. And that is where we proposed 3 unique bills to the Maharashtra government in 2012. The first bill was to create a public skill university in PPP mode. The second bill was to create a Maharashtra Vocational Education Commission, which today has actually been called as the Maharashtra Society for Skill Development. And the third was a Skill Quality and Accreditation Council. Now, why did we propose these 3 bills? Were because in the world of skills, the way to assess students, the way to teach students is quite different than what happens in a conventional university. And as Mantha sir said some time back, if you look at other developed countries where more than 98% of their workforce is vocationally trained and certified, in India, my research at least showed that about 94% of our population comes from the informal sector and they are not at all certified, vocationally formally trained. We also have a problem with labor laws. Most of the labor laws in our country do not emphasize hiring certified people. While in Germany and many of the foreign countries like Australia and China, you see that their labor laws or their recruitment rules itself very emphatically mention that we would hire somebody who's vocationally certified. And because of all these problems, probably skilling has not been as effective in our country as it has been in other countries, be it Australia, the TAFE model, be it China, the vocational universities, or even Germany, where I think some pioneering work was done in this area. So this particular model that I created is very unique to India because Indian culture does associate a lot of importance to degrees. In fact, parents seldom want their children to be non-graduates than to be employed. I'm sure you'll agree that most of the parents who send their children for higher education are more worried about their children passing and getting a graduate degree, even if they don't have a job at the end of it. I myself, whenever I'm in interviews, I find hundreds of people who apply where their qualifications are something else and the job role for which they are applying is totally different. And these are the challenges, particularly to our culture and to our society. So when we created the Skill University model, and this particular picture is what I presented to the Maharashtra government in 2012, incorporates a lot of the features that NEP has brought out today. You will see multi-entry exit. You will see credit banking and transfer, recognition of prior learning, skill assessments, and very importantly, a skill university must have a vocational career guidance cell. Now, why are all these things important in a skill university? They are important because a skill university, or for that matter, any university, needs to be in continuous dialogue with the industry. It is not enough to have them as members on our board of studies. It is not enough to have them as members on our academic council. You need to be continuously dialoguing with the industry because industry is changing very fast. A software which you must have taught last year is not even valid this year. The skills that you spoke about 6 months back may be irrelevant after 6 months. And these are the challenges that the industry faces. In fact, after the pandemic, the way of doing business has changed in most of the companies. You must have heard the large turnaround of people, and that is where I think we realize how important it is to reskill and upskill people. So this particular diagram goes on to show how a skill university not only needs to incorporate all these words, but what do these words really mean to our educationists? What these words mean to our academia, to our teachers is probably far more important than the definition of that terminology itself. And before I move to the next slide, I will just take a quick example. We often talk about credit banking and transfer system, but do our fees really support that kind of system? I studied in the US where you pay fees per course. You don't pay fees per program. Are signing up for a 4-credit course, you may be paying $100 per credit. So you pay $400 per credit course. Now, in the Indian education system, we pay for the entire program. So if you're enrolled in an engineering program, you may be paying the annual fees of whatever is valid for that particular university. If you're enrolled in a bachelor's program, you'll be paying the annual fees. But when you talk about credit banking and transfer system, what is really important to a student is when you give credit exemption, is it going to have a reflection on the fees? Are you going to also give that student a discount in the fees? And if you're not, how important it is to just give a credit exemption? Do we give choice to our students that if you're transferring 12 credits, I will give you a discount for those 12 credits? If not, words even there in our NEP, like recognition of prior learning or credit banking and transfer. If you cannot recognize the credits of a person, if you cannot recognize his expertise, his skills, and give him credit exemptions and give him a discount on the fees, why would the student such schemes? I do not understand how these words will actually get implemented in a country like ours, where the education fees are charged annually for programs, and yet we are expected to implement credit banking and transfer schemes or recognition of prior learning. I'll give you a quick example. In Pune, I have a BSc in Beauty and Wellness course, which is the only one of its kind in India. I often have ladies who've been running a beauty parlor for 15, 20 years. And they come and tell me that, you must recognize whatever skills you actually have, we have earned today in 20 years, and guide us on a learning pathway where you can give us exemptions for certain courses, and we can learn those courses which we have never practiced before. For example, if a lady has learned how to do a pedicure or a manicure, she may be able to learn advanced skin treatments or advanced makeup. But are we going to be able to give that lady credit exemptions in the form of fee discounts? And that really, I don't have an answer to. And perhaps that is the reason that some of these schemes just remain on paper, but they don't actually get executed and implemented. And I do appeal to all the vice chancellors who are listening to this particular conclave today, that you must think of correlating each of these points if we really want to have some meaning drawn out of these terminologies. Even multi-entry and exit, unless a unified credit system is established in our country, how can we provide for multi-entry and exit? So these cannot remain as just mere words. They really need to be translated in letter and spirit for the new education policy to be implemented accordingly. Next slide. These are just the two universities you are here, Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences. It is a project in which Symbiosis has put 400 crores. It's perhaps the largest investment of a private provider without taking loan to create world-class infrastructure for skill training. I'm happy to share with you that we did not wait to send our students to the industry for training. We have imported German machinery, which is worth about 30 crores, which is specialized skill training equipment, where students can be trained again and again till they become proficient and efficient. And we don't want to wait for the industry to come forward and train our students. Next slide. This is the university in Pune. Again, similar infrastructure, some few additional courses. In fact, we've even started an architecture program, which is a combination of architecture and urban planning. But I'm happy to share with you that both these universities do not offer conventional program. Both these universities have been offering very sector-specific courses where we have gone to the industry. I have personally spent couple of years doing research on what kind of job roles that they are going to have in the next few years. What are the skills and competencies required to perform effectively in those job roles? If I'm a teacher, then what are the expectations from my university from me? Similarly, every job role has some skills and competencies that the employer expects. And that is exactly what we are trying to build in both these universities. Next slide. These are some of our USPs. 70% of all the credits come from skilling, from practical training. And how have we achieved that? For every subject or every course of the curriculum, we have an extra skill class for which we give 1:1 credit. Practicals, of course, as you all know, there is a 2:1, and the theory, of course, is a 1:1. So that is how 70% of the credits actually come from practice or hands-on training. So we've gone in a very, very systematic way. The reason that we've incorporated skill classes, because as academicians, you'll appreciate that majority of our teachers are from the conventional system. And so when I implemented this model, many of our teachers themselves did not know how to impart skills. And that is why we implemented a different skill class for which the student also has to maintain a journal. And because they maintain a journal, we conduct specific skill activities which the industry expects. We allow the students to practice these skill activities again and again. Just like swimming or driving, if you practice something again and again, you really become efficient at it. And we allow our students to do that with the equipment and the machinery that we have. The idea is that by the time the student completes his program, he would have got all those skills that are required for this particular job role. The second thing I think which is very unique to a skill university is, you'll all agree that when somebody enters the law education, he knows he's going to become a lawyer. When somebody enters the medical education, he knows that he's going to become a doctor. But that is not true when somebody becomes an engineer or a manager. When they, at least when I grew up, a lot of mechanical engineers went into IT because that's where the jobs are. I think they wasted an IT seat because most of the mechanical engineers went into technology fields. I do feel that this is the clarity that we need to give to the youth of our country, that what is that particular profession that you are going to pursue after you complete this particular program? And are you going to be happy doing that profession? If you feel within you, if your passion is to do that, then only you must go in for this kind of an education. I also see that a lot of students take admission to various courses because their friends have taken it, or their parents are lawyers, so they want their child to be a lawyer, or their parents are architects, so they want their children to be architects. But many times you see that these children, when they complete their education, are not very successful in that profession. Our attempt with the skill universities is to counsel students ahead of time that these are the different occupations, that these are the different job roles in the market. Would you like to be in one of these job roles? And if so, then acquire all that knowledge and all those skills in this place of learning, which happens to be called a skill university. And our doors are open to make you successful in those particular job roles. And this is the reverse engineering that we have achieved with each of the program. It has been a challenge to implement this model because, like I said before, majority of our faculty come from conventional mindsets, and we've been trying very hard to recruit faculty from the industry who can train students on practical skills. The second thing which we are doing very differently is providing yearly internships. Every year, instead of taking a summer holiday, our students go to the company. It really helps them to understand things like getting up on time, going to the job on time, how do you deal with your manager, how do you write a professional email. Even little things like that, I think, change the attitude of students. And in the final year, they go for a 6 months internship. So every student who passes out of a skill university has typically already put in 1 year of work. It also helps with their placement because the student is going to the industry again and again. So at the end of his program, naturally, the industry is very much willing to hire the same person. And that is why it is not surprising that even during COVID, we were able to get 100% placements. And at the highest package we were able to give last year was 27 lakhs to an IT person. So I think this very close mapping that we can achieve with the industry job roles and the skill competency requirements is extremely important for industry and academia both, if it has to be a win-win situation. We also hire a large number of faculty from the industry. In fact, all the teachers that you'll find on this particular campus do come with industry experience. They may or may not have a PhD, but they definitely have industry experience. And that we do feel makes a lot of difference when they actually train our students. Some of the other things that we also do is we have set up a separate interdisciplinary sciences department, and Dr. Charul, who was comparing, heads that department. We do everything from basic communication skills to aptitude training. We allow students to take courses from other disciplines, foreign languages. There is just no bar, but it is a compulsion for the student to take these courses. We make sure it is in their credits. We make sure it is on their mark list. That is the way that students are going to be pushed into taking more interdisciplinary courses. If these are non-credit courses, then many times students volunteer not to take these interdisciplinary courses. Next slide. How do we interface with the industry? And this is a live example of our own case study. Can you press on the button so that the icons come on? So as I said before, that we do a lot of research before we start any program. In fact, we do not start any program by sitting in a closed room, all of us. We only start those courses where the industry says that we required manpower. Just to give you a quick example, about a month and a half back, Foxconn, which is the largest producer of the Apple phones, the semiconductor industry, was with me to tell me that they require skilled manpower in the semiconductor area. These are the kind of requirements which come from industry, which really encourage us to start courses in that particular area. We do not mandate that they have to be degree programs. So if skilling can be done in 6 months, we would do it in 6 months. If it can be done in 1 year, we can do it in 1 year. If it happens to be 3 years or 4 years, then it becomes a degree. But we do not mandate that the curriculum has to be of 3 or 4 years just because it has to become a degree program. We are very open to skilling, upskilling courses, which may be just 3 months duration. One example I can give you is an artificial intelligence course that I have been running for students of other colleges. The second-tier colleges in Pune, for example, where their employability is very low. I trained them on artificial intelligence in 3 months. The highest package that a student got this year was 14 lakhs. I think it's a great beginning to a golden career. These are the future skills. These are the industry 4.0 courses, which all of us must. In fact, to see is to believe. You might want to visit an electric vehicle service course that is going on in the workshop as we speak here. These ladies come from all backgrounds. There are students who are pursuing BA, there are students who are pursuing BCom, there are ladies who are 10 standard pass, there are ladies who are 12 standard fail, and they are learning how to repair and service an electric vehicle, and they're very aspirational. They want to start their own electric vehicle service station. And I think as a university, it is only our solemn duty to motivate them, to encourage them, and to impart all those skills without saying that this is a Symbiosis university. So if you are failed in your 10th or 12th standard, you cannot obtain skills. I don't want to personally create those silos and do not want that casteism in education. I feel that this is inclusive education. If somebody is failed in their 10th or 12th, but they can obtain good skills from a university, do something reasonable with their lives, start earning a livelihood, so be it. This university should be a place of learning where everyone can come and learn, irrespective of their academic and economic background. By the way, the fees of all these ladies are paid by our industry partner. We take care of their placements, and they don't have to pay a single rupee to obtain these courses. These are the kind of projects that we do with the industry. We go to the industry and we tell them that you have money to spend, we have students to train, let's come together, let's train them, and let's make them employable. But we do take responsibility of their placements. Unless we do that, we cannot provide quality training. I do not want to have just providing training where there is no outcome. The industry, by the way, is very, very strict about all these projects. They do not pay us the training fees unless they see the placements happening. And I think that is what drives us, and that is what drives our trainers. Our trainers, by the way, for some of these projects are themselves semi-literate, like the person who's teaching the electric vehicle course himself is a garage mechanic, and so be it. I had employed a MTech mechatronics. He was not very successful in training our students, but the person from the garage is doing a wonderful job. He's inspiring the ladies to enter a man's world where a woman can actually go and now repair an electric vehicle. And I think that is all what is about inclusive education. The second thing that we also do is encourage the industry to come and counsel students and parents. I'm running a 2-year diploma in manufacturing excellence for girls from villages, and the entire fees are paid by our industry partner. They not only pay the fees, but they also provide training for half of the duration. So 6 months, the girls are on the university campus, 6 months they are with the industry. And I'm so happy to share that the first batch which passed out, each girl had 4 to 5 job offers. They even rejected Mercedes-Benz and Bajaj. And after 10 standard pass and doing a 2-year diploma in manufacturing excellence, their salaries were about 50,000-55,000. And I think that is wonderful success stories for these kind of projects. So again, this is the way that industry and academia can come together. About the society part, I do feel that our own society problems should be solved by students of the universities. I do not understand why do we go to the big 5 consulting companies. I myself worked for Accenture and PwC when I was in the US. But I do not understand why do we look at foreign players to solve our own problems? Why cannot we engage our own students to solve our own problems? Why can't we engage our students from Indore to solve the Indore local problems? And with these thoughts, I did approach the Indore Municipal Corporation. I went and met the commissioner and I said, I have students who are ready to work free for you. Why don't you allow them to manage your entire social media? And she has agreed. Now these university students manage the entire social media of the Indore Municipal Corporation. Similarly, when the G20 summit is coming up, our students of architecture have done the beautification of the crossroads. Even the Honorable Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh tweeted about it. I think when we encourage students, if we involve them in the society problems, certainly they can find solutions which are far better, and plus they are free. So we do not need to go and look abroad. Very much the solutions exist in our university systems. Only we need to effectively engage our students. And I do feel that students also understand what is community work when they start getting into the community. These are not just departments that we should create to earn knack brownie points. I do feel that whatever are the local problems, if the local sarpanch, if the local gram panchayat, if the local commissioners, the local police departments can all come together and present their problems to the students, I'm sure with the guidance of the faculty, the student can do wonders. So as I said, we are really proud of what our students do in their own little ways for the city of Indore, as well as in Pune. In fact, we are now going to be, we just recently did a mock G20 with our students and we found many solutions for their smart city problems. Similarly, our students also help out the Pune Metro to find many logistics and supply chain problems which the Pune Metro was facing. So I think there are many ways to involve the students and not just Symbiosis, but each university here as well as elsewhere should try to promote students to solve the local problems so that we can extend our services to the local society as well. By starting projects for local women, by starting projects for those who are underprivileged and taking fees from the industry, I think it is a win-win situation for industry, academia, as well as society to come together. So these are some experiments that we have been doing, and although I won't brag that they have been 100% successful, but it encourages us enough that we are in the right direction. So that's all I had from my end. There are some challenges that we face, but I leave it to another day because I do know that it's towards the end of the day and all of you are tired. But I do hope that the deliberations over the next 2 days bring us all to work collaboratively and collectively for the benefit of our students. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for inspiring. It was indeed a wonderful session, technical session 2 on academia industry society interface. Wonderfully been discussed how our academic curriculum is being mapped with NSQF, and what we do here is skilling, more of skilling and practical knowledge on the top of the theory. Thank you so much, all the panelists. I would like to invite Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am, the Secretary General AIU, to kindly come forward for facilitating Professor Nilima Gupta, Vice Chancellor Dr. Hari Singh Gaur, Vishwavidyalaya, Sagar. Thank you, ma'am. I also request you to kindly facilitate Dr. Swati Mujumdar, ma'am, Pro-Chancellor, Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Indore. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I extend my invitation to Dr. Prithvi Yadav, Vice Chancellor of Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Indore. Thank you, ma'am. To kindly come forward to facilitate Dr. Anil Kumar Ramesh, sir, Fellow, Industrial TE Connectivity. I request, sir, to kindly also facilitate Dr. S.S. Mandar, sir, former Chairman, AICTE. Thank you, sir. We are grateful to have Dr. Rajesh Tandon, sir, the founder president of PRIA and UNESCO, co-chair in community-based research and social responsibility in higher education, joining us online. Sir, we thank you for your contribution, and the token of appreciation and your contribution will be reaching you. With this kind of knowledge sharing, now it's time to see the skills and practicals of our students. How the diversity of the students come into picture when the students coming from BTech CSIT become the flute player. The student coming from BTech Mechatronics become an inventor. The student coming from MBA BFSI become the technical help sitting right up there. So it's a wide variety of multidisciplinary what we practice. So I would take hardly 5 minutes of your time to raise the curtains off and bring forth the beautiful presentations in the cultural evening. So thank you so much, the panelists. You can take the seat down. Requesting the technical team to kindly close the curtains. For the Central Zone Vice Chancellors Meet 2023, I would be very thankful to the Association of Indian Universities to allow us and give the honor to motivate us in organizing the event at the Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences. Alongside, I would thank Dr. Rama Devi Pani ma'am for constant support and coordination for conducting the event. Ladies and gentlemen, tighten the seat belts, because now a beautiful performance from an alumni is coming up in front of you, and I really challenge each one in the audience, if you are not mesmerized, All the dignitaries are requested, if they want to have a high tea, there is a running tea down the stairs. But yes, our chair is in front of us and he's preparing to give the presentation to all of us. So I would request, let's not miss out on his performance and be back and be seated. I would request the technical team to please switch off the mics for some time.
DI check. ये मेरा ये
Check. Hello. सर थोड़ा सा डिले और रिवर्ब कर दीजिएगा.
This is
डिले बढ़ा दीजिए।
Yeah.
एक बार इधर से
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to raise the curtains. To present Archesh, a student alumni of BBA Retail Management and now a proud and passionate musician. We just don't talk about multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary approach, but we really inculcate in all our students. कहानी को मैंने बचपन में सुना था, बांसुरी में सुना था, लेकिन जब अर्चेश बजाता है तो उसकी कमी महसूस नहीं होती. So let me not speak much about it, but हर सुबह जब मेरी नींद खुलती है तो इंदौर में चौका छक्का मारा था, तो आपको वो जो पहली फ्लूट सुनाई देती है ना, that is Archesh. So can we have Archesh making us so proud इंडिया में म्यूजिक को पैशनेटली फॉलो कर रहा है, सबको इंस्पायर कर रहा है, एंड लेट मी टेल यू उसने मास्टर्स भी कंप्लीट किया है. Right? So he's a passionate learner, academician, and passionate musician, and definitely he has won a lot of awards. So I'm sorry, Archesh, I have taken a lot of time. And here is a round of applause to Archesh.
थैंक यू सो मच. तो मैम ने अभी श्री कृष्ण को याद किया था, तो मैं शुरुआत श्री कृष्ण के ही बहुत मधुर भजन है और मुझे पता है आप सभी को वो भजन बहुत अच्छे से याद है, तो आप लोग अगर मेरे साथ से वो भजन गाएंगे तो बहुत अच्छा लगेगा. थैंक यू सर। लता जी का एक बहुत ही फेमस सॉन्ग है, खैर उनके तो सभी सॉन्ग्स बहुत फेमस और मेलोडियस है, तो उन्हीं सॉन्ग्स में से एक गाना जो थोड़ा क्लासिकल बेस्ड है वो मैं आप सभी के सामने परफॉर्म करूँ। थैंक यू। इस गाने की एक विशेषता है। ये गाना पंडित हरिप्रसाद चौरसिया जी ने कंपोज करा है और मेरा ये सौभाग्य रहा है कि उनके गुरुकुल में रह करके मुझे बांसुरी सीखने का अवसर मिला है। तो इस गाने से मेरा एक स्पेशल कनेक्शन है। एक और सॉन्ग है जो बहुत मेलोडियस और बहुत अच्छा है और जो एवरग्रीन सॉन्ग्स है लता जी के, उनमें से एक सॉन्ग है। आप लोग पहचान गए क्या सॉन्ग? थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू।
सच में आर्चे, कान्हा की कमी पूरी नहीं, मतलब मुझे बिलीव ही नहीं हो रहा था कि कान्हा, मैं उसको देखूं, तुम्हारी बांसुरी सुनो। डू यू ऑल अग्री? कान्हा की बांसुरी लाइव। सो कैन वी हैव अ बिग राउंड? Request Dr. Pankaj Mittal ma'am and Vice Chancellor Dr. Prithvi Yadav sir, आर्चे को उसकी प्रतिभा के लिए प्लीज अप्रिशिएट करें। आर्चे प्लीज कम डाउन। ऐसी प्रतिभा जो पिछले 10 वर्षों से एकेडमिक्स ही नहीं, अपने म्यूजिक को एज अ पैशन फॉलो कर रही है और देश विदेश में अपनी परफॉर्मेंस दे रही है। proud students of Symbiosis family, Arche. आर्चे का एक्चुअली शेड्यूल था। जब हमने इनको बुलाया ना तो हमने बोला आर्चे कोई फीस लगेगी? आर्चे बोला मैम सर, अजीत सर को हमने फोन लगाया, सर पूछो ना आर्चे आएगा कि नहीं आएगा। आर्चे कैंसल्ड हिज बुकिंग्स टू जस्ट be present and perform at Symbiosis family. Thank you so much, Ajay.
सिम्बायोसिस तो हमेशा से मेरा घर रहा है, तो घर के लिए कैसी फॉर्मेलिटीज। थैंक यू सो मच।
Lovely, lovely. Now, आर्चे जैसी और प्रतिभाएं हैं। अब मैं एंकर और एक पैशनेट पोएट, शायर हिमांशु को माइक थमाने जा रही हूँ। ही इज अ स्टूडेंट ऑफ MBA। उसकी शायरी, उसकी पोएट्री मनमोह लगती है। अगेन अनदर स्टूडेंट उन्नति, जिसको हमने सरस्वती वंदना, शी इज पैशनेट अबाउट सिंगिंग एंड एंकरिंग। आई एम हैंडिंग ओवर माइक to another talented students of Symbiosis family.
Do you know who is our next performer?
मेरा तो अभी से सर चकरा रहा है।
और वो क्यों?
Our next performer, Kavya Jain, she is just 12 years old and she holds the record of 105 spins in 1 minute. Can you believe it? 105 spins in 1 minute, and that too in a radius of just 3 feet. And that's not just the story. She also holds her name in the book of Asia Book and the Golden Book of Records.
And this is just the beginning of her achievements. She is also a recipient of Jain Ratna Upadhi and Jain Bal Gaurav.
So I guess we have said enough. So now let's call upon stage Kavya Jain to make us believe the unbelievable. Please give her a great round of applause.
काव्या के बारे में हम कुछ बताना चाहेंगे। शी इज जस्ट 12 years old और उसके पापा प्रवीण जैन, उसकी मम्मी ज्योति जैन ने अपने पूरी जीवन को लगा दिया है काव्या को आगे बढ़ाने में। At the age of 12 years, she holds 3 world records and she is also known as Choti Mahapaur. There's some technical issue. We request you to please close the curtain for 2 minutes. बस 2 मिनट के लिए curtain close करें।
Have the output on the workspace.
Requesting for curtain raiser. Here we present Kavya Jain.
युगों युगों से एक पहेली है जो कभी नंगे पांव का कली कहानी बन जाती जिसकी एक पहेली
वैसे बड़े बड़े इवेंट में छोटी छोटी गलतियां तो होती रहती है, बट स्टिल वेरी सॉरी।
बॉलीवुड की मूवीज में तो आपने राजस्थान और राजस्थानी सभ्यता के बारे में काफी सुना और देखा होगा, मगर यकीन मानिए आप सभी अब एक अनोखा राजस्थानी नृत्य देखने वाले हैं जो आपको राजस्थान की ठंडी रेत तक पहुंचा ही देगा।
So with this, I would like to call upon Shri Krishna Rangilo Rajasthan Shivani Group and Mr. Bablu Devda and hand over the mic to him to introduce the rest of the group.
आपके बीच इस के आशीर्वाद लेते हुए हम अवसर को नमन करते हैं और कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करते हैं। कहते हैं राजस्थान, मालवा और राजस्थान के कलाकार आपके बीच सेवा कर रहे हैं, आशीर्वाद देंगे, कार्यक्रम शुरू करेंगे। घूमर नियारी पनेर की बाको थारो देश, नैन कड़ी थारा नाक में कड़िया रड़कत केस। प्रस्तुत है घूमर नृत्य, मालवा और राजस्थान के कलाकार। शानदार आपके बीच मालवा और राजस्थान के कलाकार आपके आशीर्वाद से यहाँ पर कार्यक्रम शुरू कर रहे हैं। सर्वप्रथम रंग रंगीले राजस्थान का बहुत ही शानदार घूमर नृत्य कलाकारों ने प्रस्तुत किया आपके बीच आपके आशीर्वाद से। आपके आशीर्वाद लेते हुए से बहुत ही शानदार मालवा और राजस्थान के कलाकार याद आ गया मुझे। बहुत आपके आशीर्वाद से इंदौर में कार्यक्रम किया है और अभी भी राजवाड़ा के सामने कृष्णापुरा छतरी में करीबन 21 कलाकारों ने आपके आशीर्वाद से सेवा दी और आज सेवा करने का मौका मिला हमें। हम आपकी सेवा में और आपके आशीर्वाद से यहाँ कार्यक्रम प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं। तो एक दोहा आ गया मुझे इंदौर का कि चटक मटक देखिए हमारा मालवा में और हमारा राजस्थान में एक या बहुत मशहूर नाम है इंदौर को। चटक मटक देखिए रास्ते चलता को मन लगे शर्मा इंदौर शहर का आगे। तो आज हम आपकी सेवा में आपने हमें सेवा करने का मौका दिया। आइए ले चलते हैं अगली वादन। राजस्थान के कलाकारों के सिर पर एक मटकी है तो मटकी के ऊपर कितने गाने चढ़ते हैं। कलाकार का बैलेंस लय और ताल के साथ हमें देखना है कि इन कलाकारों में कितनी कशिश है। लय और ताल के साथ हमारी बहुत ही शानदार कलाकार लेकर के आ रहे भवन नृत्य। ये आपके आशीर्वाद से आज इंदौर में यहाँ पर सेवा करने का मौका दिया। तो आइए कि थाना देश में निपजे पूर्ण रतन एक ढूंढो दूजी मुकुटन तीजो कसुमल रंग। आज बड़े हर्ष के साथ आपके आशीर्वाद से ये भवाई नृत्य सर पर एक घड़ा है, घड़े जलते और आइए ले चलते भवाई नृत्य प्रस्तुत है। भवाई नृत्य वाह, वाह। आपके बीच प्रस्तुति दे रहा हूँ। राम जी बुलाए महला ताज, राम जी बुलाए महला ताज।
बहुत बहुत प्यारी परफॉर्मेंस। अब हमारे सामने फाइनली आ रही है हमारी प्यारी नन्ही काव्या, छोटी महापौर, 3 वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड होल्डर। टेक्निकल टीम, प्लीज check the music. We don't want to miss the performance again. The curtains. And here we have Kavya Jain, Choti Mahapur.
से आंगन में खड़ी जो कभी इंद्रधनुष बन खनकती है कलाई में, वही शक्ति है नारी जो कविता कभी कहानी बन जाती, जिसकी करवट वक्त को बदल जाती, जो प्यार से उठा दे शाम से ऊंचा, जो आ जाए तो समय को बदल देती, वही शक्ति है नारी 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 नारी। छोटा सा मन है हाथों में, इतनी ही प्यारी संभाले, इसे कच्चे धागे से, अरे का तो रिश्ता बनाया, सही है
काव्या जैन को, हाँ बेटियां ही हमारी सम्मान होती है, हमारी मान शान होती है। इतनी छोटी उम्र में आपने पैशनेट इतना प्रोफेशन इतना अच्छे से प्रिपेयर किया, थैंक यू काव्या। टेक्निक, लेट्स बी रेडी विद मनस्वीज म्यूजिक पीस। कथक हम आज तक सोचते हैं अगर हम स्टेज पे खड़े हो जाएं तो कॉन्शियस हो जाते हैं। इतने छोटे छोटे बच्चियां अब अपने सामने प्रस्तुति देने आ रही हैं। मनस्वी जैन, मनस्वी प्रोफेशनल ट्रेनिंग ले रही है नादयोग से। कैन वी हैव द म्यूजिक प्लीज?
वक्रतुंड तू गज मुखा तू सिद्धि
मन मंदिर में सजे बिहारी, जे बिहारी मनमोहन तेरी छवि अति प्यारी, बंसी बजे नारायण वासुदेवा श्री कृष्ण। वासुदेवा हे नाथ।
Let's give a round of applause. Beautiful, tiny, miny girls. Manasri Jain. मैं